Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another HGO Spoilercast for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm one of your hosts today, Ethan, and joining me, as always, are my good friends Kyle.
Hello.
Hunter.
Hey.
And special guest, first time on the show, DylWingo. Hey, Dyl, how you doing?
Hey guys, it's good to be here. Thanks for inviting me on.
Thank you for coming. It feels like it's been 6 million years since we've had a new guest on the show, to be honest, and it's partially our fault, but it's nice to have somebody on, because especially Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, huge game, probably the biggest JRPG of the year, maybe, I don't know. But it's nice to have someone's thoughts on it, because I feel like we've internally, I don't know about you two, Kyle, Hunter, we've been going crazy about this game for a month now. So it might be nice to have somebody that has differing opinions on it. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. Shall we just get straight into it? It's weird. It's a spoiler cast. If you're new here, welcome to the show. We're going to start off with slight, no spoilers, kind of a general impression. So if you want to see what we all thought about it, stick around for the next 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get into full-blown spoilers. Around then, we'll make it clear, tell you to go away. It'll all be good. But I just think we should just get straight into it. Dyl, how many hours did you put in to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
All right, so on my main playthrough, like up to the final moments of the game, I clocked in around 91 hours. So like now I'm doing like extra content that I didn't get to do before I finished, and I'm probably gonna do hard mode. I'm probably gonna try and get the platinum trophy. But yeah, total for just my first playthrough, it was just 91 flat total. So
cool. Hunter, what are you on?
Probably like the mid 80s, like 85 or something, if I had to guess.
And how much content did you do? Because you're the weird one. I can assume Dyl did nearly all of the content, whereas it's like
I did most of the side quests up until around about chapter 10 or 11, and then I was like, yeah.
I was gonna say, was it the chapter 12 explosion where it just gives you like an extra 15 hours or something?
I was like, what you're asking me to do here, I don't feel like doing anymore, so I'm gonna move on.
Fair enough.
And I didn't do any of Chatley's stuff really because he's stupid.
Hell yeah.
You're a horrible person. Kyle, how many hours did you put into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Here's the differing opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
How many hours, Kyle?
Here's where things get funny. I think my playthrough clocked in probably around 40 hours. I wasn't really going out of my way to do any side quests or anything like that, just because that's not really how I play the games. Towards the end, I did do some of the stuff with the sailing. I did the pirate ship mini map treasure hunt stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was the most side questing I did. I looked at the trophy list after I beat the game, actually, and I saw that there was a trophy for doing a quest. One quest. Complete one quest. Never got it.
Wow.
Good job. And then I'm probably most similar to Dyl. I did everything. I clocked in about 90, I think it was 92 or 93 hours. I've done everything except for hard mode. So I've done everything except for the hard combat challenges and hard mode. That's literally, I've done everything else. And there was a couple of hours of resetting and doing all sorts of stuff. So it was really like 95, 96, but something along those lines. Dyl, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask you a question that I'm not going to ask everybody else, because I feel like if someone's listened to our podcast before, they know our history with Final Fantasy VII. What's your history of Final Fantasy VII before we get started as like a baseline for all of your impressions?
yeah, so originally, actually back in 2015, like I think I just turned 18. I bought Final Fantasy VII at like a used game store. And then I immediately returned it the next day because I was just like, wait, why did I buy this? I'm not going to play this. So then fast forward 5 years later, the pandemic started. And then like I hear about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I hear that like it's going to be like an amazing game and stuff. I'm like, I was going to try that game years ago. Maybe I should try it now that I have all this time on my hands, because everybody's at home, obviously. So I bought Remake, and then I bought the original because people told me play the original first. So then it didn't take me until like about June or so to play the original. So then I finally got around to it. And I played it like I think like within the whole month of June. I took my time, but yeah, it was amazing game. I'm not really a JRPG person, but it was a really good game. It was a lot of fun. And then afterwards, I got into speedrunning Final Fantasy VII because obviously I'm a speedrunner, and I was just curious of how the runs were. And then as soon as I started watching the speedruns, I was just like hooked. And then I learned the run 2 years yeah, like 2 years later when they found like some more skips in the run that made the run shorter. So that's my brief experience.
It's weird to think that like you initially picked it up and didn't like it, because I mean normally when you think of like speedrunners, it's people playing games from their childhood that they really liked. So it's just a weird dichotomy.
Well, yeah, like it's like I got the game from the store and I was just like, I don't think I'm gonna play this, so I just returned it. And then like years later, I'm like, wait, maybe I should play it because everyone says it's a good game. And then yeah, I really loved the original game a lot. And then yeah, like you said, with speedrunning, usually it's like a game that you'll have in like your childhood that you'll run. But like with me, I was like 23 when I played FF7 for the first time. I'm 26 now, so like it's kind of funny just how that dynamic. Like I think that's one of 2 speedruns that I've done that is not from childhood. The other one being Klonoa. So
I was gonna say, you find that weird? I was like, I'm surprised. Like, one, doing RPG speedruns to me just blows my mind, because it's like that would be something that it's like I can't do an hour and a half platform
Those
speedrun
people are
without
built different.
bashing my head on the table because I missed like
Especially
2
ones
jumps
where
that
you
I've had
gotta
enough.
fast forward through text bubbles.
Yeah. But also, I think it's
Oh,
better if
yeah.
you don't play games from your speedrunning something that isn't from your childhood. To be honest, I can respect that, because every childhood game that I seem to speedrun is always it changes the game forever. Where it's like I can't enjoy Crash 2
Yep.
anymore. Like I always see that as a speed game, like forevermore. Now I don't have those childhood memories anymore. I just have the memories of dropping inputs in every single level and crying. Like that's my history with that game now. So I think it's always cool when you pick something else up. But yeah, you're a better man than I, because I could not speedrun Final Fantasy VII. I could not speedrun a JRPG. I look at them and I'm like, you guys are crazy. I can't. That's just mind blowing to me.
I think the closest RPG I got to speedrunning, this is off topic, but the closest RPG I got to speedrunning was Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
Which again, childhood games for you. So it's like,
yeah.
But no, it's fair enough. Obviously, I assume, when did you play Remake?
So it's a funny story with Remake as well. After Remake, like later in 2020, I tried playing Remake. I just couldn't get into it. Then I tried it again in 2021, couldn't get into it. Then I tried it again in 2022, couldn't get into it. And then finally, like I saw the trailer for the Summer Games Fest trailer for Rebirth, and I was like, all right, I gotta try and get into Remake this time, because this game actually looks sick. And then so I don't know what it was, but it just finally clicked. Like after like three previous attempts, I finally got into Remake, and I was like, all right, this game's actually really good. So yeah, last year was when I actually played through and finished Remake. So it was last year. I think it was around like summertime of last year.
Ethan, you're muted.
Thank you, Kyle. I love being professional.
You're welcome.
I was having a drink and I was like, there we go. What are your overall impressions of Remake then? Because Remake is, it's a critically acclaimed game, but I feel like everybody has a polarizing opinion on it. I feel like there is very much 2 camps on that game. So how do you feel? Where do you lie? Yeah.
Okay. So after playing Rebirth, my like review score, my original review score dropped a little bit, but like I don't know if I could totally confirm that, but I think overall Remake is a really good game. Like the main story is definitely like just fantastic, like with how they did everything with Midgar. I have a few gripes with the game. One of them being the side quests. Like the side quests in Remake compared to Rebirth in Remake are just, most of them are awful. I think most of the side quests in Remake are just terrible.
What do you mean?
I
I
think-
love helping the children get the baseball bat, that 20 million quest long like thing that was annoying as hell. It's great.
Yeah, like that's the thing with Remake though, which I kind of give it a benefit of the doubt, is because you're limited to Midgar, so like there's only so much you can do in like a literal walled city, compared to Rebirth, where you have the world map. But like that's the biggest thing with that's my biggest problem with Remake is just the side quests. I think everything else is done pretty well. Like the new characters that are added to the Remake series, they're pretty hit or miss. Like Johnny, like he's okay. Roach, I really don't like.
How dare you blaspheme my hero Johnny? How dare you hate Yuri Lowenfall? My God, how dare you?
No, like, and then like Roach, I think he like I'm kind of annoyed at that guy. Like I'll talk about that later.
Roach.
But I think he's kind of annoying personally. I'm just like, bro, like who are you? Like why do you why do you keep showing up like randomly? But
Because
anyway,
he's great. That's why. That's because he's great.
He really likes his motorcycle.
Yeah. No, I think other than like a few gripes, like it's a really good game. Definitely the last part of the game where you infiltrate Shinra is definitely the best part of the game. Like that, literally from like the moment you start climbing up to the plate to the end is like the best part of the game easily. But yeah, I think overall, again, I understand remakes limitations compared to Rebirth, but I gave it like an 8.7 out of 10, and that's like my new score. I originally gave it a 9 out of 10, but honestly, with how much better Rebirth is, remakes like an 8 points, which 8.7 out of 10 is still really good, but like, I just, yeah, just from all my experience, and granted, I only did a normal playthrough of remake. I didn't do like hard mode or anything.
That would
I
lower
wasn't
your
as
score. Don't worry
invested.
about it. That would hard mode would lower
Yeah.
your score. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but no, yeah,
Fighting the house
overall,
would be a lot less fun.
It was
yeah,
miserable.
yeah, yeah. No, overall though, I think it's a really good game. It definitely sets up for what an amazing game Rebirth is, and like again, big highlights with remake, the character development. They nailed the story, like the main story, and then the combat, obviously, because the combat for me is like the best combat in any game I've played. Honestly, I love the combat in the remake and Rebirth games.
I love it too. But Kyle has some other opinions on it, but we'll get to those in a second. But yeah, I love the Final Fantasy VII combat. I think it's fantastic. We never reviewed Final Fantasy VII remakes. That was before we started doing reviews.
Yeah, it's true.
We never
We have a
gave it a
spoiler
score.
cast for it though.
We did do a spoiler cast for it. I assume, I don't know, it probably would have been Hunter that reviewed it back then. Hunter, give it a score
Probably.
right now. Lock it in.
It
set
would have been a
it.
must play, like
Yeah,
I just said.
fair enough. But no, me and Hunter, we really loved the Final Fantasy VII remake. Kyle, you picked it up later, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you were a bit hit and miss with it.
And then I put it down for a little bit, and then I had Hunter finish Hojo's lab for me.
Yep.
The beauty
And
of
then
Shab.
eventually I went and then eventually I dropped the difficulty down to easy and just beat the final boss.
Fair enough. But when it comes to Rebirth, obviously 4 years, there was the intermission DLC, all of that jazz, yada yada. We're finally here. I guess we'll start with you, Dale. If you had a bottom line, if you had a paragraph to summarize what your thoughts and feelings are of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, what would you say?
Yeah, so I had a lot of expectations going to this game with like the trailers we saw and just the hype surrounding it. I had just a ton of expectations and a ton of hype. I was really looking forward to the game, and granted, like when I right when I started playing the game, I muted tons of people on Twitter that I actually got to go and unmute because like I keep forgetting. But I muted a bunch of people, and I basically stayed as far away as I could from anything FF7 related online. But I mean, when I got the game and literally from day one of playing it, like this was it. Like it was just an amazing game. I feel like just a lot of the things that I wanted in remake again, which we couldn't just because it was so limited, we get, and just with the expansive world, this like just the continued character development, making the combat even better, which I didn't know that they could even do. And just on top of continuing this reimagined story, it's just an incredible game, and I'm so happy that I got to experience it spoiler free. And like when you experience something for the first time, once that happens to you, you're never gonna get that back. And then you can just you can obviously go back and cherish those moments. But this is definitely a piece of media that I'm so glad I didn't get spoiled and I got to experience for the first time ever, because it's really was an incredible game. And like obviously it still is because I'm doing all the post game stuff right now, but yeah, no, amazing game. I literally like cannot put into words of how much I enjoyed the game.
And I think that's like my bottom line is like, if you're going to play this game, don't look up anything. Like, and I know for a lot of people, it's already too late. The first thing they did when it came out on launch day was type in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Aerith dies, ?
Yep.
And then there you go. That's
Yep.
the first thing they've done. And I'd highly recommend you don't do it. We'll get to the ending. I know that Dill really likes the ending. I know that us three are on different scales of tolerance of the ending. But again, I wouldn't have wanted that spoiled. I did not want to know about that going in. I didn't find it hard to not find spoilers. I usually think that if you just don't look things up, then the algorithm won't think that you like that game, so it'll just pass it under the bridge. So I just stay completely silent to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for the most part. And managed to take my time. Hunter, you obviously reviewed the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for the website. You gave it a 5 out of 5.
Must play. Yeah.
Must play, which is our system deal is less of an analytical kind of baseline, and it's more like 5 is a must play, 4 is recommended, 3 is hesitant, 2 is avoided, and 1 is I can't remember because we've never given everything a 1. Unplayable. That's it. It's more of a feeling than a analytical thing. But you gave it a 5 out of 5. You liked this game a lot.
Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think what I say at the end of the review, remake introduced us to the world of Final Fantasy VII again, and this one's the one that asked us to live in it. I feel like it expanded the world quite a bit, and for the most part, it was really good at, taking the ideas that were in the original version of all of these places and putting them in a better context.
Yeah. I mean, if you do want to go and check that review out, it's on YouTube or on the website. So go and check it out. Hunter did a great job. And, because when we were talking about this game, I was like, I don't know where Hunter's going to land on this, because obviously we have our gripes and stuff like that. Kyle, I know that you're probably the most negative on this game. Well, I shouldn't say critical, should I say, of this game than everybody else. Do you want to give a little summary for yourself?
I think my bottom line on this game would be, this is a great game that just isn't for me. There's it's just a lot of small details in it that really just bring down the experience for me. I feel like at times this game can get a little unfocused. Where sometimes it just feels like it doesn't know what it wants to do. And I'm glad I played it, but it's not something I'll ever see myself going back to.
That's fair. And it's like, one thing we should probably note is you're not a huge fan of open world games. You're not
correct.
Like you say, you main pathed it. You played,
but the open world is like the least of my issues with it.
Oh yeah,
it's
100%.
All the fucking mini games that they keep throwing at you constantly.
You tell me you don't like 3D Brawler, mate. You don't like
3D Brawler. I hate that game.
Finally,
it is bad. I'll give you that one.
The visual cues, man, like some of them look the exact same.
This is how sad I did, was I went and I paused on every single frame of the Sephiroth fight, and I took photos on my phone so I knew what the cues looked like, and I pause buffered that shit and was just scrolling through my phone library going, right, which one is it? Because I just had enough, because that fight was so garbage. I had enough of it. Yeah, I am pretty similar to Hunter. I'd give this game a 5 out of 5. I have my gripes with the game. I think that for Square Enix's first attempt at what I would consider to be, it's their first proper attempt at an open world kind of genre game in the kind of Western style of things. I think they did a decent job. I think, yes, it is very padded. I feel like there are parts of Remake I like more, but I think that's just because it's a more structured game and it's a more linear game. And I feel like the overall, if we take Rebirth as the middle chapter of a trilogy, it's fantastic. If you take it out and just go, here's your story, like Square Enix was saying stupid shit when this game was coming out, like, you can jump in at this point and just not play the first one. And I say, don't do that. Please don't.
You're an idiot.
You're an absolute fool. But it's like, I feel like this game genuinely does feel like the middle section of a game, where it is like, if you look at it with the structure and the narrative of part 1 and what is assumed to be the narrative of part 3, this is 100% going to be the game with the least amount of narrative and the most amount of game, where it's like you have these issues where you have chapters, you have a section of this game where it feels like the first 6 or 7 chapters, the story's just going, and then it gets to Costa del Sol, and then it's just like, we're going to have a vacation of like 5 or 6 chapters where a lot less stuff starts happening until you get to Nibelheim again, and then it picks up a little bit again. It's all over the place, but I love it. It is a messy game. It's a messy video game. It's like, if we're looking at games that came out last year, when we're talking about like Game of the Years, a lot more succinct, but I'm having more fun with Rebirth because it is messy, but it's in the ways that I love games like this to be. I love the stupid mini games. I loved the fact that the game forced me to take a 2-hour detour and do stupid mini games for swimming costumes for chapter 7. I think that stuff's goofy. but I can understand how people like Kyle are like, I just want to get to the source. Let me move on. And it's just every time it's like, no, do some Queen's Blood on the cruise. No, do these mini games. No, go to the Golden Saucer. I can understand people not jiving with it. I think the biggest compliment I can give, it's the best 2013 video game I've ever played. It is very 2013 by design, but I love what it did. And ending aside, I think it's fantastic and you should definitely play it. But please play at least Remake Part 1 first, for the love of anything. And maybe wait till I've said it now, if you're waiting to get in on the Remake trilogy and you're not a diehard Final Fantasy VII fan, if you can wait for that third part, I feel you're going to have a much better time, especially with this ending. From talking to friends who are not as in on the Final Fantasy VII lore as even I am, people get very confused by that ending. And I'm like, that's going to be a hard pill to sit on for like to swallow for 3 years, 4 years. Even if you just wait a year, maybe you'll have a better time. I don't know. But no, I think it's a great game, but it has its problems, and I'm sure we'll get into them in just a little bit. Did anyone else have any spoiler-free things, anything that they wanted to say before we just go straight into spoiler territory? No?
I'm good.
Cool. Right then, here's your warning then. Spoilers start now. So if you haven't played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, if you for some reason are a sick and twisted individual who has clicked on a spoiler cast and listened to 20 minutes of it, now's your cue to get the hell out of here, as we are going to spoil everything in the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was going to say in the remake, but it's not, it's Rebirth, so that completely ruined my sentence. We're going to go chapter by chapter. Timestamps are below. If you want to hop around, if you really don't care about what our opinions are of, like I say, Costa del Sol, you can skip that section. All the timestamps are down below. If you want to get to that point of the podcast, go further in. Let's start off with where this game starts off. Back in Kalm, back with the prologue in Kalm first. Did anyone expect that Zack scene at the start of the game? Was anyone thinking they were just going to dive straight into that? I
think I said this on the Impressions episode, but it made me believe that the demo skipped over something else before I realized it wasn't.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
I was like, this is crazy. I was like, I can't believe they're doing this so quickly. And then when I played for 30 hours and Zack didn't show up again for another 30 odd hours, I was like, that's a bold move for them to do that. Because
yeah,
I think my main criticism with the Zack stuff is I feel like they leave so much of it till the end. It feels like, and Kyle will definitely have war flashbacks when I say this, it feels like a Kingdom Hearts lore dump at the end, where it just feels like they've got I guess it's time to do the Zack thing, and it's just like an hour, and you just dump it all in at the end. And I was like,
preferred it if that was more how it was instead of just the random bits of 5 minutes every.
It was
15
bizarre.
hours.
Gotta go find Biggs.
Yeah, I liked the Zack sections, but as someone who hasn't played Crisis Core, who hasn't got that information, I'm just like, hey, I like this guy. He's a charming guy. But why do I keep hopping to this magic world for 5 minutes and then going, oh, I walked somewhere in Sector 5 and now I'm not going to see him again for 12 hours. That's cool, I guess. Whatever.
The analogy I've come up with in the weeks it's been since finishing the game is Zack's part of the story is like, and Zack in it is like Wolverine being trapped in the X-Men movies. Wolverine is great. Zack is great. The content in which he is participating in is not so good.
I find it interesting from like a narrative point of view, because like, again, I've got a friend who really wants to eventually play 7 Remake and Rebirth and whatever the third part ends up being called. And he was like, I saw your tweet on the ending, and I was like, what's going on? And I'm like, if I just say to you Kingdom Hearts bullshit is happening, do you fully understand? And he's like, yeah, I got it. He's like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, it kind of feels like it's in that space where I'm like, if we had part 3 right now and I had the full picture, I think it'd be a Death Stranding moment where I'm like, oh, I get it. I understand why this weird shit's happening now. Whereas now we're in, like I say, it feels like the middle chunk of a video game, and where they've left it, it's like, oh, he showed up for a cool boss fight, and then He's like, maybe you'll see me in part 3. Tiki and
To
skips
be
off
fair,
into the
that was my
sunset.
favorite part of that last hour.
What, the Zack bit?
Yeah, it was like the...
That was pretty cool.
We'll get to it later, but yeah, it was my favorite part of the last bit.
But I feel like multiverses have been overplayed, and I think that's not Final Fantasy VII Remake's fault. I think that's everybody else's fault. I think that's Marvel's fault. I think that's everybody else who seems to think that this is the hot shit to do right now's fault, in terms of when I get to this. They were setting this up in 2020, before Marvel had shit the bed, and now it's like they got there, and Marvel has given multiverses a bad name, so I'm just sitting here going, you're going to have to do a good job here, Nomura, of convincing me that this is going to be a decent scenario. And it's like, it was fine, but that first little bit did get my blood pumping straight away, seeing the most of the cast dead, having the helicopter fly away with Red 13 having a fucking fit then there, like, you know, as he's flying across. I was like, oh, this is sick. I am having a, like, it gives you what you wanted straight away. People have been asking the question, how much of this game is going to be different? And for the most part, the answer to that is not that much in the big picture. Like, there's big changes, but not in the way you'd see fit. But start with a big change and then roll with it. And I was like, that's a cool thing, especially because I didn't know there'd be a 30-hour gap rather. I don't know how do you feel about the whole Zack thing, Dill?
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Personally, I didn't honestly mind, like, this might be a different opinion than you guys, but I didn't mind like the big gaps between, you know, Zack scripts in the game, because it kind of keeps you guessing. Because like because the thing is that, first of all, I thought the same thing because I played the demo too, and I was like, wait, did it skip something? Because like when the opening starts with like Cloud like coming out of the Shinra building on the motorcycle, and then you get like the Zack sequence and stuff, I was just like so confused because you're playing as Zack. I'm like, okay, wait, what's going on? And then no, I thought it was pretty genius, to be honest, like of how they spaced it out in between the game. I feel like they didn't have to make it like interactive, because again, all you do is basically just running around for a bit. You don't even really do much except for like the beginning. You do like in literally the first chapter, like before you even start the Kalm flashback, you have that little bit of combat, but it's not even full combat. You can only do Buster Sword swings. You can't do any magic or anything with Zack. Like, so I feel like they could have maybe just kept them to cutscenes, but I mean, I didn't mind them, and I liked how they were spaced out, because again, it keeps you kind of guessing, like, where is this, like, what is the point? Because the whole time I was just like, until the end, I was just like, what is the point of this? Like, what is going on? And then
I did
kind
like
of slowly
some of the points of correlation with them, but
yeah,
it doesn't help, I don't think, that again it is from the mind of Nomura. It is Kingdom Hearts adjacent, where it is kind of like, I can't tell if this is just kind of Kingdom Hearts bad writing creeping in, or if it's just I'm supposed to be confused right now, you know? When I talk about, say, Death Stranding with Hideo Kojima, I know that man's crazy, but I know that by the final 10% of the game, he's going to reel it back in, and I'm going to look at it and go, oh, that all made sense. You're still crazy, but it all made sense. With Nomura, I don't know if that final 10% is going to drag that all to make sense, or if it was just, that was a crazy ride, eh? And I'm just like,
he'll be dragging the net back, and then it's going to, one of the strands are going to snap, and the catch is going to get away.
Yeah. But I mean, from a beginning perspective, I love that intro sequence. I think it's great. I think it's hilarious that not only did they keep it out of the demo, they kept it out of the press as well. When the press played the first 15 hours of the game, they literally snipped that. They thought that they'd already played the entirety of the intro. There's a clip of Maximilian dude that was like literally like, oh, I know what we're going to do for the next 5 hours. And then he just presses start, and this whole completely different scene starts. He's like, what the fuck? Like, everyone just was completely blindsided by it. And I do love that. And I think that's what's the beauty of the remake kind of trilogy is being able to hop into something that you should know everything about, and you just don't. The fact that you can
it's
just
a
hop
big
in.
psyop.
Yeah, and go, I really don't know what's going to happen. With the whole error thing, it's like, you just don't know what's going to happen. And I like it. Do I want this for every remake going forward? No, but it's nice to have a thing like this, especially with such a beloved game, and for them to take risks on it. I really appreciate it quite a bit.
I also like that they were at least giving Zack more things to do, because in the grand scheme of the original FF7, he was a really small part of it.
He was a very late addition that they had to really like after the game was done.
I feel like, and I've said it to you guys, I said it in the first impressions, that I'm piecing little bits together, even from the first thing where I'm like, oh, Cloud's very clearly not Cloud there. It's probably Zack. And I feel like this game's doing a good job of allowing me to make those assumptions and make those predictions based on actually giving Zack importance in the narrative in little bits and pieces. He's no longer just kind of this, oh, he's the other guy, he was the soldier. Like, it's like, oh, I can put these pieces together that when I am doing the Nibelheim chapter and Tifa's looking really confused and kind of bewildered by what Cloud's saying, I can go, oh, maybe he wasn't there. Maybe, and when Tifa's like, he wasn't there, I'm like, oh, maybe that was Zack then. Maybe what's how, like, I can come to these conclusions instead of the game doing a plot twist in part 3 where I'm like, oh my god, I didn't see that. Like, that's bizarre. Like, I can actually make those
Oh my god,
connections.
I couldn't have seen that coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you didn't give me all the pieces.
I say it to Hunter all the time. I love mystery games, but I hate when mystery games just pull a Hail Mary at the end where it's something that you could never have predicted in a million years. I'd rather get it right and go, oh, damn, I got it right. Instead of going, oh, man, yeah, it was completely a person you haven't met yet. That's crazy. But for the rest of that prologue, obviously you had the 2 minutes of Sephiroth gameplay that you got to enjoy. What are your thoughts on the tiny bit of Sephiroth you got to play, Dill?
Yeah, I mean, Sephiroth, I tried to avoid using him in chapter 1 because you eventually do get control of him in the Kalm flashback because he's just extremely overpowered. He, like, the Masamune, just the attacks are just so freaking fast and
it's so fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, but like again, like I knew that they were gonna eventually give, because in the original Final Fantasy VII in the Calm flashback, it's Cloud and Sephiroth. You guys are in your party, and but then I don't even think, from what I remember, because it's been so long, because in the speedrun we don't even do Calm, we skip it. But in the original Final Fantasy VII, you don't even get to control him in battle. He just automatically attacks.
Yeah.
And I think there's just one encounter you have with him, which is just the dragon.
The dragon,
Yeah, the dragon. So yeah, it is. I think it's cool that they actually started off with like getting you to, like, after obviously the Zack stuff, just the overpowered character. You're like, oh my god, like this is like crazy. And then, no, he's like super smooth and he plays really well. And I thought it was really cool. And then I obviously will talk about the Calm flashback in a bit. But yeah, like I'll just say I really enjoyed the starting chapter, like I did in Remake.
See, I think it's
His
interesting
air
because I feel like I missed out though.
downstab
Yeah, I missed out because I didn't play him. I said this in the first impressions. I was like, I didn't play as Sephiroth. I got that one move, like that one battle where it starts you off as Sephiroth, and then I went straight away and I was like, no, make Cloud the party leader. Because in my stupid gamer brain, I'm like, he's gonna be playable for 20 minutes. I'm not gonna bother learning him. I need to like. I was just like, and I kind of regret that because I'm like, I played 93 hours of fucking Cloud. I played enough. Yeah, I know I'm stupid now, but in my head I was just like, don't get attached. It's never happening again. Just throw him to the wayside. And I feel like that's why I was really down on the prologue, where I was like, as soon as I got to Calm and the gates opened and I was into the open world, I was like, time of my life. I'm back with my besties. We're having a great time. It's great. But that first section, I was like, something feels off. And now I know that some of that is narratively on purpose, but like from someone again who's coming in with that casual perspective, it just like I was like, okay, we're just going on a walk with Sephiroth and young Tifa. Why does Cloud look like he's still 21? What the hell's happening here? Like I'm just like
why doesn't Tifa wear her cowboy hat anymore?
What happened to the cowboy hat?
Greater than swimsuit.
Yeah, it was just like I was like, it's a fun section, but it's like it didn't get me hyped like the sector, like the first bombing of the first avalanche bombing in chapter 1. Yeah, because like that whole section, I remember you won't. I've told the story many times before, but you won't have heard it, Dill. So like literally, the thing that convinced me on Final Fantasy VII Remake wasn't the trailers. I was interested in it from the trailers, but it was playing that demo. And I played the demo, and it was just the music and the fanfare and just how massive it was, and just like, you know, the cheesiness of the dialogue, but how well performed it is, and just like everything about it. It was just like, I'm like, this is an Ethan game. These are the vibes that I'm looking for, and I pre-ordered it instantly and just got it on the release, right? Whereas when I was playing this, I was like, oh, this is more kind of subdued. This is more kind of, it's smaller scale, and I like it. And looking back in retrospect, I can appreciate it more, knowing more of the story going forward. But I was kind of just waiting, going, Where's Barret though? Like, can I have my guy? Can I have my guys back? Like,
Yeah.
My boy.
yeah, where's my boy? I mean, anyone got anything they want to say particularly about the prologue? Because it wasn't that long. It was like an hour or so, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned before, but like the thing that I like about the prologue, I mean, first of all, I feel like for me it did do the same hype as remake, just because you're kind of back into it, and not only that, you're seeing just the new environments that you didn't get to see in remake because you're outside of Midgard finally. But not only that, in the original FF7, the Kalm flashback, it's barely any encounters. Like it's mostly just dialogue and just backstory. It's necessary, obviously, because you're literally telling like the backstory of Sephiroth and who he is and stuff. But I feel like the Rebirth, it's just such an amazing job at being like an introductory chapter, because you get like a more interactive Kalm flashback experience. Obviously, you get the better character development that the remake series has with like Cloud, Tifa, Sephiroth, and obviously Zack was the one that was actually there, not Cloud. But I feel like just the interactivity of it, getting back into the nitty gritty combat of the remake series, getting to see the new additions like the synergy abilities for the Materia Keeper boss. I know it's Materia Guardian in Rebirth, but I call him Materia Keeper. I call if the bosses have the original name, I'll call them the original name.
Dude, it's all right. Hunter over here still calls Aerith Eris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He never grew up.
Yeah.
I never
yeah.
appreciated the lisp that they edited it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he wrote Eris in our review, and I'm like, I'm changing this, you guys. As the proofreader, I'm making the call here.
It's the editor, yeah. Just get rid. Yeah. We couldn't save the video. We couldn't save the video, but we could at least.
Yeah, I mean,
test me. I've got stupid pronunciations for everybody.
I don't want to. I don't want
for the next 2 hours. I'll be saying Tifa. And Yuffie.
No.
Yuffie sounds wrong. I hate Yuffie. That's not good.
No Tifa, no Yuffie, none of that.
Barret.
Red XIII.
Yeah, Red.
Ninaki.
Nani?
But no. What did you want to say about the boss, Dill?
Yeah, no, I feel like, again, like the whole Kalm flashback, like overall was just an amazing intro. And then with Materia Keeper, you get not only Cloud and Sephiroth, but you also get the introduction to the synergy abilities, which wasn't in remake. And that was like, I feel like that's one of the best additions to this game, like in terms of the combat, because the synergy abilities are just kick ass. And when you do actually pull them off, they just look fantastic. That's a big thing that I like about the remake series, is just the cinematics of the fights. Because not only is the combat fun, but when you do get those cinematics of like limit breaks or synergy abilities or whatever, it just looks like, it just hypes you up. You're like, oh my god. And then obviously I remember when the gameplay and trailers came out for the Kalm skip, there was a lot of like bromance memes on Twitter with Cloud and Sephiroth because of their synergy abilities. But no, overall though, like I agree with you that like
Sephiroth
with like
pretty obsessed with Cloud.
Yeah.
He's a bit too obsessed in general, to be honest.
Yeah. I agree overall though, like the remake, like the chapter 1, and then also obviously the original FF7 with like the reactor and then the bombing mission starting, it does get you like really hyped because you go into the game, especially
that's
the
just
original,
a really good immediate hook.
Yeah, like there's no like, it just you're just right in. But I still think with Rebirth it was good because again, like you said, it wasn't as like out of your seat, but it's definitely a good place to pick back up from remake, and then also again get that interactive Kalm flashback compared to like again in the original FF7 it was just mostly dialogue and most necessary of course, but so
I think it is. It's just a change in kind of direction that you can see instantly for the entirety of the game. It's like I often describe the original remake as a roller coaster. It straps you in and it doesn't let you fucking go for the 30 hours that you play it. Right? It is just kind of on rails, go all the time. Whereas Rebirth is a lot more like a safari where it's like, look, there's there's cool scenes there's like you go all over the place, right? But it's more of a kind of journey around the world, basically. Go and see the world, go and see what's happening. There's a couple of moments that get super hype, but it's like, for the most part, it is the more like establishing characters that need to be established, sorting out different places, kind of increasing tensions with Wutai and all of that jazz. It's like, it's more setting the pieces for part 3.
Yeah.
Which I think in a lot of cases works really well. Some cases it doesn't, but JRPGs are always going to have problems with pacing. It always happens. Even the best JRPGs. In my favorite game of all time, Persona 5, there's a whole section you could cut out Palace 5, get it away. Like, we don't need it.
Agree.
Haru plays as much importance to the whole story as anyone. I love Haru, but they made it about Morgana instead. We don't need that section.
Yeah.
Get it in the bin.
And don't remind
trust
me
me,
about
this game
that.
also has that. But yeah, but you're always going to have it, even
It's
with the
always
most
stupid
beloved game.
cats.
It's always the stupid cat. It always is.
I do. Before we get back into FF7, I do agree with you. The Haru arc in Persona 5 was definitely the weakest.
Oh yeah,
and-
you can.
yeah,
you
especially
can
like
get-
before you fight, fight, her father. I forget his name, but yeah,
Okumura.
like
Okumura,
Okumura, yeah, freaking. Yeah, and then the Morgana coming in like mid sentence. Yeah, I was just like, huh?
It was always.
Way to
It was
just
always.
steal her moment.
I'll say it. I've said it about P5 countless times. The fact that they decided this was a creative choice to make the boss fight worse in Royal, and it's the only boss fight that is worse in Royal. That was a creative choice to make people just solidify their opinions on this is the worst part of the game. Lock it in.
Yep, I hated that boss. Absolutely hated that boss.
Yeah, it's bad. But yeah, coming back to Rebirth, it's like, it does very much feel like it's a safari, it's an exploration thing, where it is, look, here's Nibelheim. And I don't think Nibelheim, as someone who is obviously Nibelheim, a very important location in Final Fantasy VII as a story, but for somebody who is new to it and this is the first time seeing Nibelheim, I'm like, wow, Cloud and Tifa, when it's not nighttime and there's a lovely blue like nighttime starry sky, this place looks like a dump, man. It's just greys and browns, and it's like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, why do you think he wanted to leave?
Just because I just thought, just like every 15-year-old boy who's like, I'm sick of home, I just want to go. I feel like if he was in Costa del Sol, he'd feel the same thing, because you're just accustomed to it, right? You're just like, oh, I hate beaches and sand, I want to go.
Tourist traps.
Yeah. But I thought it did a solid job. But for me, it was really the moment where you get into Kalm and you do the whole kind of escape sequence and all that jazz. When you finally get into the juice of the game, that was when I was like, oh, we're back. I'm back. Like, it took 4 hours, but we're here.
Yeah.
And I love Chapter 1. I think Chapter 1 is fantastic. I genuinely, for most of the introduction, to be honest, I have very little complaints with the start of this game. I think the whole Kalm sequence, fantastic. The dynamics between the characters, it just shows what a good job they're doing with these characters and with this story, to give them so much weight that it's like, I know for a fact that I wouldn't have cared as much for Barret as I would have just blindly playing the remakes. I'm like, obviously back in the original he was a bit of a caricature, but now I'm like, he's genuinely the heart at times of this game. There's so many times where I just look to Barret and I'm like, you are the heart of this video game and I love you so much.
I agree.
Or just the moments with I love that scene with Tifa at the start, the whole they build the tensions up from the get-go, and I love the Sephiroth gaslighting is my favorite arc of this entire video game, where every Cloud I'm gonna have a thought, and Sephiroth's like, are you really gonna have a thought? What if you're wrong?
I like the idea that Cloud someday on this little adventure stopped and was went to go get leftovers from the fridge or something, and they weren't there, and Sephiroth implanted the idea that someone in the group stole them from him.
It is Sephiroth is a campy villain. He is he just every time he shows up, he's got that stupid grin on his face. He walks slowly. He's just he is very JRPG, and I like that they don't stray away from that. I like that when he shows up, they do the stupid close-ups, they do the stupid grins, they get all into it, where you're just like, God, it would be annoying to have this guy stuck in your head.
The man is never
not
accompanied by some kind of ominous chant.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where like Sephiroth shows up and like he knows that he's the strongest thing in the vicinity, so he can just like he can afford to be a little goofy.
It's great, and like I say, I love that's the scene between Cloud and Tifa. I like that again. You just instantly they're taking what's great about having a sequel to this and having this be like a what will inevitably be an 150-hour journey that like that'll be by the end of it is they have time to stop and just develop these characters in a way that even a game like Final Fantasy 16 that came out last year doesn't have the time to do, because there's only so much you can do in a single game. So the fact that they have 3 games to build these dynamics, to build these relationships up, to put a bit of tension in their dynamics, and then be able to go, you know what, we're not even going to fully resolve this in this game. We can leave threads dangling for later. You know, I don't think, especially with the way we'll get to the ending with how Cloud's acting and all that stuff, it's like there's very much nothing is resolved on a character dynamic standpoint in this game. It just escalates and escalates.
Bringing some of this up early too, as far as, you know, Tifa talking to him about, hey, maybe you were remembering some of that wrong, you know. It helps alleviate, because in the original version some of that you'll be like, okay, but why didn't you say that back when it happened? Kind of thing. So her trying to do that and then him being all weird about it.
I mean, there's still some like
it's a nice little.
There's still many a point in this game where Cloud is saying some weird shit and everyone's just kind of like, "What you doing?" And I'm like, why is no one just going, right, we need to sit him down and like actually have a conversation with him, because this is clearly to do with Sephiroth. Like, I feel like some people give him too much of a benefit of a doubt in this game. Like, there are definitely times where I'm like, you just like, again, get into it later.
Just drop the anvil on him, it will turn his head into pudding.
Like, just like bits that are later, it's like, you know, with the whole Tifa situation later with the weapons and stuff like that, and there's that really great scene, we'll get to it later, between Cloud and Tifa, but there's never a scene where anybody else just sits him down and goes, "What the fuck, man?"
What's wrong
like,
with you?
I just need somebody to just shake him and go, "What the fuck is up with you?" Like, come on. But in the in the early parts of the game, just like, oh, Cloud's having a fit. He's having a bit of a breakdown again, you know, as he's been doing. You know, he has these migraines that he keeps having. Obviously, just roll with it. And he's misremembering
Get my
stuff.
man an Advil.
Yeah, basically. But obviously, I like the escape sequence. This is the first time that we get to Queen's Blood. Do we want to bring up Queen's Blood now while we're here? What a beautiful mini game! Like it's my favorite mini game in Final Fantasy VII.
Mini game.
I agree.
I
agree.
I know you hated it, Kyle, but that's just because you're not cultured enough to understand and enjoy Queen's Blood.
Withholding my opinion on a thing I tried and did not get.
Here's the thing, I didn't get it at first. I was like, oh, this is weird. I was messing around with it those first few games. I was like, okay, so it's like, okay. I was playing it more of a get the most spots to win instead of being strategic. I was just like, okay, just bully the enemy enough to get them in. But then when I actually started learning the cards and the abilities and stuff like that, it started to click a lot more, and it was like the most addictive thing in this game was like every time I got to a new town, I was like, I don't care about the side quests, I do not care about the story. Where are the Queen's Blood? Where is it? Okay, there's 3 people, I've got to get on that right now.
I'm about to ruin this set of twins' life here.
Yeah.
I'm not paying you 3 gil for nothing.
Oh, the little kids under Junon, I was like, yeah, bully you instantly. I was like, where's my money?
Give me your blue eyes white dragon.
It's fantastic. I mean, I think a lot of the mini games in this game are very hit and miss, but that was genuinely like, I was like, that's a hit. Like, I'm expecting that to come back in part 3, 100%. I'm expecting that to. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it a separate thing. Yeah, it's great. But as you leave Kalm, and obviously you get the grasslands, the first area of the game. Opinions on the grasslands. Well, I think the grasslands is an excellent first area. I think it's a really well designed first area, both in terms of what's available for you to do, in terms of a narrative kind of throughput, in terms of, you know, you've got the big snake. I can't remember what the snake's called. What's the big
Midgar Summer?
Midgar Summer. That's it.
Yeah.
You got Midgar Summer. in the, and it's like, oh, you've got a big snake that you got to beat. You might want to do all this stuff to level up a bit. So I'm like, okay, it gives you like a good kind of area to work with. I think having the proto relic quest in this one tied directly to remake and have it to be about the thugs, the stupid thugs.
Yeah,
I smiled so hard when I was like, oh,
that
they
was
brought
good
these
footfall
guys back.
for that.
Yeah, it was so good. I think that there's an issue with the proto relics where some of them feel like they're very important and very like story wise, like the Cosmo Canyon one and this one and like a couple of the others, and then some of them are just like, you want to play Fort Condor, and I'm like, no,
No.
not really. I had
No.
enough of Fort Condor in the DLC. Don't make me play it again, especially having hard mode be a requirement for 100%, which I had to do. I was like, no, don't make me play it. But I really like this first area. And like I say, I did everything in this first area. I genuinely did just sit in it until I finished everything, which was, I don't know if it's the best decision. We'll get to pacing later. But I don't know. I feel like it's manageable, the first section. I don't know if you have anything you want to say about it, Dill.
Yeah, a few things. First of all, Queen's Blood, I honestly, like, when I saw that there was a card game, I'm like, this is gonna suck. Because I don't really care for, like, card games and video games. But then once I, like, played... Yeah, but once I played, I was like, this is actually really fun. What the hell? Like, I was actually... And I was like you, where I was... At first, I didn't care about building a good deck. And then I actually started buying cards and stuff. I was just like, oh, I gotta get a good deck for this one and do all this and figure out like better strategies. So the Queen's Blood stuff in the game was like S tier for me. Like, I really, really loved Queen's Blood. Another thing that I really liked about introducing in the chapter 2 before you leave Kalm is the relationship building in this game. I feel like the relationship building, they nailed it. It's fairly similar to FF7 original, because FF7 original, for FF7 original, it was only we'll get to later, but the Golden Saucer date, I think it was purely dialogue choices, and then some other like small actions, like when you fall in the sewers, if you talk to Tifa first, you get more points than Aerith, and they did that in remake as well. But with this game, it was fantastic, because they introduce everything like slowly, and then they jump you into the action in the chapter 2. The relationship building with the specific dialogue choices, then also with doing side quests, and then the synergy abilities. I feel like they nailed that. And then, like you said, when you like finally leave the bombing shelter, and then you actually enter the world map, that's like where the magic moment. You're like, oh my god, I finally have like freedom. Like, I can actually like explore, and I'm not confined to Midgar. I can actually
It's the
do
Breath
stuff.
of the Wild moment. It's like, I feel like every game since 2017 that's an open world has tried to have the Breath of the Wild moment. Every single one. And I think sometimes they completely falter, and then some games like this where I'm just like, yes, like freedom.
Yeah.
And I feel like Hunter, what's the name of the credit song from original
Hollow.
remake? Hollow. The fact that they
Yeah.
weave that into the overworld music in this area
Oh
and
my
stuff
god,
like that. It's just
it was
like
my favorite thing. I flipped my lid.
the music in this game is phenomenal. I'm sure we'll speak
Yeah.
praises about it for the next however long this spoiler cast is. But my god, like, when they said beforehand, they were like, there's over 400 songs in this soundtrack. I'm like, okay, guys, bit overkill. But then it's like, my god, there's just so much good stuff here. And it's just like, again, that explosion of the music and just being able to go wherever you want, and having the first area just be so forgiving. There's chocobo stops aplenty. There is, you can go and do the stuff with the chocobo ranch early if you want, or you can just walk around and explore and vibe with the area. I really, really love it. It's such a good opening. Like, genuinely, I've always liked the first. Like, it was interesting when you said you were talking about remake, where you were like, you loved the ending's the best part of remake to you, and to me it's like the first half, because I love the world building and all that kind of stuff. I love the ending as well, but then there's that middle bit that's like chapter 10 through 13 or whatever. I'm like, get to the point. Like, yeah, this plate dropped, whatever, then we're back up to it again. Whereas it's like, when I play these kinds of games, when I play RPGs, open world games, I like sitting in the world and just kind of living in it. That's why, Hunter, what you said in your review, I was like, you've hit the nail on the head, dude. This is the game that just lets you live in this world. And it's like, the amount of times where I was just like, I just want to walk right now. I don't even want to use my chocobo. I just want to walk around, see what's happening. Just kind of, I was finding so
Yeah.
much stuff that the game was like, I was doing side quests later and it was like, you need to go here. I'm like, I've already got the fast travel point and everything. I'm good. Like, I'm just exploring to my heart's content, and I love it. It's just, Hunter, do you have anything to say?
This was the area that I did most of the supplemental stuff for, just by kind of happenstance, and then I was like, okay, I've tried all of the extra stuff, and I've decided I only want to do the summons and the side quests.
How was your Chadley-related PTSD when he showed up? For those who are unaware, Hunter has a bit of a rivalry with Chadley. He's not a fan.
Well, you see, the thing is, like I said in the other video, of the impressions, I didn't even hate him in Remake. It was the fact that giving him a cell phone was the worst choice anyone could make.
I can't remember who I was listening to. Someone said, I think it was Maximilian Dude, who was like, yeah, I think Chadley has the most lines in this video game out of everybody because you're just hearing him constantly over and over and over
you take
again.
2 steps and he has like an entire novel's worth of nonsense to spit at you.
I mean, I don't hate Chadley as much as you do. I think Chadley is fine. I was getting kind of sick of him near the end. Like, I was like, okay, Chadley, can I skip some of this? Because you're just repeating dialogue to me that I've already heard now. There's some fun stuff, like with Mai and stuff like that. I liked the idea of him making an artificial intelligence, and then her going slightly rogue and him not being able to deal with it. But again, they haven't fully done anything with that yet. I was expecting by the end of it for her to become a bit more sentient and start being like a bit more of a
The punchline in
dynamic.
part 3 is going to be that Chadley's going to be the super boss, and it's going to be
Oh,
hilarious.
100%. He's gonna be using all this data and be like, I'm using all this data to make myself into the final trial. Is basically what he's gonna do. He's gonna go Super
like
Saiyan
trying to
on you and just
Brainiac
absolutely
it or something.
He's gonna destroy you.
Yeah.
But even the way that he shows up and stuff like that, I'm like, okay, it's cool. The towers, it's just Ubisoft tower syndrome. I'm like, okay, I can get with this. It's fine. It does tickle my brain still. I hate to admit it, but it's like there is something about the Ubisoft world design when in moderation. This is like old Ubisoft where there was like, there's 4 towers per map or whatever, and you just get it and you're done. There is something where it's like, okay, I just want to go to that tower. Oh, that tower showed me this, this, and this. I'll just go and do this quickly. And it just became a cycle where I just ended up doing all of the world data before I even did any of the story. I was just like, right, world data, world data. I don't know, Dill. You're someone who doesn't play as many modern games as someone like that we tend to do. What are your thoughts and opinions on the open world of Rebirth, how it plays, the world intel, all of that jazz?
Yeah, so like I'm gonna be honest, like I think the last open world game, like new open world game that I played was probably Just Cause 2, which was like
Banger
over
though.
a decade ago. Yeah, I mean amazing.
Well
game.
over a decade. Just Cause 3 is a decade ago, so yeah. Like genuinely forever ago. I love Just Cause though, it's great.
Yeah, I love Just Cause 2 and the first one obviously, but no, I mean the thing is with my biggest thing I was looking forward to with Rebirth was the world map, obviously, because that's like a big part of the original FF7 with all the encounters you can get and like just traversing between worlds. And no, like I spent probably like by definitely my first like 5-6 hours just in grasslands, just connecting all the towers, fighting random encounters. Or I shouldn't say random, like just the enemies that are around, collecting the world data, doing however many side quests I can do, the proto relic stuff. I just spent like the first few hours just doing all that because I was just having that freedom was amazing. And yeah, it kind of got to the point where I was as well, like just as soon as I had access to new towers and new intel data, new creature challenges, I would just do them before anything else because I just not only did I because I'm addicted to the combat in that game, but also just because of the completion. I feel like they definitely nailed it in terms of like how they went about it for the world maps.
Yeah. It's like that. It's kind of that break. It lets you continue playing while necessary. It gives you like that mental break. You can kind of turn your brain off a bit and just go, I just want to go and hunt some towers. I want to go and do these world data points really quickly. It also, though, is the reason that it took me a month to finish this game, whereas Kyle got it done in like a week. I remember us having the conversation, Kyle, of you know, I took the day off work when Rebirth came out. So I had like not only the night that it came out midnight, I had the whole day after it as well. And I spent the first 10 hours in Grasslands. And literally Kyle, within having installed the game, within an evening, Kyle was already ahead of me because he was just like, Kyle was like, I'm maining it. And I'm like, I respect it in some ways because he is literally already ahead of me. And it's been like not even 12 hours since he started. That's like,
So I think I brought this up in our initial discussions video, but I did try interacting with the open world just to see what it was like, how if it would click with me, and it really just didn't. So it was I think I spent like a good 3-4 hours maybe around the open world, but I'm just like, I'm ready to move on, dude. I'm ready to schmove on through this swampland and
And I
get eaten by a
definitely,
snake.
in the first couple of hours, I definitely wasn't feeling that. When we'll get to it later, there's like, again, it's like you have like the Junon area, and then you have the Corel area, and then you have the Gongaga region, all come in a story really back to back to back. So then I was going, oh my god, I have literally just spent 12 hours doing world data and not done a single fucking quest here. I'm really starting to get to it. But in those first couple of hours, at least, I was like, "This is great," because it's just I'm just minding my time, doing the Final Fantasy VII combat that I really enjoy, getting stupid dialogue, which I love. Like I say, the raiders were one of my favorite moments in the original remake because they were just so stupid, and it was such a throwaway joke that they would never like. They didn't have to bring those characters back, but they did, and they did it in such a stupid way that I was like, "Oh, I love this. This is." It makes the world feel lived in. Bringing the most niche of characters back from part 1 to part 2 really did help it feel more like a second part in the story rather than just like, oh, it's a sequel to a game that you like. It really did feel special. Obviously, the whole quest, like you got all the side stuff. You go and fight the big snake. Any other thoughts on that? Like I thought the snake fight was interesting. It was all right.
It was fine.
It was fine. Yeah, it did
was
the job.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I guess I should have expected them to make you fight it because that would have been just what they do. But in the original version, you could bypass it. Like that's what the chocobos were for. Were literally to run away from it because you couldn't fight it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I thought it'd be the idea of having a monster in the overworld that was too strong for you to fight when you first passed through was kind of neat. But
yeah,
you know, I'm not heartbroken that that's not where they went with it.
Yeah, because in the original, the whole point of the Midgard Zolom, it's called the Zolom in the original game. It's not called Midgard Sormer or whatever they called it in Rebirth. The whole point of in the first game was to get to the Mythril mines, you need to pass through the swamp, and you need a chocobo to dodge the Zolom. Because literally, if you tried fighting the Zolom in the original game, it would just, unless you ran away, if you tried fighting, it would just kill your whole party and you're dead. But I liked that they added it as a boss in this game. I kind of expected it because obviously I watched the trailers. But I thought it was a cool fight. It was pretty nice how they added that in. It's like right before you get into the Mythril mines. But yeah, I didn't mind the boss at all.
Yeah, I think early game, it's like we'll talk about it late game. I do think there's a point where this game does start to feel where it's like I could do with less combat now. I just like, especially in the Temple of the Ancients, there was half of that I was like, I'm fine with the boss fights, but I don't need these grunt encounters anymore. I'm ready to I want to get moving. And I feel like the game at the start, at least, does a very good job of, in that whole first chapter, yeah, you have the bandit stuff that's all optional and stuff like that. But if you're talking about strictly bosses, it is just that snake. And then after that, you're straight into the next chapter. Whereas it's like later chapters, you'll get to it, like chapter 12, where you have the Golden Saucer Day. And then afterwards, it's like, well, I hope you enjoyed that. Now time for like 5 rounds of combat and 3 bosses back to back to back. Hope you enjoy that. And I'm like, oh, God. Gosh, I'm not like, that's, you know, I feel like sometimes this game, the back half feels extremely boss heavy, whereas the first half is just like, we're having a good time. And I'm like, damn, I miss those times at times. I miss having only one big boss stand in my way instead of knowing that I have to fight every Turk and then everybody in between. It's like, wow, that's crazy.
And then 1v1 Rufus again.
We'll get to Rufus in a bit.
Everyone's favorite, Rufus.
Yeah, man. Why not? Obviously, big plot point of Rebirth is we're following the cloaks. We're following the did they give them another name other than the
Hooded figures.
Oh, the hooded figures. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're just vibing. They're just walking around. Like, I'm like, fair play.
Yeah.
How all of these guys actually get anywhere is beyond me. Like, I'm genuinely.
Yeah, considering they're like borderline comatose. Like,
How many
of them
experiments
navigate
did
that
Hojo?
swamp?
Like, how many experiments does Hojo have, man? Like genuinely, we're talking like the fact that this many of them got this far. I'm like, that's impressive, mate. Like when I remember seeing the first guy who the lake was the problem. He was like, nah, mate, I'm stuck here. The lake's like between me and the Mythril mines just isn't working. I'm like, fair play. Or the guys that get abducted by birds. I'm like, how many of these guys are left? Like genuinely, there's so many of them. It's unreal. But yeah, heading into the Mythril mines, I feel like the Mythril mines were the first example of, and Hunter, we can go back to, we can give ourselves a pat on the back because we got this right in the spoiler cast for part 1 4 years ago,
Yeah.
where we were like, they're going to have to split the party
Split
up
the
just so we
party.
play as everybody at some point. And this
Yeah.
was the first section that they did so. Splitting Barret and Nanaki, and then you obviously had Cloud and Aerith and Tifa on the other side. I don't know what it was. Whenever Barret became a playable character in part 1 and you were just stuck with him, especially that fight with Barret and Aerith in part 1 is quite possibly my least favourite fight in the entirety of this saga so far, because I was just like, wow, I don't know what
Even
to do
more
here.
than Eris versus the 2 super bombs.
Oh, that fight
God.
was miserable. My
I
gosh.
cheesed that so hard. I looked up a cheese strat. I was like, I'm just cheesing this.
I did it too. I gave up. I was like, this is miserable. Awful. But again, with the updates that they've done to the combat system and giving, obviously Red 13 is now playable, giving him somebody who can actually do some melee damage for once in their life, like Nanaki, I was like, I actually really enjoyed the Mythril Mine section. I thought I was going to dread
Same.
it, but I had a really good time. I liked both sections. There are times later in the game, we'll come back to you, Chapter 11, where it did do party split-ups, and I liked one half, but I loathed the second. But this one, I feel like, the Mythril Mines, I enjoyed both sections of this bit.
When it got to the split, I was worried that I was going to be like, well, I was ready to be done with this, but I did enjoy it too. When it happened, I was like, oh, cool. It's not so bad.
I think there's enough to keep you on your toes, because you have got the Barret and the Nanaki stuff. You've got Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa, which is your more kind of usual pairing, but then you give them the first Turk fight of the game, and you're like, oh, okay, there's stuff here that keeps you interested. I mean, we can talk about the Turks, and this is the introduction to Elena. Dale, what are your thoughts on Elena?
Yeah, she's definitely. I feel like compared to the original, she definitely has way more personality in this game, and obviously she's like she's like way younger than all the other Turks, so she's like has
How
that
dare
bit
you?
more
Pitbull
like
is mid-30s tops.
Yeah. Discount. You got
Elena's
discount
like
Pitbull.
19.
You have like discount Pitbull. You have ketchup hair.
He's
and
not
you have,
discount. He's the OG. Pitbull ripped his drip, not the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but no, I honestly I liked Elena. I always called her Elena in the original game, but it's Elena.
So did I.
Yeah, I always called her Elena, but when I heard Elena in the trailer, I was like, oh, okay, I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time, but
Like, all right, I can adjust.
Unlike Hunter,
Yeah.
you can
It's
change.
unlike Hunter.
You're a person who can change. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not dyslexic, and I knew how to read the name in the first place.
Right, no, sit down. I'll have you know that in England, Eleanor that's how you pronounce it. They are right.
Oh,
That is how
okay.
you pronounce the name. It's
Oh,
Eleanor.
okay.
But
Okay, so it is
Americans
pronounced-
tend to Elena instead, but it's Eleanor is
Yeah.
technically the correct way to say it. They're not wrong. Eris
Okay.
is wrong. I stand by
I'll
that.
agree with
That's
that.
wrong.
I'll agree
That
with
is
that.
just factually
That's a
incorrect.
mistranslation. Incorrect.
Well,
Get in the
They
bin.
should have translated it right the first time.
Well, I will say if you do guard skip in FF7, Aerith gets automatically named Aerith with TH. So in the game's code, the automatic name by default is Aerith. The default.
You've been
value,
overruled,
so-
Hunter. You've been overruled. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the
Sorry,
speedrunner.
Hunter.
I'm,
speedrunner just-
I'm sorry to report, but I do not care.
No,
No.
call
I
her
can't
Aerith.
wait to meet. I can't wait to meet Kid Higawind.
Oh my god. No,
We'll
but
get to Kid.
overall, I think the Mythril Mines was done really well because they actually made it a full-on dungeon in this game. Because in the original, you literally just have a few rooms. Like
yeah,
you have,
it wasn't much.
yeah, you have like materia you can get, the long-range materia, and elixir, and then you get the confrontation with the Turks. Just them basically saying we're on your tails.
Yeah, you don't even fight them in the OG.
Yeah, yeah, you don't even fight them in the original. They just kind of have that confrontation moment before you leave to go to Junon. But no, with the battle with Cloud on the waifu team versus the Turks, I thought that was a really cool fight because that's one of the fights they showed in the Summer Games Fest trailer. It was a nice little introduction fight into the game, and then then when they split up Barret and Red 13, they fight like the Mythril Golem. That was also a really cool fight too. Definitely the Mythril Mines. I think the strongest point of that are both the boss fights, but then also the exploration was pretty good too.
It feels like one of the only dungeons in the game that doesn't outstay its welcome. Whereas a lot of the dungeons in this game, I'm like, I've had enough of you now. Can we move on? Whereas this one, I actually did feel like both sides had a purpose, and I was like, oh, that didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome. I had a good time in the Mythril Mines. Looking back.
And then also I just want to say shout-outs to the dungeons just having random benches and vending machines just chilling.
The funniest parts with the gi, where they give them like little gi makeovers, and you're like, guys, you could have come up with something else. You could have come up with something else.
It's like, yes, a giant rock that sells items. Okay.
Giant rock with a green question mark on it. My favorite. Or in the Temple of the Ancients, they look random as well. I'm like, really? Like, oh.
The most upsetting thing is that none of the giant rocks wanted to drop me their mixtape.
Yeah. I miss the mixtapes in Rebirth. I do miss picking up random soundtrack pieces that I'll never use. Stuff like that just makes me laugh. The cushions in the open world always make me laugh. It's like, nah, these benches you need a cushion for. I'm like, guys, this isn't... The open world section is not the part I'm finding challenging. I don't need a restriction here. Can we, can we get on with it? Like, that seems a bit silly. But
no, want to give a quick shout out to the Final Fantasy fandom wikia for giving me the ages of Rude and Reno, but not Elena. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Rude is 30. Reno is 28.
So once again, we've got the classic JRPG tragedy of as soon as you turn 30, you're just fucking decrepit and old. There you go. That's it.
He's not decrepit. He's bald.
He's bald.
This dude keeps a spare pair of sunglasses on him at all times.
It just always makes me laugh that it's like, if someone, like, genuinely, we've said this before, Dylan, in JRPGs, anyone between the ages of 15 to 29 looks the exact same, but as soon as they turn 30, it's like, that's in Japan where they're like, that's when you become old, and then it's just like a different style of character. It's just, I'm like, yeah, there you go. I love Rude, though. He's my favorite. I love him. He's great. He's my favorite.
He's a really good straight man.
He makes me laugh. He makes me laugh more than the other two do. Like, it's just the way he is. He's just, again, my favorite one of my favorite moments in Remake is when his glasses break and he just takes them off and pulls out another pair of glasses. It's like, just stuff like that is like my favorite. And I do like I like Elena quite a bit as well. She very much feels like a more modern take on a Nomura character. Like, she gave me very much like Larxene vibes, Kyle from Kingdom Hearts. Like, very much just kind of like, I'm gonna be overly aggressive and very angry about a lot of things, whether it's ice cream.
I feel like they did a good job at. Kyle, you can go first.
I was just gonna say, later in the game when she jumps out of the helicopter onto your team's buggy, like, come on, dude. How do you think of that shit?
She gives off. I think she really suits like the trio that we have, because I feel like they all kind of, you have Rude, who is very much, the straight man, very just plays it very calm. You have Reno, who really doesn't want to be there, who is very much kind of, he will get on your case if he needs to, but he really can't be bothered unless he has to. And then you've got Elena, who is very much the try-hard, who is very just angry.
Yeah, she's the young one out to prove herself, and she's overcompensating because of that.
And there's some really great moments with the Turks in this game. Like, I really do like a lot of the dynamics that they have. I hate some of the fights, and they really get on my nerves when they show up later in the game. But from a story standpoint,
every fight, I would hit one of them with a limit break and only do about half the damage that I should have, because it was like, nope.
You've hit the cutoff. You've hit the cutoff.
I'm like, oh, that's annoying.
Or the one later on, the second Reno and Elena fight, and Rude and Elena fight, where you get Elena down, and then Rue's just like, try again, and then just revives her. And I'm like, no, that's not
My
what I
favorite
wanted.
part was that he did that, and I just killed her again
Instantly.
with like. And I'm like, oh, it feels kind of good after years of playing these games and Phoenix downing a party member, only to have the boss kill them before I
Instantly.
can do anything with them. It feels good to be on the other side of that.
But no, I really liked that section. I think it was good. Again, it sets up a couple of stakes, you know. They're not necessarily after the team at the moment, Avalanche. They've got their own mission, their own priorities that they're on. Again, it feels different. It's a good dungeon. And then you get out into Junon. Which is the second region of the game. Thoughts on Junon? Because I feel like, and Kyle will be able to attest to that, is Junon feels like the region, because there's literally just a little path and then you're there. It feels like the region where 90% of it you will never explore unless you want to go and look for that stuff, because it's like it's all down south, right? There's not really much to Junon in terms of main critical path, really.
Yeah, not really.
So I don't know. I liked Junon as a region, to be honest. I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
That's where the Chocobo gimmicks began. Yeah, do we talk about the Barret side quest in Junon? I absolutely adore the Barret side quest in Junon with the dog. Some of my favorite dialogue in the game is Barret with the dog, dude. It's like him having the midlife crisis of his daughter, who is 3, growing up and leaving him. It's just like, I love that stuff.
Cloud at the end just being like, Barret, get it together.
Which is funny, where you see where it goes at the end of the game. It's like, yeah, you're one to talk, but I think it's one. I love how we didn't mention it in chapter 1. I love how each side quest kind of tags along one of your companions, and it becomes like
it's a good way to
side
do
quest.
It. Because it makes it gives shine to characters who maybe aren't being focused on in the main part of the story at the moment. That way,
especially characters like Barret and stuff like that, where it's like they do take a bit of a backseat in the second part. Yeah. So to keep them in the forefront with all the side quests and stuff like that, it's fun. It's good.
It's a good way to keep the characters relevant.
100%, because I think one of my main concerns for Rebirth was always how they're going to juggle the cast, because as the cast gets bigger, obviously in the original, once we're out of Midgard, and there's the one section with Barret later on, but it's like Barret, once you're out there,
peep out of him between that when I played.
Yeah, he's just kind of done at that point. He's just there, but this game makes you feel like he's still an integral part of the story and keeps him in a place where, oh yeah, you feel vital here, which is great.
Suck it, Shinra.
It's made me way more optimistic for part 3, especially when it comes in terms of Sid and especially Vincent having more of a prominent role. They're going to be able to do this juggling act and keep these kind of keep the cast in the foreground and not just going, okay, you've had your time, bye Nanaki, and then just never see him ever again because he's just stuck in the back for the rest of the story. I like it quite a bit. I also want to say that Barret side quest with the dog, whatever that dog battle theme is, with the remix of the stamp theme from part 1. Fight for a Stamp is like top tier. It's like one of my top 2 favorite songs of the entire game. It's fantastic. It's so good.
When I first heard that song, I was just like, what is this? Just like,
as someone who had an uncanny fascination with the stamp theme from part 1, like I heard it and I was like, this is so goofy, I love this. And I just sat there by the vending machine in chapter 5, I think, and you just in the break room just standing there. I just listened to it for like 5 minutes. I'm like, this is so goofy, I love this propaganda kind of theme for a dog. And then just hearing it as a battle theme, and it's like, it's got all the kids chanting in it, and it's like stuff like that. I'm like, it's so good. It's like, how did you turn this into a banger? I don't know how you did it, but I respect it. It's great. But as we go into Junon, obviously we have under Junon, we finally meet Yuffie. If you did not play the DLC, this is your first interaction with Yuffie, I guess.
God, she's great.
I liked Yuffie quite a bit. I don't like her as much as you, but I liked her quite a bit.
Genuinely my favorite character, dude. From the nothing she was in the original to the everything she is in this game. She wasn't even mandatory in the original.
No.
You could ignore her.
Yeah. What I really like about Yuffie in this game is she wasn't side charactered. Like, she actually has like a main character role and she's expanded, especially if you play the DLC. She's very much expanded upon, and she actually is like she feels part of the team.
Yeah.
Compared to like again in the original, I mean, I recruited her in the original, but like I barely used her. I only recruited her just to have a full party. But in this game, she adds that like because she's the only kid in because the rest of the group is, I mean, Nanaki technically too, but like in terms of the humans, she's the only one that's not an adult, so she adds that like immaturity and like she's not fully
Her dynamic with Barret is great.
Yeah.
I love how 90% of it isn't even spoken as well. It's just watching their interactions in behind of cutscenes. Like you can just see them like fighting with each other in the background and some random
It's
cutscenes
like
are just having a go.
Yusuke and Futaba with the lobsters. It feels like
again, it's subtle. I like it. I think, like I say, the reason that she didn't hit me as much as say Yuka was I did play the intermission DLC, so I'd already got used to this Yuffie. I was like, oh, Yuffie's great. I like. Oh, you did? Did you play it? I didn't realize you played it.
That was like one of the first things I played on my PS5.
Oh, nice, cool. But I was like, I've got her dynamic. I like her, and I was just kind of waiting because I was like, obviously, she does play a vital part in this story in bits and pieces, but there were just times where she was just like materia. I'm like, I get it, Yuffie, go fight with Barret in the background.
The way that they brought her into the main story was really good, though. Like the
100%.
I'm gonna assassinate Rufus.
Oh, that really pissed me off, dude. And like you did the job where it's just like you're sitting there going, you're gonna fuck it up. We've got a deal here. We've reached a fucking stalemate. What the hell, Yuffie? Come on.
Hey, she had her own agenda.
She did, and she fucked
She's
it
not
up.
part of Avalanche.
No. But I do like Yuffie. I think she's great. It's a fun time. Like the dolphin mini game is just like it was a very stupid moment. I was like, that's goofy. I like it. This is why you get like so much random stuff like the frog Fall Guys mini game that's in Junon, where you're like, why am I playing Fall Guys in Final Fantasy VII? This feels a bit weird.
They 100% took that from Fall Guys.
100%. The second game's the other final. They took two finals for Fall Guys. They did the jumping one, and then it's the rollers one. I'm like, you literally are just. This is just Fall Guys. I respect it.
When I was playing that on stream, I remember one of my friends was like, "This looks like that Fall Guys game." I'm like, "This is Fall Guys." Like they 100% took this from Fall Guys. Like I'm not convinced that they didn't do that. Like they didn't take it from Fall Guys. Yeah,
100%. Especially because they've done collabs with FF14 and stuff like that. It was definitely in their periphery. It was like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do that.
Yeah,
frog mini games. Why not?
Yeah. It was funny though.
It was funny. They were good. I like the dolphin one was quite fun as well.
Dolphin one was because in the original game, you literally it's just move the dolphin near the ladder and then press this button and the dolphin will jump you up so you can climb the ladder up to upper Junon. But in this game it's like you need to build speed so the dolphin can get you to the top.
Now hold on, Dill, you're forgetting about the CPR minigame they had you play before you ride the dolphin in the original.
Yeah.
With the amount of minigames that are in this game, I'm surprised they removed one from the original, to be honest. I'm like surprised I didn't have two different side game modes. Like like usual.
Yeah. We didn't even talk about the boss. It's called Terror of the Deep in this game, but it's Bottom Swell because that's literally the boss's name in the original. So I'm calling it the original name. But I think the Bottom Swell boss has actually done really well in this game. When I first played it on the demo, because when they added the Junon update before the game came out, I actually again, I'm familiar with remake combat, but originally I struggled with that boss on the demo, and then obviously I got the hang of it. But then in the final game, I knew what I was doing. I used Cloud Bear Tifa, and then they actually kept a lot of the elements from the original fight. Like for example, Bobswell can bubble one of your party members, and they literally you can't use them until you remove the bubble.
Yeah,
I feel
like Reno's pyramid.
Yeah, but I feel like overall that fight was
actually
the
thing where they just kept swallowing my fucking party. Stop doing that.
Yeah. No, I feel like that fight was done pretty well though. Overall, it wasn't too challenging, but it wasn't too easy either. And then afterwards, there's no because Yuffie's the one that's she's the one that swallows a bunch of water and
victim.
Yeah, she's the victim in Rebirth because in the original it's Priscilla. But I'm actually kind of happy.
I was like, what's the girl with the dolphin's name? What's Dolphin Girl? You're Dolphin Girl in my head. Like, if she comes back in part 3, I'll be like, oh look, it's Dolphin Girl. I won't remember her name. I'll be like, it's the dolphin person.
I'm glad that I'm honestly glad they didn't have the CPR minigame
Yeah.
in Rebirth, because in the
I mean, me
speedrun,
too.
in the speedrun, it's literally just you do like one breath, like one breath of, or I call it 4 9s and 1 5, because you have to make sure like the breath meter goes up to like 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5.
It's
press
really
square.
dumb.
Yeah.
I feel like they
Yeah.
could have just ripped the sit-up minigame and put it there if they
God,
wanted.
Yeah.
we'll get to that. It's my favorite part of the game, dude. Oh, yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
I,
they
I
could've,
just remember I was live tweeting my playthrough of FF7 original, and I remember getting to the CPR minigame, and I was like, "Oh man, can't wait for this in the Rebirth." And then I
Yeah.
went back, retweeted that when I got to that part, and I'm like, "Guys, I regret to inform you, they took this out of Rebirth."
The one
No,
minigame
that's-
that we assumed would be there. No,
That's
not
a
that one.
W.
it's
Feels
a
bad.
W, dude. Nothing of value was lost.
I agree.
But no, I
But
love
yeah,
the
no,
whole Junon
overall-
section. It's good. It's a good section.
Yeah, especially honestly when you get to like the parade, which is
Dude,
again
the parade.
another big.
ugh.
Honestly, I liked it in the original, and I liked it even more in Rebirth, just because of how like the interactivity. Because you're leading. Because in the original, you're not leading the parade. You're just
You're just
in the-
kind of there.
Yeah,
yeah, you're just there, and then like
this one
the-
definitely felt a lot more intuitive than the original
Yeah.
one was.
it brought that like I like to call it like the cinematic pizzazz that like the remake series
Yeah.
brings, and I liked it for this because again it's like the original, where it's the live broadcast of Rufus's inauguration, and it felt more like an actual inauguration, whereas the original you're just kind of there in the background. If you're doing well with your squadron, the original, you get like the channel TV rating goes up slowly, and then like the best prize in the original is 5,000 gil.
It was the Force Edge, wasn't it?
No, the Force Stealer, you get that for the Rufus minigame, where it's just you
Ah.
and the 2 other soldiers. Which is funny because in the speed run, we actually need perfect scores on both the parade walk and then the Rufus minigame. The Rufus minigame is really easy, but the parade walk, you have to like time the inputs to
Yeah.
get the score up.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
struggled with that on my playthrough of that.
Yeah, on my first playthrough, I was like, "What do I even do here?" And then I got like the lowest rating possible. And I think they give you like a potion. I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay,
yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
I was like, "What was I supposed to do here?" And then I got to when I speed ran the game, I was like, "Oh, this is what you had to do." I was like, I didn't even know when I first played. But yeah, no, the parade, I loved the parade sequence. It was just fantastic overall.
It's one of my favorite moments in the game, to be honest. Yeah.
Doing well in the parade for the prize. I cared about doing well in the parade for the lads.
For the
Yeah,
boys.
I was the same
Yeah.
way. I said to you, Hunter, I legitimately reset it. I would have easily have passed it. I would have easily have got the little Johnny's treasure thing for getting a great score on it. I was like, no, I don't want great. I want perfection. So I literally like reset it about 6 or 7 times. I was like, no, we're getting it.
I reset it like 2 or 3 times. It was silly. I'm like, why do I care about this much?
Dude, it's great. I love the world building in that section. I love kind of the dynamics of, you know, Barret with his stupid sailor suit, because that's the only thing that can fit him, and it's just like, yeah, you just gotta roll with it. Tifa and Aerith being way too into it, where I'm like, you guys need to calm down. Like, yeah,
It was cute. It was really
so
cute.
good.
it was, but I'm like, I know for a fact that both of you hate Shinra, and you're a bit too excited to play dress up. Like, I'm a bit too excited here. But then it's just like the whole section with the infantry, the 7th infantry, is just so good. And again, it pays off later in side quests and stuff like that. Can guarantee that'll be in part 3. You're just like, again, creating these characters, and it's like, it's such a nothing, where it's like, if in any other game you had a section where you basically take over an enemy and trick an enemy infantry to fight alongside you, but it's just the fact that they do it, and it's all like the dialogue between them and everything like that. Just the way they pull it all off is so well done. I'm like, damn, I'm gonna miss these random guys that have been following me this mission. It's
Rude's bar for the bald people was a nice.
Oh, the bull bar was so funny. I fucking
was
cackled.
funny.
I did cackle. It was good stuff. And again, you know, you get that, you get the cutscene with Rufus, and all that jazz. And again, I just think it's such the world building in this game and just the way that everything is
Mm.
executed from a direction point of view and just from a story point of view nailed it, where it's like, oh, it's not just like other JRPGs where someone is most JRPGs would take Rufus and just make, this is evil boy McGee.
Yeah.
Look at evil boy McGee. Look how evil he is. Whereas this game
It's
is
a-
like, no, you can see his perspective. You can see how he's being twisted and manipulated at the same time. It's like,
Mhm.
it's so
It's a
interesting.
shame that his boss fights aren't the best, because I like
Terrible.
Rufus as a character quite a bit. I think he's a good foil to the rest of
Yeah.
the crew.
He's definitely like a good tertiary villain.
Yeah.
Well, again, he's like he's an antagonist, but not really in the sense
Yeah.
that you would expect from it. He's like, he's not like the old president of Shinra, right? He isn't like you. There are parts to his character where you understand what's happening. You can see how, especially later, how he's being manipulated as well, and it's like how everything isn't black and white. It isn't just, oh, he is just an evil, terrible human like being. It's like there's layers to Rufus, which I appreciate.
Mhm.
No, he's not necessarily like Hojo, who is just evil McGee over there, right?
Hojo is
mean-
the most evil character.
Yeah.
I mean, Rufus
100%.
did drop that plate onto the sectors.
That was other.
No, that was his.
one.
That was his
That's
dad. I
Dad.
think,
Yeah.
Oh, that
his
was
father.
Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that was the
Never
former
mind.
president of Shinra that made the decision to drop the Sector 7 plate.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I forgot my.
No, Rufus
My
came
order
in
of
afterwards with a
operations.
terrible boss fight. Yeah. He
Yeah.
came
Yeah,
down.
I
love
don't know.
that fight
I
in
remember the
Remake.
terrible boss fight.
I liked it in this game too, but I loved that fight. That was genuinely one of my favorite fights in Remake, the Rufus fight.
But that's a bold take. That is a bold take. I respect your opinion. I also think you're a bit
Yeah.
crazy after saying that, but I respect that opinion because, especially on
liked it in the
hard mode,
original
Rufus
game.
was such a pain in the arse in Remake.
Dude, I loved
And
if
at
you could
least
just
in a-
interrupt your combos with gunshot.
Well, here's the thing.
It was
in the orig-
great.
In Remake, you could kind of cheese Rufus, where if you got close enough to him, he'd only do close attacks, and if you were in operator stance, you could just combo him, basically, and it was pretty great. You just had to worry about the dog. And in Rebirth, I tried that exact same tactic. They knew that we had all done that in the first one. And
Damn,
fixed
he got
this.
smart.
Yeah, they got smart, and I was like, damn it. That's a shame. But no, I really like that scene. The whole 7th Infantry section is quite fun.
Hmm.
And then obviously, again, we're just following the cloaks off to Costa del Sol on cruise ship McGee time, Carl's favourite section.
My favorite.
I love a good Queen's Blood tournament, what can I say?
Same.
I love being forced to play a minigame.
How dare you assume that you were forced? You should be like, oh,
It lets
yes,
you
a
skip it.
minigame. It's
You
great.
can't skip it.
You
Oh, you
skip
can
it.
really.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Oh, I
It
didn't
lets
know
you. It lets you opt out if you don't feel like it.
Yeah,
Just
let, me,
change
the-
let me tell you the process real quick. So I played round one. I'm like, I will give this a fair shot. I played round one. I won round one. And then I got to round two. I played against Tifa, Aerith, and Barret. Lost to all three of them. And I'm like, guys,
Oh my- You lost
I'm
to
done with
Barret.
this.
I didn't even know
And
you
then
could lose
Ethan told
to
me
them.
there was like 5 or 8 rounds to
It was
this
5
shit.
rounds.
It's
5
fine.
rounds.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
my God. I
Five
could
rounds.
not
I was
have
in.
done that.
I was invested. I was just like, this is it. Let's go. I'm winning this.
Yeah, I was like, this is stupid.
Walking
I love
around
this.
seeing
What do
the
you
other
get out of it?
matchups was
You get a trophy. Well, in
Oh,
yeah.
You get a
Like a-
PlayStation trophy,
like
and
a
you get a
PlayStation
trophy in
trophy.
Johnny's Treasure Trove as well.
okay.
Yeah, and then you also get Cloud humming the victory theme too.
Ah,
the true
Uh,
reward.
Yeah, I just again, it's like you got you got the reoccurrence of 2 of the trio from Wool Market
Yeah.
as well. And I loved seeing both of them there. Like as soon as I was like, I love this. I love that they just bring random people. Like they're just bringing people back just for random bits and pieces. I'm like, I love this so much. Especially as someone whose Chapter 9 is my favorite section of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I just love that
Oh,
section.
I love Wall Market in Remake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chapter.
Wall Market was awesome.
It's fantastic. So to have Madame M and stuff like that, and just be able to play Queen's Blood with them and just hang out with them for a bit is always fun. But you obviously have the boat section, you have the nighttime invasion. This is where is this the first example of the fusion of the whatever Hojo's weird shit, or was weird?
Oh
was
yeah,
Hojo's-
pushing the monster button on the ropes.
yeah,
Yeah, that was the first instance of that.
which was interesting, I guess. I remember the captain shooting all the robed guys and everyone being like, no. I'm like, okay, whatever. because we're just gonna stab him anyway. Like, there we go, job's done.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I thought that section. I was like, okay, but then we had to Costa del Sol, which I love Costa del Sol. Controversial opinion apparently on the internet. I like that section of the game.
I liked it too.
Save your feet and ride a wheelie.
Oh, we will get to him. We'll get to that guy. I mean, we can talk about it now. First thing I did was get on the wheelie, and when it's like, here's the wheelie reward scheme. I was like, oh shit, yeah, here we go. So the first thing I did was drive on a wheelie until I maxed it out, and all I was doing was doing loops of the entire map. And that same guy was just like, save your feet and ride a wheelie, and I heard that line about 80 times, and I was going insane hearing that guy.
My favorite part is I did a similar thing, but then as I was doing the chapter, I'm like, this is dumb. I could have, if I would have just used the segue to travel in between the things I was doing, it would have been enough.
You mean what they intended us to do instead of going, ooh, reward point, let me do it all instantly at the start of the chapter, like an imbecile. Yeah.
Goblin brain.
It was. I was like, ooh, ride the wheelie. You can do it. But no, I love this section because, again, it's just like 90% of it, other than the Hojo bit, is character development. And it's just like, I love that stuff. I know you said you weren't a big fan of Johnny, but as someone who loved Johnny, because I just love dumb characters like Johnny, so I was like, and Yuri Lowenthal is one of my favorite voice actors, so I was like, it's a win-win for me, Johnny is. All that stuff is goofy and stupid, and I love it. Playing all the mini games with Barret and stuff like that, being forcing Red 13 into Rocket League, essentially. I'm like, oh, this is great. Good fun. I like all that stuff, to be honest. I can understand from a Kyle perspective of not wanting to be forced to play everything against your will. But if you're willing, it's a great time.
Can't forget waifu swimsuits as well.
Which I didn't even realize there was a meta game behind that, to be honest. I was just like, I just picked my favorites and it worked out in the end. I was like, okay, that worked.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
This game just has so many
long torso.
Yeah, that is true. It does. I was like, he also looked a bit like a dork though in his Hawaiian shirt. I'm like, Cloud doesn't rock the Hawaiian shirt. If I could give Barret a Hawaiian shirt, now we're fucking talking. But it's like, Cloud, I don't like
Hawaiian
Cloud.
Shirt, but he keeps the sailor hat.
Yeah, now we're talking on TC. Now you're talking.
Modders take notes.
Yeah, PC mods, yeah.
The PC version would be fantastic. But yeah, I loved this section for the most part. I wasn't a huge fan of the Hojo shit at the end because I was like, I'm not a huge fan of Hojo. I don't know what your opinions on Hojo are, Dale, but we are a bit of an anti-Hojo group here. We don't like the Hojo's lab section in Remake Part 1. We don't like him whenever he shows up, really, because it just usually means annoying things are about to happen.
He fills his role to perfection.
I hate him. They did a brilliant job of making me hate him.
Like, his voice actor does a great job. He always sounds like his mouth is like overflowing with saliva. It's disgusting. I hate him. He's a walking, talking grease stain.
He is a creep. And I love how goofy the scenes are. You know, okay, Hojo's taken over the resort, blah blah blah. Make 6 million Johnnies to solve the problem. You know, stuff like that. I'm like, it's goofy. I like it. In the fact that it is just only Final Fantasy could do something this goofy, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's cool. But I wasn't a huge fan of Hojo. I'm not a huge fan of Hojo sections at all in this video, in either game, to be honest.
If there's one in the third game, it'll be the worst part.
There will be.
Well, yeah, there will be, because Hojo in the original game, yeah. And,
from the sounds, we'll get to the ending.
Yeah.
From the ending, it sounds like Hojo has bigger plans, Hunter. So I'm not looking forward to any of it, to be honest. But yeah, what were your thoughts of Costa del Sol?
So first of all, before we go to Costa del Sol, I just want to say the Genova boss fight in the boat. I feel like
I forgot about that. I forgot about that abomination. I erased that from my memory.
I honestly, because in the original game, obviously, you're not even on a cruise ship. You're just on a normal boat.
Cargo boat.
Yeah, you're just on a cargo ship. And it's still done really well in the original game, but in the remake as well, or Rebirth, I really enjoyed the Genova boss fight. I forget what the form is called in Rebirth, but in the original it's Genova Birth. So I'll just call it Genova Birth. But yeah, Genova Birth fight was really cool. Pretty standard boss fight, but honestly, I really enjoyed it. Costa Del Sol was really nice because like it's just like literally from chapter 1 to chapter 5, it's just like not only do you have like so much stuff to do, but like just the story and the progression, the character development, you just get a nice break from before you move on to like the next section of the game, like the next like third of the game. I really enjoyed the Costa del Sol for the most part, like the chapter. Obviously I'm a big fan of Tifa, so like the waifu swimsuit thing, they definitely did that for degenerates like me.
Yeah, they did it for the freaks. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, no, but I like the mini games. The mini games.
Not
were
insulting
fun.
you. I'm also like
No.
this game in particular.
Ethan's also a degenerate.
Shut the fuck up. I am not.
No.
How dare you? I will never own an anime figure. I have boundaries, Kyle. I have boundaries.
Uh-huh.
But I do like Tifa a lot. Like genuinely, this game is convinced. Like I was like, I like Aerith. Aerith's a fun character. I like her quite a bit. But this game definitely did turn me to being like, yeah, I prefer Tifa. I feel like I like Tifa quite a lot.
Yeah.
But
No.
it's a good section. I love these sections. These are my favorite parts. This is why I love the things I love in JRPGs are the times where they just let you sit back and just vibe, just literally just like.
Yeah.
Some people hate
Like
the piss
Persona
about
games.
simulators, but yeah, I love like the stupid road trips in Persona, or like these sections
Yeah.
where you just get to sit with the characters, just gel a bit. Only in these stupid games that are 100 hours long will they have these sections where you can just
Yeah.
hang
Because
out for
they-
a couple of hours.
They like immerse you into the game, and they make you actually feel like you're part of their team. And like it in my opinion, like these like parts of the game, especially in like Persona 5, and Persona 4, when you get those like chill moments when you're like bonding with your teammates or your friends in the game, it definitely builds a more emotional connection to the game. And they definitely did that, especially after the Hojo fight was whatever. I thought it was a fun boss fight. It's whatever. But then afterwards you get like the sunset. And it kind of reminded me of Persona in a way, like
Yeah,
like
great
the
scene, yeah.
Hawaii. Yeah, like the Hawaii arc of Persona, but like the sunset where you're on the beach and you can build, your relationship more with your allies and stuff, and like, having those conversations and stuff, it really solidifies the character building in the remake series.
And it's a real it's a hope for me that, because I think they've done a fantastic job, and I think it's a great evolution, because obviously in part 1 you genuinely did have like, did you do all the side quests for Tifa? Did you do all the side quests for Aerith? Did you do the side quests for Tifa and Aerith later? And who did you choose first when you were in the sewers, just to decide what that scene was in chapter whatever? I can't remember, chapter 10 or chapter 11, whatever that chapter was. Actually, I think it was 13. It was way later. Whatever.
Yeah, it was right before the climb. It was right before the climb.
Yeah, it was right before the
Yeah, it would've
climb.
been like 13 or 14 then.
Yeah. What I love about this game, it does take that kind of social linky kind of aspect. What you say to Tifa, what you say to Aerith, what you say to Barret, what you say to Nanaki impacts your relationships with everybody. It lets you have these kind of moments, and I hope they keep that up. I really do.
Yeah, same.
With how much story that there is left for part 3, I think there is room to continue to have these moments and to continue to expand on it. Definitely. I hope they keep that up. I really hope. That's one thing I hope they don't go back to, is I don't want them to go back to the linearity and then just have like, oh yeah, there's a couple of scenes here and there. I like having these character growth episodes. I hope, because obviously the Gold Saucer date was in the original, so they had something to go towards here. I hope that even though there isn't something for you to necessarily go towards for the rest of it, make something up. Make some new events up. I don't care. Just keep those systems going, because I like having these moments where it's like, I went back to chapter 12 and I saw what the Yuffie scene was and stuff like that, just because I'm like, I'm curious. I like these interactions. You learn so much about the characters, and the fact that they keep these pieces of information hidden. Like there's plot points that you only get on Nanaki's fucking sky wheel thing that I'm like, why is that there and nowhere else? That's crazy that there's main story stuff in these. I love it. It's great. I hope they carry it on, because it's my favorite part of these games. Is I don't want them to go linear and just be like, Cloud's a dickhead for the rest of the story until he has that mental snap. I'm like, I hope they give him more. I want there to be more development. I don't want this to be the end of the dynamics between all these characters. I want more to strive for. I hope there's more to strive for.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can say like there is quite a bit of game left in terms of the original, because like remake and rebirth just make up disc 1 of the original FF7 disc. So I will say that disc 3 of of the original FF7 is literally just the final dungeon.
Yeah, it's the final boss and or final dungeon and final side quests and everything like that.
Yeah, but the final game, whatever it's called, I think it's gonna be called Reunion, but maybe I'm wrong.
They used that for Crisis Core already.
You think that's gonna stop them? You think that's gonna stop them? Let's be real here, Hunter. Hunter, you're talking about Square Enix here. Let's be real. They could use it twice.
Well, my favorite speculation so far is that it's going to be called Final Fantasy VII Rehab, given how Cloud is at the end of the game.
That's a fun idea.
Yeah.
But now, like, it's interesting, right? Because it's like there are obviously areas of the game we haven't visited. There are places that they can expand upon. I think Yuffie's section is something that most people are expecting is going to be expanded upon in Part 3.
No,
they're going to do Wu. Absolutely, Wu Tai will be in there.
I assume when we go back to Midgard, that will also be more of a involved. Like, I think there's a lot of sections that are going to be expanded in Part 3. I think that's just a given. But I do hope that you also do have, like, they've made this world now, and it's like, I would like to go back and visit places, and because we've done the kind of been there, done that, there's places to expand these relationships. I think, there's loads of story to go, but I also think there is still plenty of time, especially if they plan on making a monster the size of this game again.
Yeah,
to go into to have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, to literally go above and beyond, which they did with this game, so I highly assume they're going to do it for the final part as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, Costa del Sol, pretty great. Good section. Off to Mount Corel, I guess.
Thank you for pronouncing it right, by the way, because I hear a bunch of speedrunners call it Corel, and I'm just like, what?
What did you think of this section? I think this is an interesting section. The mountain climb.
I liked it, honestly, because in the original, it's very, very, very linear and very simple. Like, in the original, you're literally just climbing Mount Corel. You pass by, which in the original game, there's the reactor, but it's not as ruined. It's actually more structured in the original than it is in this game, where it's like completely ruined. But in this game, it's very much just a straight linear shot from like the base to the village. In this game, though, definitely, obviously, they want to expand upon it a lot. I think, the initial climb up the mountain when you get the party split. You get Cloud, Aerith, and Red, and then Yuffie, Barret, and Tifa. I really liked those dynamics personally. Both sections are really enjoyable. The boss fight, like the Valkyrie or whatever it's called, the Shinra robot thing, that was really cool. And then you got like the party split with Yuffie and all them, and you got like that giant bird boss.
The big and then the puzzles in between. I had to do twice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
can talk about that. I did the whole of the bird section with Yuffie, and then as I was walking with Cloud, catching up to them because they'd done the minecart, I saw the purple chest with the weapon in it because I obviously didn't get it in the last section, and I had a save from when Yuffie had I went back and did the boss fight again because I went back to get the chest, only to find out that when you flip the switch, when you get control of Yuffie again before you go, you could have easily just walked back and gone and grabbed it without having to do the boss fight again. But I just did it all again. So yeah, I'm well versed with that bird boss fight. It was not my favorite, just because of that. But it was fine. It wasn't even worth it for the weapon. The weapon wasn't that great anyway. It was just a Barret one. But it was fine. I do like that section though.
On the climb up the mountain, I really liked all of Yuffie's little doodles that she was making to kind of like guide you along the way up. I thought that was a really cute detail.
Yeah.
It's funny if you talk to the old man as well as you're passing the old man, and he's like, this rude girl was just like storming. He just basically goes to a rant.
They stormed by without even so much as a howdy.
Yeah,
essentially.
I love, like, again, I just love those little moments, to be honest. I just love the scenes, obviously, because of Cloud and the way Cloud is progressing through the game as well, with in terms of the whole Sephiroth ordeal. I love the moments where you do get actual Cloud showing up, like you get the little quirky person, because he's a massive dork, which is the thing about him, and it's like, I love those little moments where you do get, and it's especially from like chapter 7 to like basically from chapter 7 up until you get to Nibelheim, is you get a lot of Cloud doing these little it's like you get like this calm before the storm of Cloud being the most Cloud he's been until the switch kind of happened. Like he starts to turn again. I just love like the moments with Cloud where you just like get to see his true nature a little bit. And you're just like, yeah, you are a dork, and like, it's the best version of you when you're not pretending to be
You
anybody
do look
else.
like a baby chocobo.
Dude, I love the baby chocobo so much. Dude.
Cloud
I love
Jr.
the baby chocobo.
Yeah.
Oh, Cloud Jr.
The thing
Every
that I
chocobo
like,
stop, man.
the thing that I like also in chapter 7 is you do slowly get like Barret changing his personality a bit because of his history with Corel and what happened years ago with him and Dyne. That's what I feel like they definitely nailed in comparison to like the original. They actually get that build up when
they
you
do a
actually
way better
finally
job
arrive.
at
What's up?
They do a way better job at contextualizing that.
Yeah, because in the original you show up in Corel and then Barret just gets punched in the face, and then you're kind of confused, like, wait, what's going on? You know, you can, when you mention climbing Corel, Barret like slowly, like his personality gets very like, yeah, whatever, yeah, we'll climb Corel, we'll go back, and then like,
well, even when you're in Costa del Sol, when the idea starts coming that that he's gonna have to go home, it's like, oh, like there's that kind of that snap.
And then when you do finally, and by the way, with the minecart section, and then you can choose whether to be easy on Yuffie or not so easy on her, and she gets motion sickness.
Did anyone pick easy? Was anyone a coward and picked easy? Right?
No, I was like, oh, Barret wants the other way. I
was like, Barret wants the fun. Then we'll give him the fun. That's exactly how I was. I was like, hell yeah.
I was also trying to boost Yuffie as little as possible because I was trying to keep Tifa the highest for the gold saucer date.
I was doing similar things where there was one moment where it was in Nibelheim on the water tower with Aerith, where I was like, God, I was like, I don't know where I'm sitting with any of these right now, so I'm just gonna pick the bad answer for Aerith right now. I'm just like, I'm sorry, Aerith, I'm just gonna have to do this. And then when I look at it now, because I didn't want any spoilers.
Clowns.
Yeah, no, right. When I look back at it now, I realize I was stupid because the way the points allocation is for this game, which I think is interesting, is it leads you to Tifa by default, and it's like you have to really like go out of your way to properly go.
Oh, really? It leads you to Tifa by default, really?
Yeah. Well, everyone's surprised. Really? Yeah, genuinely, it does. Like, it's there.
Yeah, because in the original game, it leads you to Aerith by default. Like, it makes it like the easiest for you to get Aerith. Like, you need to like actually try to get Tifa, Yuffie, or Barret in the original. You have to actually go out of your way. But I thought that was like
simple as doing Wutai before you go to the saucer.
Yeah.
Whereas now in this game, it's basically impossible for you to get Yuffie first unless you really mess it up. Like, you have to.
Yeah.
The chapter 12 thing, they added an option where you can just select who you want when you go in a new game plus or whatever when you play the chapter again. Just because they knew that it was like it's basically impossible for you to get anybody that isn't Tifa or Aerith. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, especially for chapter 8's date, it's basically the default is Tifa just because of the way the points work in the main story.
That's funny because I got red in
Did
chapter 8. Yeah.
I got Eris for chapter 8. That's funny.
That's bizarre. Kyle you got Tifa, didn't you?
I got Tifa for the first date, and then I got the boys for the second one.
Oh, you got the homies one? I'm jealous, dude. I kind of wanted the homies one.
The date with the boys and the cat.
he's the real homie, dude. He's the don't you smear his name. But yeah, I do like that. I like I like these systems, but yeah, I just think they like messing with people. To be honest, there's 100%. They're like, we know people. We know there's this stupid rivalry between Tifa and Aerith fans that is gonna stand the test of time. Even if this remake answers all of everybody's questions, they will still fight to the end of time. Nothing's gonna change.
Oh, I mean, the original continuity answered all of everyone's questions.
I mean, anyway. I think if you go and look at all the scenes, I think it answers the question. To be honest, like I feel like I've seen all of them, and I'm like, I know what they do. I feel like there's only one. We'll get to the ending and all that crazy crap. That I'm like, sweep that under the rug till later. Saying that nearly in 2 hours of the spoiler cast, we're just like, yeah, keep sweeping that under the rug.
We're only halfway done, dude.
Buckle
we're
in.
only just now moving into chapter 8.
Hey, we're having a good time. That's all that matters.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I love Barret in the whole of chapter 7, to be honest, and chapter 8. I love Barret's story.
Yeah.
There's that stupid scene when you get off the boat where Barret's like, we're not having a beach trip, and everyone just ignores him. Yeah.
Eris and Tifa are both like, uh-huh.
It's just, I love stuff like that. Again, I said it in our first impressions, and I still stand by it. I really do think that it's like the cast of Final Fantasy VII, with the way they're doing it in the remake, is arguably one of the best parties in JRPG history.
I agree.
Not necessarily because the characters are strong, because they are strong, but other JRPGs have strong characters. It's because we're getting 150 hours to literally cement these characters in, where it's like, not only were they strong characters in the original, you're getting 150 extra hours of character development. You're just like, they're so strong. Like I say, you don't get this level of character really from a lot of JRPGs, and I love it. It's just it's so refreshing. Even when they add someone new.
Yeah, honestly, and like it might have been said earlier, but I feel like Barret definitely carried a lot of in terms of best characters in the game, and especially with the character development.
Dude,
yeah, like with
he's the homie. He's so good. He's so good.
Yeah, they expand, like, because again in the original you just made like you have a little bit of him with him and Marley in the backstory in Midgar, and then you have literally just the Corel and Dyne section, and that's it.
Yeah,
like that's it in the original. Like after that, it's over. But in this game, we'll get to it. But you do have him travel, and have meaningful parts, especially in Chapter 10 with Cosmo Canyon, and you actually get like so much of a better character dynamic. And no, he's really just an amazing example of just having just wonderful representation in a video game.
And even just reinventing the character as well, just to make them more relevant.
Yeah, he's honestly like probably like I'm excluding Cloud on purpose, but he's probably my second favorite character in Rebirth. He's just that incredible. Yeah.
I love him. I genuinely do. I've seen those stupid people on Twitter and stuff like that saying, "Oh, look, he's like a stereotype." I'm like, maybe in the original. I'm like, you have not played the remake duology.
Yeah, in the original, he was like,
if you want a stereotype, play the original.
Yeah,
buckets.
In the original, there's definitely more of the stereotypes there. Like, absolutely, especially with the because that translation for the original, there's just so much flop. But
I'm just assuming, as someone who's not played it, I'm just going to assume that they saw the character and went, because it's the 90s, they were just like, Mr. T, and then we're just
what
like,
if
there
Mr.
you go.
T was an eco-terrorist, essentially?
Yeah, basically. That's what I'm assuming in my head.
But in this game... Yeah, but in Remake and Rebirth, it's just... John Eric Bentley, the guy that plays him, like, he just does such an amazing job, like, at bringing that character to life, and especially, on occasion when you finish the battle, he'll go I'm just like, oh my god, dude! Like, it's just
one
funny.
Of the only it's like one of the victory noises, that one of the victory voiceovers that was in Remake that they've carried forward, which I was like, I'm glad they carried that one forward, because a lot of them they made new ones, which I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I'm surprised, like, every second battle I'm not hearing Tifa say I could really use a shower now, which is great. I'm very happy that line...
I forgot how often she says that.
in part 1, she does. She says it a lot, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I've been reminded, and I'm like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, and in part 1, I forget what was said, but she always goes, "Told you so," and they don't do that in Rebirth. I'm like, okay, they basically gave Tifa. They essentially gave Tifa all brand new victory lines, which was like, thank God for that, because most of hers were annoying. They just like, who thought I could really use a shower was a good victory like sound effect for a battle? I'm like, crazy. But now I think that Barret is like, just the performance from everything, dude, like, genuinely, like, every time, even just the facial animations that they've been doing, the hand keyed facial animation, I'm like, geez, that's so damn strong. I'm like, it's so good. No, I love
this game, or in another league.
They are. I think it's funny because there's still those moments where you can just there's like, they're very clever with the transitions, but when you can see that it's pre-rendered, there's still that era where it's like, especially later in the game, where you're just like, oh, that was a clever transition, but I can definitely tell this is now pre-rendered, because it's got like that kind of Square Enix kind of color grading to it, where the faces like have a different color grading. I'm like, oh, okay.
It also has that Tetsuya Nomura character look when you're in it, like when you're in an actual like CGI cutscene.
Yeah, it's like Kingdom. It's got like the Kingdom Hearts 2 camera. Yeah, it's like if you like all the pre-rendered Kingdom Hearts 2 cutscenes all have this kind of certain camera angles, certain kind of haze over the camera lens, and it's like they all have the same thing, which I love. But it's like there's a part of me in this game where I'm like, oh, I assume you're doing it because it's like, yeah, it would have been a real pain in the arse to do this in engine, but I'm like, I feel like you're getting to the point where you probably you probably could do a lot of this in engine now. You don't need to swap over.
Yeah, and if you played on performance mode, then you definitely knew you were in a cutscene.
No.
Yeah, because it goes from 60 to 30. You're like, oh, okay, it's pre-render. Okay.
Yeah, I love this game to pieces. But even I've been playing it on like this big 4K TV behind me. I had to swap to resolution mode because I was like, it's like sometimes, especially after that patch. The first couple of days it was fine, but then they did it where it made it even blurry, and I was like, I can't do this. I just like it's giving me a migraine. I was like, I can't do it. But it's such a good looking game, man. It's so good looking.
Yeah.
Right. So we get our first look while we are climbing Mount Corel, go to the reactor. We get our first look at the weapons, which was a cool little shot. I was just like, oh, cool, material whale. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yuffie was like trying to figure out a way to pry that big material out. I'm like, good luck with that, Yuffie. You've had fun with that. And then obviously back to Barret's hometown, which is an interesting section. I like it quite a bit. I like having that development with Barret. I like him opening up to the cast. I do look at what I do look at what happened with the whole Shimra thing and with Barret, and I'm like, just like everything, I feel like I'm like, you guys are being overly harsh on this man. Like I feel like you're like like there is way more people to blame, and you're just putting it all on this one person.
It was majority decision.
Yeah, it was. It was a majority decision. It was stupid, and everyone's just like, it's Barret's fault, and I'm like, wow, okay. Is no one going to mention the fact that he came back to the village when it was burning down to try and see who was surviving? Like, yeah, like.
Yeah, that was done really well. That was so sad watching that in Rebirth.
Oh, the eyes, dude, the eyes. Like every time Barret's tearing up, like most of the time he puts his sunglasses on to try and cover it, which I love. It's a lovely little character detail. But when he couldn't, especially in that scene, I was like, oh man, like, ugh, devastating. But no, I like that section. Obviously, you get the reunition with the doctor who apparently saved Tifa and Barret, which is nice. That guy's just a homie, it seems.
Yeah.
And then we're going to the Golden Saucer. I don't remember. Was there a particular reason why we went to the Golden Saucer the first time around? I don't remember. Was it just
meet XIII?
No.
Well, you didn't know he was there.
I don't remember what the original reason, because we were following the cloaks, but I don't remember seeing the cloaks go to the Gold Saucer. So I was like, was there a particular reason why we went to the Gold Saucer?
Someone mentioned that there was a cloak, or that the clokes would stumble up onto the saucer.
Oh, was that why? Okay.
Yeah, and the gondola's right on, like right in Corel, so like it's right there anyway.
That is one of the pre-rendered scenes, is them on the gondola with the fireworks. There. I'm like, oh yeah. That was the one in particular. Like the ones later where Sephiroth is causing like all that stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that one being pre-rendered, I'm like, that's fair enough in the end game. But that one, I was like, you telling me you couldn't do that one in engine? Really?
Yeah, because in the date you get fireworks and stuff. Like
that wasn't pre-rendered.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, interesting choice. But first trip to the Gold Saucer, you get the introduction of XIII, Dio, and all of those lot. Right. What's the deal with XIII? Because I feel like a lot of people don't like XIII. I get it in the original. I'm sure that the weird cat with the Moogle is like not necessarily the prime choice.
He was annoying in the original.
But I liked his portrayal here.
Towards him from the original. Like
same.
I never fielded him. I have no strong opinions on the cat.
Yeah. We actually use him a bit in the speed run, because in the speed run, he's actually the fastest to take with you in the Temple of the Ancients because he has the fastest dialogue. But literally outside, outside of the speed run, I didn't use him at all.
Same.
Like in my FF7 original casual playthrough, I think definitely all the character models are just like 10 out of 10. Like they captured all, especially the main cast, all the characters just look fantastic, and he's no exception. Like he looks amazing.
Definitely.
I just think him as a playable character is definitely the
Shit.
worst out
No,
of
yeah,
everybody.
Yeah,
100%. Don't disagree. I hate him in terms of playing
Yeah.
him, but in terms of performance and the way he is in the actual story, I really liked Kate Sith in this game.
Yeah,
I liked
same.
the way. I love his voice actor and the I love the idea of. I love that, to be honest. I know people were mad that they don't say Kate Sith properly. I kind of like that they do that, to be honest, because it's like he is like, you know, he's a cat machine based off of the thing. So the fact that it is just like this weird Scottish cat that everyone's naming, I think it works fine. I don't see a nitpick with that really, but I do really like Kate in this. Like, obviously, I'm not stupid. Even as someone who hasn't played the original, I'm like, you're gonna backstab us at some point in this video game. But I was like, I still like you. You're a funny little Scottish cat. I appreciate like you try like just all the jabs that he gets all the time and all that jazz. And I'm like, I really like the way that they did him. How he's like this shit fortune teller. Like I just like this. It's like, I like it. I liked the first trip to the Gold Saucer, quite a bit to be honest.
Same, except for 3D Brawler. That's like that's the only mini game that and it's funny because like when I first played it, I was like, am I just bad? And I look up on Reddit and I see people complain. Okay, I'm like, okay, no, it's just a poorly optimized minigame. I'm not all in my head. It's just a terrible minigame.
No, it's dog shit.
Yeah.
Ethan's
Yeah, especially 'cause,
recommendation:
like,
pause buffer it. It's much better when you pause
especially-
buffer it.
Especially because like the logic of if they're punching in one direction, logically speaking, you would go the opposite direction to dodge it, but no, you have to like lean into wherever they're going. It's just, and then you like barely have any time to like, and if you're slightly off on your controller on the controller stick angle, it won't count it, and it's just like, I'm glad that they only made you do it once, but like that
As
mini
someone
game,
who did all those fights, it was a miserable experience. I did not appreciate it.
I still gotta do Sephiroth, which I'm not looking forward to that.
Pause
Ethan
buffer
sent
it.
him the album.
Pause. I don't have
Yeah,
it
just
anymore.
send me the screenshots.
There's a
honestly.
YouTube. There's a YouTube. There's a website. If you just literally type in Sephiroth 3D Brawler, there's literally there's a website that's got like a walkthrough, and it literally has 2-second loops showing you each of his moves, and you can like kind of figure it out. It's actually really helpful.
That's awesome.
And then you just pause buffer it. You look for the frame because there's so many moves where he's going at a side angle like that, and it's like, no, dumb, that one's actually the uppercut because he's going to change it halfway through. I'm like, it's so stupid. I hate it. Like they're not like 3D Brawler. I'm not a huge fan of. Most of the other Gold Saucer ones though, I was all right with. I first tried all of them. They weren't hard at all.
I liked all the other I liked all of the mini games except for that. I think all the mini games were done really, really well, except for 3D Brawler. 3D Brawler is the only one where I'm just like, no. Like if they bring Gold Saucer back in
they
the
will.
third
100%
game,
bring Gold
they
Saucer
will.
back.
yeah. If they do, they either gotta make that game better or just don't have it at all. Because
Just take it
and here's
back
the
to
thing,
rock,
is
paper, scissors.
If you're going to bring mini games back, can you do us a favor? If they're the same mini games and you're not changing them, can you let us import our save data so you know that we've already done that bullshit, so I can just move on with my life? I don't want to sit there and do the same 3D Brawler fights again because they just assume that no one played it. Like that'd be great.
I'm honestly hopeful that they'll actually, because Square is, especially with the FF7 team, they're very good at listening to like what people want, and I'm hopeful that if they do bring that game back, it won't be as jank. But maybe I'm wrong, and then maybe in 4 years.
I'm assuming they're gonna be gone from the Gold Saucer for like 2 weeks, and then they're gonna come back, and then Dio's gonna have a stupid cutscene of how he's redone the entire place because he got bored or something. He was like, yeah. So I'm sure there'll be an expansion.
I did like
to
how
Gold
into
Saucer.
it Cloud got when he won the 3D Brawler game.
Oh
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is funny.
He actually smiles for the first time in the game. You're like, oh, Cloud actually has positive emotions. Wow. He's
Yeah,
not some edgy whatever guy.
dude. Yeah, I
No, that's
like
FF8.
Yeah.
That's also Cloud post original Final Fantasy VII.
Hey,
The
maybe not long.
Flanderization of Cloud.
But no, I really liked the Gold Saucer section. I thought that first
Same.
interaction, I had Tifa in that first interaction, so I don't know what the other ones were like. I haven't gone and looked into that. But I was like, it's fun. It's a fun little section, to be honest.
There's a fun bit of dialogue. My favorite part of getting Eris was during the walking into the Chocobo section, they do this like faux like racing commentator thing, and Eris starts it, and then Cloud actually plays along, and I wasn't expecting him to. I was like, oh, that's hilarious.
See, I think I think they each have little sections like that. My favorite part with the Tifa one was going to Loveless and seeing the Jessie poster, and they have this whole moment.
Oh yeah,
and
That
it's
was
such
really
a really
good.
good moment.
yeah, that was
a good moment with Eris too. She asked about, because they never met because Jessie died before they could. So she was like, "Oh, what's her deal?" And then Cloud was like, "Oh, she was a friend." And Eris, being how she is, she's like, "Or more." And I'm like, "No, but if I had my way."
See, that's the thing. Also,
That's the real
that I
ship.
like.
That's the real ship, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the thing I
Cloud
like
and
about.
Jesse.
person.
Eris, Tifa.
Well, Kyle, I'll have you fight. Most people are shipping Cloud and a dead person in the original game as well, Kyle. You can't
Yeah,
you can't sit there and go in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
See, that's what I
I
like.
realized
about,
it after I said it.
Yeah.
That's what I like about remake is like, because in the original, Jesse, Wedge, and Biggs are just kind of there for a little
were
bit, and
barely
then they all die.
characters.
Yeah, and then they all
Yeah.
die. And you're like, oh, okay, they're just kind of
Well,
throwaway
bye.
characters. But in this game, they actually, like you mentioned earlier with remake and how it just like it slowly builds into Rebirth, especially with the character development. They actually are meaningful characters. When they do die, it's sad. And then when they see Jesse on the Loveless poster, we'll get into chapter 12 later, but like it's like, wow, like these characters actually mean something now compared to like in the original game. They were there with you for the reactor missions, and then they just die.
Disappeared.
But it's like chapter 4 in remake. That stuff is all brand new to remake,
Yep.
where you get to interact with the rest of the Avalanche crew.
Oh, it's one of my favorite chapters in remake.
It's
Is
all
chapter
really
4.
good.
I
Yeah.
love chapter 4 to pieces. It's great.
And that's the stuff I really like about this remake trilogy, is all the stuff that all the new that they're adding in to kind of differentiate itself. It's not just a one-to-one remake.
Yep.
They're the bits that I love. I don't. It's not necessarily the. Obviously, everyone has fun with the changing to the story and stuff that they're doing. You know, the weird Nomura-isms that we have come to expect now at this point. But my favorite parts
Begrudgingly.
are where they are expanding, then learning. Oh, that wasn't in the original game. Why? That feels like it fits more than some of the actual stuff that was in the original. I'm like, that makes so much sense to expand here and there.
And it's like later when we get to Gongaga, how they added in Cisne from Crisis Core.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't exist in the original. They didn't need to put her in here, but I think that's a really cool attention to
the
detail.
Stuff from Dirge of Cerberus that was in the Yuffie DLC, stuff like that. They're just
Yeah.
like they're kind of lining everything up where it's like, oh, they are kind of weaving this one narrative, so now everything does kind of feel coherent. Like they've taken a game that they made 6 million spin-offs of and going, okay, no, what if we redid it but actually made it so that was all
How do we
intended and
integrate all
intentional
of
at the
this
part?
into
Yeah.
the world? Pardon the integrate pun, but how do we get all of this to work in this new world we're making?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the whole Golden Sources section is a fun section. I like that, like those dates, the little moments, interacting with different characters, stuff like that. While you're doing that, it's great. And then you obviously have the start of the Barret and Dyne storyline in the Golden Saucer, which I like it quite. I like that section quite a bit. It's pretty decent. I think once we get into the Undercity and you start getting to God, what's
Gus.
his name? Gus. That's the absolute slime
in his
ball.
rad theme song.
Yeah, I do love that, to be honest. The whole fact that you got the Don Corneo fight in chapter 12 or whatever, them Dio and Don Corneo versing each other. I'm like, man, when he gets kicked to the desert, he's Don Corneo's brought up again in the Proto Relics. I hope if we go back to the desert in part 3, it's Gus versus Corneo, because I really want to sleaze bag off, dude. Like, I feel like that'd be a really funny thing. But yeah, I like how that, like, I feel like the whole Dio being a bit, like, he's like, you know, blah blah blah, you've got 24 hours, blackmail kind of scenario. Just like, I'm like, that bit, I'm like,
I didn't like that. Like, I thought the desert prison was done way better in the original, like by a mile. Because in the original, you literally just go to the battle square and you see a bunch of like dead soldiers, And then Cloud's first instinct is, did Sephiroth do this? Because that's like the running thing
Yeah.
for the first half of the game.
Yeah,
And then Dio comes out and he's just like, did you guys do this? And Cloud's like, no, it wasn't us. And he's like, all right, guys, get him. And then Dio actually captures you guys and sends you down to the prison. Whereas in Rebirth, it's just like, all right, well, you have 24 hours to capture whoever did this, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, no, I can see that being a thing. I just, yeah, I like the section that when you are down in the desert and stuff like that. When that section is like I wasn't a huge fan of Dio until after the second part of it, the chapter 12 stuff. That's when I started liking him more as a character. But once you get into the Undercity, the whole sleazebag Gus stuff and all that jazz, I'm like, again, it's just a very campy kind of character that we come to expect from these games that I just kind of like.
Yeah,
I hate
it
you,
was
but
great.
I also kind of like it. I vibe with this. The stupid theme tune and all that jazz. I called him like stupid Troy Baker looking kind of guy, where I just
Yeah.
like.
yeah,
I was surprised Troy Baker didn't voice him, to be honest, with the way he looked. I was like, is that Troy? It could be. Like that seems like something that you'd get Troy to do.
yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
once
like
you
in-
get, yeah.
Oh,
Go on,
sorry.
Dyl. So go ahead.
I was just saying, like, yeah, like I felt like just adding on to like how they did in the original, because like again, you get sent out of the prison and then you find Barret, and then Barret's like, because originally, I didn't mention Dio's like, it was said a guy with a gun for an arm killed all these people, and then they find Barret and they're like, Barret, did you kill all those people? And Barret's like, no, it wasn't me, I promise you. And then he actually tells you the backstory of Dyne, and then he's like, I'm pretty sure Dyne did this, and then you actually go off and look for Dyne, you find Dyne and all that. And I just feel like that whole section was just way better in the original. And it's fine in Rebirth, but like in Rebirth it's kind of silly. It's just like, did you guys do this? No. Oh, then find me who did it. I'm keeping you guys under watch for 24 hours. It's just like, what?
I
It's
just don't,
kind of, yeah.
I don't like how they changed like the order of operations for this
Yeah.
part, where
Same.
so in the original it's you finish all the stuff with Dyne and then you do the chocobo racing to get out of Corel.
Yeah,
and
for
the
your
Gold
freedom.
Saucer.
You win for your freedom, yeah.
But here, like they just put the chocobo racing right in the middle, and it just feels like it feels like the
I feel
tone
like
is
that's really
kind
out
of
of
lost a
place,
little
to be
bit
honest.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
Because in Rebirth you do it because Gus has like his money bet on you for the race, and because Gus has your friends. And by the way, Gus is not called Gus in the original; he's called Mr. Colts. I think they changed his name.
I was under the impression that he just didn't have a name. He was just
No, it's Mr. Colts.
Schmuck.
It's Mr. Yeah, in the original, it's Mr. Colts, who he's in charge of the desert prison in the original. But they, for some reason, in Rebirth, they're like, oh, let's call him Gus. Let's name him after the Breaking Bad villain. No, but yeah, I feel like that was just the order of events of which you do everything in the Corel prison is kind of like, well, like they didn't have to change any of this. Like they could have had Dio keep you as prisoner and send you down to the desert prison, and then you're there, and then you have to literally prove your innocence like they in the original. But again, it's fine. Like I was fine with it. Like I'm fine with the changes. I'm not like, that was probably my least favorite story changes, and that's probably like, whoa, of all things, that's your least favorite. That's probably my least favorite of the story changes in Rebirth is just the Dyne section, because I'm just like, especially leading up to Dyne, they just did it way better in the original.
No, I can see that. That makes sense to me. I did think it was a bit out of place where the chocobo racing just came out in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, why is Billy down here? Why is Billy in the desert prison? Why is he here? And why are we playing chocobo racing right now? Like, why? I don't need a Mario Kart spin-off right now. Like, what the hell? So it was weird. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I love Barret. I love the relationship he has with Marlene. The idea of bringing the actual father of Marlene into it, I'm like really interesting. But in terms of the boss fight and the way that the story kind of was handled, I wasn't the biggest of fans of this kind of section, to be honest. In terms of like, I thought the fight was lame. I hate the gunfight fight. It's like I just like
his point blank shotgun blast can suck it.
I love the fight, honestly.
Yo, you psychopath! You absolute psychopath.
It's just the afterwards. They just did it so much better in the original of Dyne's death. They did it so much better in the original because like Dyne, it's similarly with Rebirth. Dyne just like, there's no coming back from like what I've done. I've killed so many people. I have so much blood on my hands. And in the original, you actually fight on a cliff, and then Dyne actually just falls over into the cliff and kills himself because he's just riddled with guilt. But in this one, it's just kind of silly. Like Shinra soldiers come out of nowhere. He runs while he's like guns a blazing. he's like like trying to like, he's
He has
done
a
so
hero's
much, and then
death when I don't necessarily
Yeah.
think he deserves a hero's death in that scenario.
yeah,
Yeah.
but in the original, it's just like it's just way more sad because Barrett's like trying to tell him like no, like come see Marlene, like she's still alive, blah blah blah, and then Dyne's just like no, I've done so much, bye, and then he falls over and then it's way more of a sad moment. It's a literal cliffhanger, if you will, in the original compared to the Rebirth, because again the original it does still hit hard with Rebirth because you actually have voices and you have Barrett's facial emotions and stuff, not a Playmobil polygon figure like shaking his hand.
Toaster
Literally
hands.
literally the Fort Condor figures that when you play that Prologue
Yeah.
is literally just them. It is literally their PS1 sprites, which I find funny.
Yeah,
But yeah.
yeah. So I do think like when Dyne's dead and when like Barrett's like when Barret has to like bury him and stuff in Rebirth, that's definitely like the best part of the Dyne arc is like that emotion that like because you actually do get to hear it and see and feel the emotion compared to the original where he's just like no like but no
Yeah.
but overall I like the fight. I just felt like the whole Dyne mini story arc was just done way worse than the original.
It was definitely it was the first part in this entire like the journey so far that we've had where I felt like, oh, this is a part that's definitely in the PS1 game and feels like it needs to be here because it was in the PS1 game. This feels to me like something where if they were dead set on just making, like if they were making, basically took the basic premise of Final Fantasy VII and didn't go beat for beat like they have been doing, this feels like something that they would have contemplated cutting out entirely or just making it something different. It feels like a filler arc in a way where I'm like, oh, do we need this?
It's funny you say that also because Yoshinori Kitase, who is the original director of the original Final Fantasy VII, he's the producer for the remake series. He actually wanted to cut the Dyne section out, but Nomura actually told him like, no, like we need to keep it as accurate as possible. Yeah, yeah, because what people don't realize is Final Fantasy VII, the original and remake, it's not just Nomura, like it's a team of people.
Oh yeah, 100%.
With the original, Yoshinori Kitase, he was the director of the original Final Fantasy VII and one of the writers, obviously. For the remake series, he's a producer, but he still obviously has a big like final say in things and how things go. Nomura for the remake, he was the director, and then for Rebirth, he was creative director because Naoki Hamaguchi directed Rebirth, so it was a team of people.
Nomura was sent off to Kingdom Hearts 4, and that's going well.
Yeah. But yeah, Nomura for this game still had the final say of like what, because he's still. It's funny, he's not the main. He's not the main director of Rebirth, but he was the first name on the credits because he probably still said, "I still want to be the first name that people see when they finish the game." But no, but
it's like Kojima, right? It's like a game by Hideo Kojima where I'm like, no, you told everybody else what you wanted your Hideo Kojima game to be. It's like I respect the vision, but also it's not just your work. It really annoys me when people are like, Hideo Kojima does all this. I'm like, no, Hideo Kojima's team does this. Like there's a group of people behind this, and there's more than Nomura behind Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Exactly. And it's funny because Nomura actually originally, when this project was first talked about years ago, he was the person that wanted a direct 1-to-1 remake. But then Kitase and others were like, no, we want to change things up a bit. And Nomura's like, all right, whatever. And then, but yeah, Nomura definitely
the Kingdom Hearts guy wanted to keep things linear. That's a bold move right there.
No,
you see, I suspect that he switched his tune when all the changes that are happening came to him in a dream.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I'm honestly like the Dyne stuff. Even the original, it is kind of small because again, with the original, there's not as much character development. But I feel like they still did what they could in this game. I'm glad that Nomura made them keep Dyne in the game because otherwise we wouldn't get that character development and the backstory of Marlene and Corel. Because
100%. I just think that I think there's a middle ground here where instead of just going, we should remove Dyne, and someone's like, no, keep Dyne in. I think it's like, how do we turn the character of Dyne into something more interesting? We could just completely different section, right? We can make the whole underground prison, the under desert prison, and the Chocobo thing still be fight for your freedom, and we can move Dyne somewhere else, or we can do something else with Dyne entirely. Like, I feel like there's a better way of doing that instead of just, we've got to follow the book here. Like, we've got to do this terrible one-on-one boss fight that you like, but everyone that I found was miserable, where I'm like, I don't know what it is. Barret's solo Barret fights to me are just like it's gun v that, especially that one's just gun v gun, and I'm like, oh, gun v gun, no.
It's funny because in the
I don't
original
really
also
like
it is a
solo
one.
fights in any scenario in this game. I feel like the gameplay is too centered on the party synergy.
I think there's some hit and miss. There's somewhere I'm like, that's fine. Like there's sections of the final boss that we'll get like with Zack and stuff like that where I'm like, I'm fine that Zack is by himself at the moment. Like that's fine.
Yeah,
it works.
there are certain instances where it makes sense, but overall, it's like you're making me fight on my own.
I thought Barret versus Dyne was fine. I thought it was fair and it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine, but the thing is, in the original, also it's 1-on-1 in the original as well. But what I'll just say are really funny because in the speedrun, what we do is you buy Molotovs, you throw 4 Molotovs at him, and he's dead. Yeah, so it's literally just. And then there's also
the irony of the village burning as well. It's just like just like take your medicine.
So there's an item you can actually steal from the bomb enemies in the speedrun. It's called Right Arm, and it's a 9% chance. So you have 2 attempts on the current speedrun step route of getting the Right Arm, and it's a 9% chance. But if you get the Right Arm, it's an insta kill on Dyne. So you literally, if you get a Right Arm, it's 30 seconds of time save in the speedrun. So you literally just the fight's so funny. You
Damn,
literally
I wish
just
the
start
fight
the
in
fight, you throw a Right
Rebirth
Arm
was
at
30 seconds. That'd be great.
Yeah. No, like it would have been
Try
funny
playing
if
on
they
easy.
It would
It
have been
still
funny.
would take forever.
It would have been funny. I don't know if Right Arm is an item in Rebirth, but it would have been funny if you could have, because there were bombs on the Corel bridge before the village. It would have been funny because I tried stealing from the bomb. I was like, am I going to get a Right Arm? And I got a Molotov. But it would have been funny if there was a Right Arm and he threw it at Dyne in the Rebirth fight and he dies. It's just like, oh, they kept that in the game too. Like just the cheese, like the easy cheese.
Yeah, that'd be fun if they did stuff like that. I do miss stuff like that because there are plenty of remakes that do put those little nods in where it's like, oh, if you do this or whatever, I mean,
yeah,
not a fan of NST, but like the tiny cheese is in NST and they throw shit at you when you do it. But it's like I like when they put nods to it where they don't just take it away from you. But no, it is a part of the game where I was like, man, yeah, this is like the first part of the game where I was like, this is kind of dragging. I don't necessarily care for this right now. But the bit with I liked the side story with the Turks and stuff. I thought that was quite humorous. The Elena getting stuck in the desert and Rune being stuck with whatever his name is,
Palmer.
Palmer, yeah.
You better bring me
Palmer.
ice cream.
Yeah, the only Kingdom Hearts ice cream allowed, Hunter. No vanilla shit. It has to be the sea salt ice cream. But yeah, that whole set, I love. Like I say, I wasn't a huge fan of Dio at first, but when he comes in with the stupid buggy and then decides to one-on-one Pitbull, I was like, okay, I vibe with you. Like, okay, I see you.
The confrontation was hilarious.
Yeah, it was quite funny, to be honest. That whole section was, again, it was just stupid fun. There wasn't really much to it, but it was like, it's good fun.
Yeah, it's funny in the original when you win the Chocobo race, Dio as like I'm sorry, he gives you the buggy. Like for thinking that you murdered the Shinra soldiers, he gives you the buggy as a prize, and that's what you used to in the original game. Gongaga's optional at that point. You use it to cross the rivers to get to Cosmo Canyon.
You get To be honest, when the buggy showed up, I was like, oh, that is definitely in the original, because I was like, that's the most 90s looking ass vehicle I have seen in my life, bro. That's what a 10-year-old in 1997 thought was cool. I'm like, there you go.
They nailed the design. They nailed it. I love the buggy in this game.
Yeah. And then obviously you get the second part of Corel opens up then properly. You can go and explore that if you want to.
You can go finish the side quests that you couldn't complete in the first half of the region.
But not the proto relics. This is the only region where it leaves it till the end of the game, which pissed me off because I was like, you're telling me this is the one that you decided to halt from story progression was the stupid Cactars Crush minigame? Like, that's the one that you were like, no. Save that for later. We need a Don Corneo twist in this bitch. You're like, no, we don't.
Having
you
to
could
put
leave
off
it alone. Leave it alone.
Helping Johnny out for like 2 chapters was aggravating.
It was. But I wasn't like to be fair, in terms I love the first section of Corel with the luscious, like the kind of the beach kind of vibes, the luscious grass areas. We didn't mention the stupid weightlifting dojo that was in the middle of it, but I love the weightlifting dojo in the middle of it. I love that stupid mini game. Can't wait for part 3 when they bring it back again and everyone complains on Twitter. I'll be there for it. I'll be vibing. It was great. I love Jules in the squad. Keep bringing them back. They're great. But you know, the second half, the deserty kind of area, I don't know. I was like, it's fine, but it was the first region where I was like, I'm doing this because now I'm checking the boxes. I'm not necessarily going, oh, I wonder what's there. My brain was like, go to Gongaga, and my head was like, no, finish the tasks. I was like, oh, I guess I'll finish my tasks.
And your heart was like, me, Gongaga.
Yeah, me, Gongaga. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we can go to Gongaga because that's next on our next on our journey.
Hell yeah.
Which I will say right now. I've said it before. Say it again. Gongaga exploration music, fucking peak, incredible.
Oh yeah,
that's the
best song.
It's the best one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Jack will have not listened to this podcast at all, but fuck you, Jack. Your opinion is wrong. He hasn't played the game, and I still like Gongaga theme is incredible. He's like, I don't see what the hype is. I'm like, you're an idiot. Get in the bin.
It's so good.
It's so good.
It's really good. Yeah.
It's so good. I love it so much. I loved Gongaga as a region, to be honest. I really enjoyed my time in this section.
The 10-minute stretch between like getting to the region and walking to the town for me was fun because it was one of those like it was getting later and I was kind of getting tired, but then I'm like, oh, this background music is rad. And then you get to the town and they hit you with the crisis core music when you start talking to XIII, and I'm like, oh, now I just have to keep playing.
We were talking about it earlier. Is there a cat, like, you know, we're talking about Pitbull and what's his age and stuff like that. Does XIII have it? Because I was like, I'm trying, because I get that she knows Zack, so I'm like, so she's definitely older than Cloud.
Yeah, I think
I was
she's
like, I don't know. She was like one of those people where I'm like, I can't tell how old you are. I can't.
She'd be whatever Zack's age is, I think.
Like same age as like Reno, like 28, something like that.
Yeah, or like 26 or something, maybe.
Dylan, any guesses?
I have no idea. Maybe like probably like 25, 26. That's she looked. But again with like the anime characters, you can't really tell. But I'd say
unless they're over 30, you just gotta have to throw a dart to the board and hope for the best. You know,
I'd say like 25, 26 is probably a good guess for XIII. Yeah, 25, 26.
Not too far off. 23.
What?
Yeah.
No, I believe that.
23.
I can see that.
I can see it. Yeah.
Well, no, I can see it. No, I'm like, she looks more 23 than she does 28, but it's like I thought there was a bigger gap between. I thought, how old's Zack?
Oh god, Crisis Core is weird and takes place over the span of like several years, so I've never got the timeline.
That's what I was thinking. So like, if she's a former Turk, how the fuck has she had a whole life as a Turk at the age of 23? I'm like, that's impressive, but I'm like, damn. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you should never question ages here. And like JRPG is like.
I think Zack is 23 too.
Yeah,
really?
he is.
Okay. Yeah, I was just like, the story of Crisis Core happens like over like the course of like a year or two before the time skip.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like when it comes to Final Fantasy VII in particular, when it's like, Cloud and Tifa are like 21, I'm always like, these characters are acting way more mature and older than 21. If an actual 21-year-old in these situations, I'd be like, fucked. Like, goodbye. Like, nothing's gonna get done here. You know?
Well, it's funny because Sid in the original game, he's the same age in Rebirth. He's 32, but he looks like a mid 40-year-old man in the original game. It's so funny. I'm glad they actually. We'll get to that. But I'm glad they actually made him look his age in Rebirth compared to like literally in the original. He's like
the
a
wonders of
old
not
man.
Smoking.
Yeah, and he's also he has a cigarette in his mouth.
It's good for the skin.
Yeah.
It's like my favorite thing is like Vincent's is canonically, I think, the oldest party member, and he does not look like it. He's like technically 50.
He's 57.
57. I thought it was like 52.
Damn, he's giving me him skincare routine because fuck me, that's like.
He is like a vampire, so
if it works, it works, Hunter. If it works, it works.
All right, Vincent, 27 physically, 57 canonically.
Yeah,
chronologically.
That's crazy.
And again, my source is Final Fantasy Fandom Wiki. So
thank you, Final Fantasy.
Go yell at them if I'm wrong.
I think what I've learned here is nobody looks their age in Final Fantasy VII, and we just have to deal with it and just roll with it and go, okay, that's cool. Or acts their age either. God.
That's right,
oh well, It's all fun. Gongaga's fantastic though. I adored this region. Like it was genuinely, I'd probably say, like I said, I liked Costa del Sol quite a bit, but like I feel like Gongaga was the first region since the grasslands, since the world first opened up, where I was like, oh man, I just want to like walk around and explore this region. And kind of, I've noticed online on the internet, a lot of people didn't like the fact that you had to kind of work out where you were going. Like
people are like, man, it's a jungle. I'm scared.
It's a jungle,
I liked having to figure it out. I liked it. It felt like I was carving a path. It wasn't just like, oh, here's the very obvious path line. I was like, okay, how the fuck do I get to this reactor? Like, okay, let's try and figure
I
this
loved
out
the
a bit.
chocobos bouncing on the mushrooms or whatever. That was rad.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was
Or
fun-
how
it
all
was
the
a fun
towers
roadmap.
all the towers in that area were more of a puzzle where you had to try and figure out how to even get to the fucking tower, not how to fight the boss, the little minions that were at the tower. But it's like, okay, how do I get up on here? Okay, I've got to find that mushroom over here and do like hop around the map. It was a lot of fun, and the music's phenomenal. I really Cisne is one of those additions where I really liked her as a character, actually, especially again with the proto relic stuff as well. She's involved in that, and I'm like, there's some good backstory that even as someone, like I say, who this is his first time in this universe, I don't have Crisis Core information that I can go, oh, I can relate to this character. She still fits like she fits in this story and fits in this world, and I get enough information about it to go, oh, she has a history with Cloud. She knows who Cloud. She's known Cloud. She's not revealing much. She's very, you know. I'm like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I kind of gathered that she was a Turk because I was like, okay, you're not giving certain information, and I'm like, I trust you. I don't think you're a bad person. But like, I also feel like you give Turk vibes. Like you feel like. And I was like, I knew it when she brings it up later during the proto relic stuff. I'm like, I knew it. Goddamn. But no, I really loved this entire section. To be honest, I thought was fantastic.
It's actually funny because in the original, you can go to Gongaga before Cosmo Canyon, but it's optional. If you try going to Gongaga before Cosmo in the original, you actually get a Turks fight before you can enter Gongaga. You actually fight the Turks, and then you can enter Gongaga and you can actually talk to Zack's parents and stuff. But you don't have to go there in the original. You can skip and go straight to Cosmo, and then if you go back to Gongaga, well, you end up back in Gongaga after the temple in the original, and then you don't have to fight the Turks. It's really weird. It's really funny how it plays out. But yeah,
that's fun. But no,
I like the way it played out
I
here.
like this section a lot.
Eris,
I like how it
Zack's
played
parents
out.
was a cool addition.
Yeah, and I liked the the reactor mission in Rebirth. It was the party split was also. I thought this was a good party split for the most part because you got literally a night out with the boys and then
The
girls'
lads,
night
yeah.
out,
Girl squad.
right afterwards. Yeah.
I liked the second half much more, but that's because I think that the
The
level
grapple
design
hook
of,
guns.
I think the level design of Mako reactors is the worst.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The power source is unplugged 2 feet away from where you need to plug it in. Or I'm sorry, you have to drive this Mako sweeper over top of a puddle. It's stupid obstacles that are
the plug one
tedious.
is funny because I love how Shinra as a corporation is like this, you know, this power hungry corporation who is bleeding the planet dry, but they took the liberty of unplugging things 2 feet away, you know, while they like save the power in this one room, guys. Come on. But no, I loved the section. Like I say, when you mentioned Aerith going to visit Zack's parents and stuff like that, I like, again, as much as Aerith fans do not want to admit it, but, you know, there's still that kind of history with Zack and Aerith, and they don't shy away from it to just go, oh, look at how nice Cloud and Tifa are, like, Cloud and Aerith are, look how happy they are, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's actual history there, and you know, there's unsolved issues there, and it's like, there's just actually having these dynamics instead of shying away from it just to please shippers. I appreciate. I'm like, this is
Cloud mouthing off
these
about
dynamics.
Zack was funny too. He's like, forget about that, Lou. So I'm like, no, Cloud, he's your best friend.
Yeah, just like stuff like that. I really like.
Stay mad.
Yeah, I like there's so many interactions in Gongaga, which I'm just like, I like you can just go and talk to everybody, and it's just like, I really like. I love having these little moments where you just go and talk to characters. You just go see what's up. It's fun.
Yuffie's song is there.
Yuffie's song is there.
I am so bored out of my mind.
It's great. Yeah. But no, I liked that. This is obviously Gongaga is the place where we get the Cloud goes apeshit scene, which is
Mm.
That was
fun.
crazy.
You also get the fight with the Shimmer, whatever, like the head
Scarlet.
with weapons, Scarlet. Yeah,
Yeah, Scarlet. The Scarlet fight was cool.
Scarlet fight was all right. Every time I see a Shimmer robot now, because of the first game, though, I have kind of PTSD where I'm like, oh god, another Shimmer robot.
The
I'll
monster
be done with you.
beforehand, I thought was a little annoying, but I liked Scarlet's fight.
Mm.
I thought,
No,
both
I thought
fights
they were
were
both.
fun.
I thought they were both pretty decent fights, to be honest. I thought they were alright.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, the Cloud going ape shit scene, I was like, as
Yeah, that
someone
was
who,
wild.
like I say, as someone who hasn't played the
Yeah.
original, I was like, oh, yeah, he has been acting weird recently, but I felt like that kind of came out of nowhere. I was like, oh god, he's gone into right brainwashed mode over here. I'm like, oh damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy. He's gone.
That's what I love about the remake series is with Sephiroth gaslighting Cloud and slowly trying to get him to be under his control. It's more well established in the remake series compared to the original, because in the original he kind of he gets those those migraines and those visions like in remake, and then you get to the Temple of the Ancients and he's all of a sudden just under his control, and it's just out of nowhere. But in this game, like we mentioned earlier, Sephiroth is just Tifa's not who she says she is. Where's the scar? And then he nearly kills
She
her. And I
stole the
literally was
second
not
half of your
expecting.
sandwich, Cloud.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but it was such a cool way of his descent into madness. Again, kill him literally just murdering those soldiers, and then he goes and just stabs the last one, and the blood gets on his face, and you're just like, damn, this is
It's serious in a
is messed
JRPG
up.
when they show blood. You're like, oh, that's
Yeah.
the oh, something's gone wrong here.
And
Oh
that's
god.
the one that causes the blood to stick to him
Yeah,
of all times.
yeah,
And
it's
it's the red people blood.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's just crazy when Cloud literally nearly kills Tifa, and it takes him finally enough time to realize when she falls into the live stream.
It's like, if you don't have a scar, I'm gonna put one there.
Yeah,
That was the point though where I'm like, this is the point where if this wasn't a JRPG, the rest of the party would be like, right, someone grab him. We'll get once Tifa's saved, we need to fucking lock him somewhere and we need to have a fucking talk. Everyone just
Okay,
kind of just
skipping ahead a little bit, him being left in the room alone while she recovers.
Yeah, I'm like that's dumb shit.
No. You guys are stupid.
It's like a scene
You're
out of Making a
stupid.
Murderer or something, that's just you're just oh, missed the first time, now it's a free pass. Obviously you got to take some kind of you get
I'm not saying you have to put him in the corner on his own or whatever, because
And no, don't get me wrong, I
saying
love
that'd be
that
funny to
scene.
You
see.
just need to leave someone else in the room with him.
that scene between Cloud and Tifa after that, it's one of my favorite scenes in the game. I
It
love
was
that
a good
entire
scene.
It's
I like
one of
that
my
too,
favorite
yeah.
scenes in the entire game. I would just like a scene after that where after Tifa leaves, Barret walks in, shuts the door, and goes, "Seriously, what the fuck?" And it's like I that's the point to me where I'm like, if it was like the original, like you guys said, and everyone's just doesn't really bring much stuff up, but it's like Tifa and Aerith have obviously been having conversations about how stories aren't adding up and things are going wrong. Barret has started picking up on it. The fact that everyone's fine with talking about it behind his back, but no one's going to bring it up to him directly, especially with the Black Materia stuff later, I'd be like, fucker's gone mental. We need to do something here. It's part of me is I need to obviously just have plot separation where I'm just okay, obviously it's just, you just gotta have to deal with it, which I have been, but I am sitting there going, man, you put too much faith in him, especially when you know that he's been having these weird. Fair enough.
See, it makes sense to me that Eris and Tifa would be sitting there trying to talk to each other, figuring out how to best unravel the state of his mind. But it does makes it. I would.
Oh, and there's
Barret
moments
confronting him would make a lot of sense.
There's moments where I think they handle it perfectly. Scooching ahead just a tiny bit, but to Nibelheim, right, where you've got the realization that, oh shit, Cloud does know who Zack is, and Zack died.
Mm-hmm.
And Tifa's like, let me handle this, because it's very clear that Tifa and Aerith have already been having these conversations.
Yeah.
When they're doing stuff like that, I'm like, oh, they're doing an excellent job here of balancing that line. It's just there's times where it's like, oh shit, Tifa just nearly got obliterated into the live stream. We'll leave her alone with him and then not question what the fuck happened. Let's just move on. It's stuff like that. I'm like, come on, guys. Someone should have brought it up. I think the whole live stream scene is really cool, though. I like that kind of.
Yeah,
It's very
that was
trippy.
really
It's very
cool.
cool. It was kind of the point where I did let out a bit of a sigh because it's where
Whispers.
the whispers came back, and I was like, if the whispers were still playing their role from the first part, I would have been like, okay, they're trying to control fate again. But then it's the fact that there's now 3 kinds of whispers, it seems. I'm like, okay, so there's the fate whispers, there's what seems to be the Sephiroth whispers, and the white ones seem to be Aerith whispers. And I'm like, okay, we've got like...
Sephiroth co-opted the whispers from the other game is what happened.
Yeah, but we saw normal whispers as well. We've seen all 3. All 3 show up at Rebirth at some point. And I'm like, it's hard to keep track of this shit. It really is.
I can't wait till part 3 has Genesis whispers.
There'll be Zack
Not
whispers coming in from the
Genesis.
other the dimension, dude. They'll just little
Just-
Gongaga
they show
whispers,
up,
dude.
They
yeah.
show up as little poetry dementors.
But this is the part where Zack's storyline started coming into fruition more, right? By this point, you'd seen that Aerith and Cloud are still alive. They're basically comatose. Marlene is talking about Biggs. What I find interesting is, and there seems to be a lot of discussion, is obviously that Biggs is our Biggs, right? It seems to be that Biggs is the Biggs from the remake continuity that got pulled in. And then some people are like, okay, so it's trying to figure out where the other fuckers is anyone else from our timeline? Is that Marlene from a completely different timeline? Is that our Marlene, or is that just another Marlene? Like, it's very hard to keep track of who's who.
Because like the way it's set up, it feels like the way that Marlene talks about Biggs and Eris's mother, it seems like they all have an element of familiarity with how we know them. So they almost make it feel like Zack just stepped through time or something.
Well, it's like, again, so is this Zack that is in this pocket dimension of people who should have been fucking dead or whatever, but in this purgatory state? Is that Zack, the Zack from this remake continuity that has been pulled into this other, or is this just a completely different Zack from it? It's like, it's getting to the point where I'm like, again, this is the problem with multiverses, is like, if it was just like this is some form of purgatory where people are being pulled from for some reason, I'm like, okay, makes sense. But it's like, no, that Biggs is definitely our Biggs. Who the fuck are all these other people? Is that our Zack? Is that our Marlene?
It's like they needed. It's like in the last chapter doesn't help either with all of this because
Cloud. Is that Cloud? Is that Aerith? We'll get to that chapter 14 because I think half of the thing is just absolute confusion of who is that. Like, that Cloud is obviously, is that Cloud our Cloud, or is that Cloud is that Aerith? Who's the Aerith? I don't know.
It's bizarre, and like it's almost like I would almost, if not for the final chapter, buy that like the rest of them, the people who didn't die yet are just kind of like NPCs in the purgatory world.
It almost made more sense when after remake we all just thought there were 2 universes. It almost made more sense then than it does now with the purgatory
seeing the end of the remake thing and Zack and Cloud walking by Eris and Cloud and what we were saying. I'm like, oh, it's just kind of symbolic. Is how I took it.
Oh, if only.
I was like, oh, they broke fate. The possibility of change exists in the next part. And then playing the end of the Yuffie thing, I was like, oh, they are sticking with Zack here. Interesting.
It's interesting, right? I feel like, again, I think we'll get to the ending. I'm sure we'll have a lovely discussion. Like I said, we're nearly 3 hours in. We're nowhere near that yet. Good Lord help us. But, it's like, I feel like confusion is the main problem here. I feel like if we had part 3 in our hands right now and we got the full story, we'd be able to make we'd be able to make peace with it, where it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't add up, but it doesn't matter. We have what we need from it. Whereas now we're just in this mumbo jumbo state of, so who's that Zack? Who's that Cloud? Who's that Aerith? Why are there so many Aeriths? The materia is clear. Okay, let's discuss that later.
At least with Zack, it doesn't really matter what world he comes from. The man is the same.
No. So is it our Zack? Is it not? Like, who knows? Like, it genuinely is. Because
and when is Zack going to meet Jesse?
The dude. Genuinely.
Well, Jesse's dead in that world too. Like,
it's an interaction that has to happen.
Jesse takes an L because Jesse's even dead in purgatory. Apparently, that's great. We'll get to it though. We'll talk about all of that. Like we'll bundle in. We'll do a whole point of Zack later because I feel like it's just best to get it all over and done with when we're in chapter 14. Cosmo Canyon and Nanaki. Here's
this is one of my favorite chapters in the whole game. This was done incredibly well in Rebirth.
I was a big fan of it too.
Yeah, this by like because in the original game it's regarded as like one of the best storylines in the game, but in the Rebirth, like I was expecting Cosmo Canyon to be done pretty well, and they nailed it. Like not only the environment and the Cosmo region, like just the open, because you know Cosmo Canyon, it's kind of inspired by like the Grand Canyon with how like open it is and the colors of it and everything. But not only like the city and like the NPCs in the city and everything, but like the environment, and then also Bugenhagen. Like yeah. learning about the planet in the planetarium, the bonfire, which in the original game, the bonfire was actually just you and your party. It wasn't like a giant like town celebration.
Yeah,
it was just you and your party.
They turned it into that part Entangled. It was great.
That was really good.
I liked
it. Were they using the same tech from
play.
Kingdom Hearts 3? I was like, are they using the same tech there? Because they basically did the same scene.
I liked it a lot. I liked it. It's funny because in the original also there's relationship points in the bonfire, like in Rebirth, but in Rebirth it definitely has more purpose. And then then when you get to the Cave of Gi, you get that Barret Red dynamic again, like you get in the Mythril Mines. Which I was like when Bugenhagen, I thought he was gonna pick Cloud because in the original it's Cloud Red and then a third party member which you can pick whoever you want. But in Rebirth, like I was like, okay, he's gonna pick Cloud, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna pick you. I'm gonna pick you, and he picks Barret. I'm like, you know what? I'm cool with this. Like, and the Cave of Gi, like, because in the original it's like a pretty small dungeon, but in the Rebirth it's just huge. And like the big thing with me with the Cave of Gi was the music, like the music you get when you're descending into the Cave of Gi, and then you get like that like Latin chorus when you're in like the final depths. I'm just like, this is sick. Like this is like the Cave of Gi was probably like, if it wasn't, I like the temple. I don't know if that's controversial, but if it wasn't for the temple,
it is very controversial.
the Cave of Gi was definitely my second favorite dungeon in Rebirth. It was just and all the enemies, and like even like the stingers, because in the original you have to get past the stinger webs and you have to fight the stingers to move on to Ginatak. And it's not the same case in Rebirth, but they do have the stingers and they have all the enemies from Cosmo in the Cave of Gi. So yeah, and Red 13 running on the walls and stuff. That was really cute. Yeah,
I think it has one of my favorite bits of storytelling between not even just Nanaki's like background origin story, but the relationship between him and Barret is something that I love. It's just like the little things. Like prior to this whole section, Barret is the person that most commonly calls him Red, like literally the entire. And after that section in Cosmo Canyon, he never calls him Red ever again. He's the only party member that goes out of his way to call him Nanaki every single fucking time. And it's like stuff like that I absolutely love. To be honest, I was kind of pissed that when we found out his real name, that the subtitles didn't change from Red 13, to be honest. I was like, go for it. Like, properly, like, if that's his name and that's who he is, I hope in part 3, do it. Like, go all in on it, because I'm like, why you'd still call him Red if you found out that that was the name that fucking Hojo gave him, or shall we use his actual name? Yeah, be like Barret, use his actual fucking name, right? Like, it's just like little bits of storytelling like that where it's like they go through that whole process and then you come out of it and you just like, you can just tell just from the way that Barret acts around him now going forward, the dynamics changed entirely, and it's just that little subtle bit of storytelling that I really appreciate.
They had a really good dynamic throughout the game because like it wasn't. It was almost semi-adversarial in a way where it's like anytime they're hanging out with each other, it was like begrudging, and then it's like after that, it was like, oh, you all right.
I also love when you're about to fight Ginatak and Barret's like, the hell we do to piss this guy off, and just I love the like the throwaway lines that Barret has with Red, and just like it's like their relationship. Like, again, it's two characters you never really expected to even, because in the original there's no dynamic, because again it's mostly just who you have in your party is there with you for the game. But in the Cave of Gi and stuff, and again you get that, especially because Barret's not like spiritual like like Bugenhagen and Nanaki and all of them, but he cares about the planet just as much as all they do. That's the thing. I think that's a cool thing. Why? Because I think Bugenhagen can kind of sense that from Barret, but Barret's just about like obviously taking Shinra down, blowing reactors up, trying to save the planet. But then Cosmo Canyon, they're all like spiritual people. They're all like channeling with the live stream and stuff.
Yeah, he
and,
never
yeah,
really.
no.
He never really understands the religious side of it, but he has the same kind of. He has the same kind of principles in respect to the planet and wanting the best for the planet. He just doesn't necessarily think about it in a spiritual manner, which is like. And there's there's whole. You have the whole array of people, right? Where you've got someone like Yuffie who genuinely thinks it's like a cult, and she's like, well, this is so fucking stupid, like to people like Tifa and Barret. And I mean, if you've done the proto relic in Cosmo Canyon, which the mini game for the Cosmo Canyon proto relic, the stupid fucking bot thing, I was like, whatever. But the actual story that you get from it basically is a conclusion to Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge's kind of story with and basically how Tifa and Barret kind of are coming to terms with accepting that they're gone. And it's like, it's just such a great story, and the way that they weave Cosmo Canyon into all of it, the drink and all of that stuff, just like the way that they weave that narrative in is so fucking great. I feel like they nailed Cosmo Canyon, really. I just think every part of the story, from side quests to just the overarching narrative, I just think they absolutely nailed. I think it's one of the game's strongest points.
Yeah, the boss too. Gintok was awesome because in the original game, it's just a very simple boss. And fun fact, in the original, you can literally throw an elixir and it just insta kills him. In the original game, it's just a gimmick they have. Like if you throw an elixir, because in the speed run we actually skipped Cosmo Canyon.
Zombie status or something.
It's just insta death. It's just insta death. Like it's just part of the game. Because in the original game, in the speed run before we skipped Cosmo Canyon, it was just part of the speed run. You just get an elixir, save it for Cosmo Canyon, throw it at Gintok, and it was just a quick fight. In the Rebirth, you can actually throw an elixir and it'll actually do damage. They kept that in Rebirth. Yeah, so I threw an elixir for the shits and giggles. I was like, is this gonna insta kill? It did I think 1,000 damage. I was like, oh, they actually kept the gimmick in there somewhat. But no, I love that boss fight. It was actually I think it was the first boss fight that I actually had a bit of difficulty with. I actually had to do a few times because especially the Doom counter at the end.
Yeah, it was fucking. We'll get to speaking of Doom counters, fucking Sephiroth at the end of the game. I've got a bone to fucking pick with that fight at the end of the game. We'll get to it.
I have.
But I also, the thing that because I do a bit of research. I've played the game now, so I go and look at I basically go, anything that this story has covered now is fair game for me to go and see what was different in the original. So I've done that research. Yeah. And it's like the whole Black Materia thing. Like it's like they've just the backstory and the Geese stuff, like the way that they've to me, all this expansion and stuff like that, I'm just like, fuck me, like I'm like, this felt like, I'm like, this just feels like this is what I'm on about, where it's like how they could have done the Barret section better earlier. I'm just like, they weave all the Cosmo Canyon, all the new lore that they added to all this stuff, and it just feels like it was always there to me. I can't tell that this is all stuff that they've added an addendum to. It's so well fucking done that I'm just like, damn, I can't imagine playing the original and not having all that backstory stuff. I'm like, that's crazy. It's so well done.
The only reason I remembered that that's not how it was because I'm like, this seems way too intense for what was going on there before.
Dude, the whole idea of it's like, they can't die, they're not bound to the planet, so they're not part of the live stream, so their whole idea is fuck the whole planet then, I guess. That's the only way we're gonna be free. It's like, that's so dark, but it's great. I love it.
Same.
And the way that it works with Nanaki's storyline, the side quests and stuff like that, the relationship he has with his dad and this new kind of purpose that he has going forward, it's just like, it's all so well done. And it is it's a testament to the writing team and what they've done with this game. It's also a testament to Max Mittelman, which I think has done a fantastic job with Nanaki and having that dual personality. His performance in this game is fantastic, like genuinely.
He's amazing. I love Max Mittelman.
He's fantastic, and I think he really shines in this game. He turned a character who I was very indifferent to Red in Remake. When he showed up, I was like, I'm not gonna like this character, and then I get to this game and I'm like, he's one of the shining examples of,
he's one of the best characters to play as too.
He is a lot of fun to play as. I like his little hold square and turn himself into a saw blade move.
Yeah.
But no, I I adored it. Fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. And then no, like I do think also like the whole black materia with the people of Gi was just a really cool like throw in bonus like after you're done with, because again the original you just fight Ginnatok and then you go and see Seto on like the top of Cosmo Canyon and you find out it's the same thing with Rebirth. You find out like your father wasn't a coward, he was defending Cosmo Canyon, and then you have that emotional moment. But what's up?
Yeah, he sacrificed himself to save the
But no, they definitely. It's funny. I think I saw something recently. Kataze and Nomura and a few others are talking about how with the remake trilogy, they're adding in a lot of stuff that they couldn't get to in the original game. So I feel like this is probably one of those things that they probably wanted to add to the original, but they just couldn't, probably because of limitations with the game and PS1 and all that. So
Yeah.
It was the first, PS1 Final Fantasy. Like, I mean, you can just by the way it's made, right? Like, say
you can tell
the Playmobil models and all that jazz. Even looking at Final Fantasy VIII, you're like, wow, what a step up.
Yeah. When you go from, especially from 7 to 9, it's like night and day. Like, because 9 is like one of the. I don't know if this is controversial. I don't like FF9, but I will say it's one of the best looking PS1 games by far.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, man.
And I'm right there with you on the not being too keen on FF9. Don't worry.
At least you understand.
But I love this section. It was genuinely like, I'm like, this is the stuff. Like, when I go back, like, I want to platinum the game as well, Dill, at some point. I have personally decided that I will go absolutely insane though if I do a hard playthrough straight away. So I'm gonna go and play some other stuff and then come back to it. But it's like, when I do replay this, inevitably in 3 or 4 years' time, when the final part is around the corner, I'm saying 3 because I want to be optimistic that they're going to have it out for the 30th it'll be the 30th anniversary. I'm being optimistic. I know it'll probably be 4, but let's play devil's advocate. That I know that this is the stuff that I'm going to be really looking forward to, is the stuff like Cosmo Canyon, just going back and getting these kind of lore dumps that I just think that work really well. We forgot to mention as well, obviously, with Gongaga, the end of Gongaga, Cosmo Canyon, Sid has entered the picture now with Tiny Bronco. He is in the picture. I heard that the past with Aerith's mom and stuff like that, that's all new stuff.
Yeah, that's all new.
Which I like. I think I really like Sid from my brief encounters with him.
It gives him a good reason to be there, since they took out his part of the story for later, I suspect.
Yeah, there's no way. Like, Rocket Town has to be in the third game. There's no way they're gonna leave that out. Because the thing that I actually honestly like, Sid, I was kind of sad that Rocket Town wasn't in Rebirth, because I was actually like, oh, we're going to Rocket Town after Nibelheim because that's what it was in the original game, and then no, you don't. I'm just like, oh, come on, but it's fine.
It'll definitely be in part.
Yeah, I do, because the thing is with Sid, his character in the original FF7 is so dated because he's like verbally abusive to his wife, smokes all the time, and like he's just a dick. Honestly, I prefer
a father in the 90s, ladies and gentlemen. That was just like father character in the 1990s.
Like, his character, if you play the original FF7, like, he's a dick. Like, he's an actual dick. I like how not only does he actually look his age in this game, he doesn't look like a 45-year-old man, but I like how he's like an actual like genuine person. Like, he wants to help Aerith, because the past with his mom, and he's just there for the team. And I like his dynamic a lot better in the Rebirth series. I kind of wish we did get Rocket Town, but no, I think they did an amazing job with him so far.
I love him. I genuinely do. And I think giving him that backbone of knowing Aerith's mum, it gives him that he feels like kind of that responsibility. He wants to help Aerith. And now, with obviously what's happened to Aerith, it gives him more of a motive to stay with. It's like, it's giving him a reason to be here without giving his story section, essentially, which I think works really well. Similar to Vincent, when we get to Vincent as well, I feel like they give you enough for him to be like, oh, I understand why he's here and why we aren't playing as him yet, but they give you enough reason to go, okay, I understand why you're here. I want to play you right now, but I can wait, but I understand it.
True.
I love, Vincent was also introduced really well.
But no, I really like Sid quite a bit. He's extremely charming. I think. Who I don't know who the performer is for Sid, but
I believe
like,
it's D. Bradley Baker.
Is it?
I think.
Yeah, double check that. That'd be cool if it is. But yeah, I really like Sid quite a lot.
And the southern accent that he has now in the game, which I thought was kind of a nice little throw in. Like he had because I never suspected Sid to have like a southern accent, but they gave him that.
He
I
had
was like,
something
I
like
vibe
that
with
in
it.
Advent Children, but it wasn't.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen
the
that yet, so
same
I do-
thing.
I do. Yeah, I like it. I like Sid quite a lot. I don't know if I've just been treated well so far, but it's like in the 2 Final Fantasies that I've played, I like Sid quite a lot. Sid in Final Fantasy
true.
16 is incredible.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah. Because Sid is he's a character that's in he's like one of those like
he's a
running gag
he's a
characters.
recurring
Yeah.
name, but
Yeah.
the 2 I've met so far are both fantastic. So big up to Sid. But alas, we must go to Nibelheim as that is the next location, to Chapter 11, which quite possibly for me is one of the rougher chapters. I feel there's parts that I like, there's parts that I loathe, and well, let's get into it, right? I like the return to Nibelheim. I like them having to come to this kind of realization that their home is back, but it isn't. That it is basically a zombie of its former self. I like that. I love that it's kind of the
like a big
antithesis of what
hospice
they'd
care.
want. It is, it's just it's a hospice for Shinra for the experiments that they've basically been committing. Right? It's like it's got that. They managed to nail the fact that even though this is their hometown, it feels anything but. Like you just feel unease when you go there.
It's like I imagine it's got to be a similar feeling to like if one of them were to encounter one of their parents, but they came back, but they came back wrong or something.
Because here's my thing, Nibelheim, like I said, it's grey. I don't particularly like the region too much. I like the chocobo. I'm glad that they
The
gave you
chocobo's
the
awesome.
I feel like they gave you the fun
stream
chocobo for the region that I didn't care for. I was like, okay, at least
I
I'm
was
cruising. I'm like
overdoing
flying
side
everywhere.
stuff by this point in the game, except for like I was like, oh, Odin's the summon, gotta go get him.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole side quest. There's the main side quest in this area is just about the Chocobo Ranch or whatever, and I'm like, whatever.
With the Choco grass that had the bad hit detection.
Yeah, where I missed one of them and I had to go and play a loop-de-loop around the entire map looking for one Choco grass because I needed it for the thing. That was a fun time.
I flew over like 10 of them and got 1 out of 10 to, hit. So I'm like, okay.
They were a bit.
Sorry,
finicky.
sorry, Chocobo Sage. You're just gonna have to die, I guess.
But yeah, Nibelheim is, like I say, there's some great character stuff there. The dynamics between Cloud and Tifa, but this is like the last section really of Cloud still being Cloud, which is, in retrospect, you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, he's still there. He's still with us now at least. Obviously you got Kate Sif wanting to use the terminal, blah 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 blah. Turns out that terminal's not good enough. We've got to go to the mansion. We've got to go and get the guy who's gone to the reactor, and the whole Wu Tai scenario is heating up. I didn't mind the Cloud the Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie section. I thought that section was fine, personally.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Liked that section. Because Kyle warned me that he was like, I hated Chapter 11, just so you know. I'm like, okay. So Chapter 11 was warning bells for me. So when I saw it, I was like, I was playing as Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie. I was like, this is fun. What's he on about? And then I was like, it didn't click that I was like, oh, they're going to do a half and half again. And I realized who I was left with. And I was like, not Kate, Sif, and Aerith. No. A combination of, like, I love Aerith as a character. I don't like her as the way she plays, really. I'm not an Aerith fan in combat.
Yeah, I don't like her that much, but I made using her tolerable by giving her the haste scarf, and then she has, like, good magic stats. So I just gave her the higher level materia when I had to use her, and that would make life simpler.
But yeah, that first section with
Kate
Tifa
sucked.
the first section with Tifa, Yuffie, and Cloud, I really like. Again, that kind of, I like this dynamic of, having Wu Tai and having Shinra kind of be at odds with each other. And as we get to the ending, having it all be like a manipulation from Genova, basically, is like the tension is heating up as a distract. I love all that stuff. It's like the political nature of it is like, it's fantastic. Again, as well, with Yuffie being a kid, being like 15, 16 years old, you know, she's got such a shallow perspective of what, you know, war is and the politics behind it all, that she's just like, oh, these people can't possibly be like that's a Wutai name. And like I was like, yeah, but people from Wutai can live here. Like, you know, there's people that are back, like just having those kind of, all that stuff I liked, the going to Genova and all that stuff I liked. As soon as we got the XIII section, Cal came back just in time to bitch about the worst part of the game.
Oh, before the game gives you the worst party possible. Hell
yeah, dude, it's great. It's time for XIII's fuck about.
You don't even get to
11.
use the full party for a lot of it either.
No.
Do you know what sucks? By the way, my last I'm missing. It gets worse. I'm missing one treasure from Johnny's treasure trove, which is for beating all the combat challenges on hard. The second to last one that I missed was that stupid fucking box throwing mini game in chapter 11, because I missed it and I was like, that's not going to be relevant. Who fucking cares?
It is? Oh, shit.
Yes, it is. I had to replay the whole of fucking chapter 11 to get to that stupid fucking box thing.
No.
I mean, so mad.
I don't mind chapter 11. I just hate the box throwing shit. That's the one thing I hate about
it's so
chapter 11.
It's so unintuitive, that box. It's one of those ones where, you know, when
Terrible.
they have motion controls in it and it's like, those motion controls are garbage, I'm just gonna go back to the stick. Or sometimes the motion controls actually feel decent and you're like, okay, that makes more sense. The box throw feels like neither the sticks nor the touchpad were the correct way of doing it. It just felt like both of them were bad.
It feels like you're trying to cast like one of those lobbed spells in like Baldur's Gate or something, but you don't get an overhead camera.
Do you know what it feels like? It feels like a PS4, like a first year PS4 game where the touchpad's brand new and someone's like, we gotta use the touchpad. It's brand new, but it's been a decade. Why are we still doing this? Like, it feels like if this was a 2014 game, like Infamous Second Son, when it made you turn the dual set shot on its side and you shook it like a spray paint can, you're like, that's quirky. Like, the time for doing this quirky shit was about 11 years ago when the touchpad was first introduced, not now where I'm like, okay,
enough time has passed. Get rid of the touchpad. It's not doing it.
It wasn't even just swiping. It was like you have to push down on the button and swipe or use the analog, and it was just like, it was nasty, dude. Yeah. Tap R1 but then press square. I'm like, gross. Hated it.
That was the worst gimmick in the game by far.
By far, yeah. It's horrendous. And also, like I say, personal vendetta against Hojo and his labs. So when I found out that it was a XIII dungeon in a Hojo lab, I was like, God, this is like the worst. This is like the worst fucking possible bingo card I've got on my life. Like, I'm like, no, I don't want this.
It's like a slot machine roulette of horrible.
Here's the thing, again, I like Hojo as a character. I love that I hate him because they portray him perfectly as like this despicable.
You need somebody like him because Sephiroth is too cool and Rufus is also too cool.
Rufus, like the thing. Well,
you just need a hateable villain.
Sephiroth, you don't see enough of him really. He just shows up in bits, and Rufus has, like you say, he's more of a grey character where you can see sides to him where you understand where he's coming from. Whereas you just need Hojo, who is an absolute asshole, where you're like, I can put all my hatred into you whenever I see you.
He's a complete monster.
Despicable.
But then I don't think...
The true villain.
Yeah, I don't think they need to go, oh, do you know what that means? We also need to make every experience with Hojo the most miserable experience you're ever going to go through in your life. Like, I don't need that every time. Like...
In part 3, he's gonna drive to your house and punch you in the face while you play his chapter.
I mean, you didn't do all the side stuff until you. There's a bit where you go in chapter 12. If you go back in there, there's a simulation where you Hojo's got like 3 combat trials and like 6 combat. Like they go and they make that shitty section worse. And
I thought there was like a treasure box or something that I missed. So I like turned around when I got Cloud back, and he was like, a combat simulator. I'm like, no.
You know what's sad? There is a chest behind the combat simulator. It's one of Aerith's weapons is behind that combat simulator that you have to beat all of them. And I'm like, why? I don't want, like, again, I love the combat in this game, but having the Beast trials, the Colosseum in the Golden Saucer, Hojo trials, Chadley trials. I'm like, guys, I think we've got enough combat trials. You could have saved some of these for part 3. I don't think I needed 60 combat trials in the video game, but thank you for trying. Especially some of the garbage ones. Like, I don't know, the fucking one with the Cthulhu demon where you have to kill Cthulhu before the 2 minions, and the 2 minions have like 2 HP.
I did that one the other night. I hate like I was literally doing that for like an hour. I was actually in a VC with Tet while he was streaming Crash 1, and you heard me on stream. I was just like, fuck, come on. And then I finally got
it was that miserable. I had to solo it as Yuffie. Like, that's the only solution I came up with. Was like,
I did Tifa.
That's my girl.
Tifa. You have to solo it because the AI just kept killing the other 2 minions. I'm like, you dumb fucking idiots.
Tifa. So actually, I don't know if you guys knew this. Tifa and Yuffie are both the 2 strongest and the most broken characters in the game.
Yeah.
With Tifa, and this was in remake. I didn't even realize. Depending on your materia setup, and I forget what mine is, but you can literally just spam Unbridled Strength and just keep doing the uppercuts, like Unbridled Strength uppercut, Unbridled Strength uppercut.
Yeah, because it charges the thing back. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when you stagger, when they're staggered, the uppercuts, the damage keeps increasing, so you just destroy it. So I just destroyed that first big.
As a Devil May Cry fan, uppercut being broken makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense.
Yeah.
So it's funny because in the original as well, Tifa and Yuffie are both 2 of the most broken characters. So that's like one of the, you can call it an accurate 1-to-1 remake. They're both broken as hell, but
no, I found Yuffie was pretty busted with her doppelganger. And just
yeah.
the magic
Doppelganger.
ninjutsu spam.
Oh, if you're ever struggling on that Cactar mini game with Yuffie, very simple solution for 90% of it is just doppelganger windstorm kills most of the fucking Cactars. Just like you don't even have to
Windstorm is one of my favorite abilities because it just sucks all the trash mobs.
Oh, it's just brain dead. It's just brain dead. It just brings everybody in and does damage. It's just like you just turn off your brain. And just go,
Very
there you go,
fitting.
doppelganger windstorm, good to go. But no, I do wish there were less combat trials in this game. And this is coming from someone that now has to do the brutal and legendary ones as well at some point in their life. I'm like, oh, more. No, there are way too many.
More?
But yeah, that whole Kate Sif section, I was not a fan of.
I liked him rolling in the little ventilation shafts, but that was it.
Yeah, that was cute.
It was better. I will say it this much: it was better on second playthrough because I knew that Yin Yang was weak to fire, and I had fire material on Kate Sif. 2 things that I didn't know going through it the first time round because Assess was on everybody else and fire was on everybody else as well. So I was just sitting. I had to literally punch Yin Yang to death basically. So I had no way to speed that up. I was like, this is miserable. I hate it.
But at the end of this, we got to meet Vincent, so I'd say it was worth it.
I think the Vincent interaction and the boss fight was probably the best part of Chapter 11. The boss fight was awesome. The boss fight
was really cool.
Yeah,
I like him just palming Kate Sith by the face.
I thought,
lead up to that.
The boss fight was pretty challenging, partly because it did force lock me more Kate Sith. Like I was like, what's the reward for beating
I just
the
got
Kate
him
Sith
done
section
taking all
was-
of my materia off of him too. It was so annoying.
It's honestly the section that I'm not looking forward to the most in
actually.
hard playthrough. There's sections that are going to be harder, but the fact that you're going to have to balance MP with Kate Sith all the way through that solo section and then keep him viable for the fucking Vincent fight on top of that in hard mode, don't want to even think about that. That's like a miserable setup. Because at least I think what's going to make hard mode a bit more balanced in Rebirth is because you have so many party members that are free at one time that if you start running out, unlike in Remake, you have options to swap people out and do a bit of swapping. Whereas in those sections, it's just like, well, I hope you like Kate Sith. What you don't, well, have fun for an hour.
Well, tough.
But I do like how Vincent was introduced. I liked how he was handled.
Same.
He's really cool.
I do like how the response is basically, well, if you don't want to be a bitch about it, then get on our plane. If not, see you. And then it's like, well, okay, I guess what are you going to do, Vincent? You got to...
Mama didn't raise no bitch.
Yeah, basically.
There was just a lot of the interaction leading up to the fight that was amusing too. Like he puts in the little thing for the card and he's like, and then he pulls his gun and he's like, "You're not the Wutai inspector guy."
Yeah.
This isn't what he looks like.
Yeah.
And he shows you his picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that section quite a bit, and then obviously as you're leaving, you get the Roche final fight with him.
Thank God.
No, you hate it.
R.I.P. I was hoping that he would be around. I think you brought this up one time as like a hilarious possibility, Ethan, but you knew about the snowboard minigame and how it would have been fantastic if Roche had interrupted you during the little snowboard thing to harass you.
God,
That would have been
quit,
so
I would
good.
quit the third game.
I would have loved it.
Oh,
I was
it would have been
picturing
so
in my
good.
head.
I was hoping
no,
Roche was going to be for all
Yeah.
three.
I was not even in my head. In my head, it wasn't even that he'd donned like some skis and joined you. In my head,
No,
he would
I
have put
imagine it was
skis
still
on
his
the bottom of his
motorcycle.
wheels on his motorbike, and he would have skied on his motorbike.
Like
That was
like
in my head. Like that would have been
like
what
a
it
little
was.
makeshift snowmobile or something.
Yeah, basically. I was like, yeah. But no, I liked what they did with Roche because I think the idea of, again, they had this rivalry, which I liked quite a bit. There's the section, the fight with him in chapter...
In
God, I can't remember.
Junon.
4.
In
chapter
Junon
4.
chapter.
Yeah.
I liked that quite a bit. I liked their kind of rivalry that they had going. But I liked how, especially as an analogy for Cloud and what's been happening with the soldiers and all that, the Genova cells and all that jazz, is having him go from being, as fit as he was to fucked within like such a short time frame to just go,
Yeah.
this isn't just happening to soldiers that have just passed their prime. This is just this can happen just due to experimentation like Hojo was doing on him, or just due to degradation.
Well, he was
happened.
degrading, so he
Yeah.
submitted himself to Hojo to be experimented
Yeah.
on, and I think that was a cool little detail because it's like, oh, he knows he's done like soon, so he wants to, exist in his own terms.
But I thought it was a great kind of metaphor to be like, this is what is Cloud's been having this kind of panic attack almost for a while now that he's going to degrade. This is what's going to happen to him. So to have somebody that he knows that literally a couple of weeks ago was fine, they were fighting like nothing was happening, and to become one of the cloaks. I also like that there's just the little bit that he's one of the only cloaks that did actually make it to the Temple of the Ancients. I did think it was a nice little touch in the
They
end.
didn't even let his body get cold before they like converted him. It's messed up.
No, that was it was kind of creepy. I do like.
was
I'm like,
like,
oh,
oh.
so the cloak comes for free. I'm like, I don't like. Hojo doesn't provide the cloak. Sephiroth provides that as part
It's
of
like
his
they
inauguration.
just
Okay.
cast clothes beam on him and he starts
dude.
shambling around with them.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just to say, I like the boss fight. I will say the boss fight was cool because it was the solo fight with Roche. That was cool. But to be honest, like I said, him as like an initial character in the remake universe, I'm not the biggest fan of him. I think he's kind of just in there. And again, when he comes, it's just like I can't help but get annoyed at him. I'm just like, dude, shut up, stop laughing.
No,
I don't know
keep
who
laughing,
you are.
Keep laughing.
I don't care who you
He
are.
really likes his motorcycle.
He really does like his.
I just
That's the reason that he started degrading Hunters, because we destroyed his motorbike. He was like, "Oh no, that's it. I'm done. That was my life support
Yeah.
machine."
I just don't care for the dude. And honestly, when he transformed into like a Hojo failed experiment, I was just like, good riddance. I'm glad that you're
Nah, bro.
you're not.
Boo.
I'm
Boo.
cold hearted, yeah, but like
Hater of fun. Rest in peace,
Nah.
Roach. I will resurrect
his
you in part 3.
I liked his boss fights, hated him as a character, so
Nah, he's great. Sleep well, King. Miss you.
Yeah.
What if Roche gets to start interacting with Zack now?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's what the
Zack will
motorbike is
have,
for,
like,
dude. That's what the
Vietnam
motorbike's for. Biggs' motorbike.
flashbacks
That's what it's for.
because-
Oh shit!
Because like
Zack will
Zack
get
he spent all of Crisis Core being harassed by weirdos. So he's just gonna be like, no, I thought I
Zack
was
will get a
free."
restraining order from him.
Yeah. But no, like I say, he was just a fun side character to me, and I think they used him quite well as an example for Cloud and the party. I think what they
Yeah,
did
the way
in the
it
end
dovetailed
was
at the end
they
was
turned a
more
goofy
than I was
character
expecting
into
to be.
kind of a message which I thought worked quite well, to be honest. And I was like, oh damn. Especially as someone who was like, yeah, I guess these are ex-soldiers and stuff like that. But I'm like, in my head, like I say, because I'm just seeing people like, this could just be a thing that happens when they're super old and they're just fucked, like. But to have it to happen to somebody that was in a very short period of time, like, oh, fair. That means when Cloud is having panic attacks of this happening to him, it's a very real possibility that it could happen to him very quickly. Like, it could be a matter of weeks instead of what I thought would be years, where it's like, oh yeah, you Cloud, when you're 50, you're fucked, mate. You like, that's it, you're done. But no.
Now when he's 30, he's fucked.
I think, yeah, not even that. When he's 25 at this rate, from the looks of it.
Oh man.
But no, I like to say, chapter 11 to me was like a hit and miss chapter, really. Like, I liked the bits with Yuffie and Cloud and the Roche bit at the end, but that middle section in the Hojo lab, I'm like, I could have done without.
I just thought the Kate Sith section was just like the solo Kate Sith section was the worst part.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's fine, but the solo Kate Sith was just trash.
I understand that they want each character to have their own solo section. Like, I know if you notice, every character does have a section where you are the controlling them at some point. But I'm like, hear me out. Nah, we don't. We don't know. Like, come on, we don't. Come on.
Maybe nah.
I'm like, maybe nah. And please don't do it in part 3. Please just don't make me do a Kate Sith section in part 3. Or at least make it more fun to play.
Well, the way the original story goes, that's probably going to happen.
Oh, good.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
I don't want to spoil too much in the original story, but
I know
Kyle
what you're
knows
talking
what
about.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you're probably going to eventually get a...
Yep, that repressed memory just came back.
Yep, I'll call it a party switch up. That's what I'll say.
Oh, good.
So...
So good. Yeah, well, I'm expecting there's going to be a part where Cloud's just down for the count for a while and you just got to deal without him. That's what I'm expecting, because he's fucked at the moment. Like, I'm literally like, you go. We'll get to the ending. You're gone fucking batshit crazy anyway, so, leave you to it. Have fun.
Part 3 just opens with the party
Give me Vincent.
throwing him into a white padded room.
I will not confirm nor deny what you just said. So.
And then he's like in a straitjacket screaming reunion.
Yeah. Anyway. Shall we move on to Gold Saucer Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, shall we? Really quick.
One of the best parts in the game.
I'm looking at Kyle's timestamps, and let me just say, he thought we were going to leave about 5 minutes ago, but we just kept on going. It's all good, though. I really liked the second part.
Dude, this might hit 4 hours at this rate.
Oh, it is.
New record.
I am putting money on it. We're going past the red line, Kyle. We are going past the red line.
Congrats,
vroom,
Dill.
vroom.
This is officially our longest spoiler cast.
Awesome.
Dude, the thing is, though, is this... I love games like this because I genuinely can it doesn't feel like it's been 3.5 hours, and I feel like I could easily just keep talking forever about this game because there's so much good stuff to talk about.
I don't know, dude. I'm starting to feel it now.
Oh, you better buckle up, buckaroo.
We're almost there.
We're almost there, Kyle. We're almost there.
Yeah, but we're almost there. You're talking in like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
That is true. We do have to talk about the end, which might be a whole fucking
13 and 14 are pretty long. Yeah.
It's fine. We can briefly talk about Gold Saucer Volume 2. I liked Gold Saucer Volume 2 quite a lot. I liked the dates. I've seen 3. I've not seen the Homies one yet. That's the only one I haven't seen. I haven't seen the Homies.
I got Barret. That was
I got Tifa. But I tried my best to get Tifa. Did you get the romantic conclusion?
Of course I did.
You're
talking to the head shipper of the HGO podcast, bitch. This is what my job is. Hunter writes the review. I figure out what the romance options are. This is what happens.
Honestly, because the thing is with the Tifa date, they did not have the kiss with Aerith, and that was strictly for fan service. They fan service for that to the Tifa date. Because even in the original, in the original, the most intimate date you can get is with Aerith, because it's the most optimal, I'd say, in the original version. Because in the original version, it's, even though there still is that Cloud, Aerith, Tifa love triangle like there is in the remake series, in the original it definitely makes the most sense to go with Aerith. But I like how in this one it's not really.
Well, you don't know, all the Zack stuff is not in the background, Hunter. You don't feel as guilty. Now I'm like, now as someone who hasn't played all those ones, I would feel like if I was romancing Aerith, I feel like I'm doing Zack. I'm doing my dead homie a fucking disservice here. Like, no.
Which hilariously, the people who still insist on matching Cloud and Aerith together also like Zack, and that doesn't ever cross their mind.
They just want they want their cake and they'll eat it, Hunter. They want everything. They're just like Aerith supremacy, apparently.
I mean, I would love for a camp to just emerge from all of this and be like, hoorah, polygamy.
I mean, just get the Xenoblade 2 writers on it, apparently. They're the only accepted ones. But yeah, I feel like watching the date scenes, I do like, because it is like, the Tifa and Cloud 1 is very romantic. The Aerith and Cloud 1 is almost like, it's like the what if. It's as if, I say this before, it's as if Aerith knows that she's about to fucking go. Like there's this whole thing of it was never gonna work out, even though she wishes there was like the whole song, the whole fucking.
That's one of the
song,
one of the best main themes for a video game ever. By the way, that song was amazing. That was.
I like it.
It's
like
incredible.
I like it in the chapter. I don't like it as a credits theme. I preferred the original, the part 1.
I wish it would have been Hollow 2 for credits.
Yeah.
Nah, we'll have some discussion about that at the end. But no, the thing is with the date in general, like with the Loveless play, I think the date overall with the Loveless play and the Golden Soul, like the Ferris wheel, way better than the original. In the original, whoever you go on a date with, you're in this like random like you enter like the play area, and like one of the directors is like, hey, you're the 100th guest, do you want to be in the play with us tonight? And then you go
and
with
then you
your
get
date.
The option to play along or ruin it.
Yeah. And it's funny, in the speed run it's actually fastest to ruin the play, and then Aerith slaps you in the face, which I was actually kind of hoping they would have that in this game, but I didn't know that they were going to do this whole like VR Loveless thing, which I loved. Like the play was fantastic, but
it's very good.
Yeah, in the original,
it's great.
Yeah, in the original, if you ruin the play, Aerith's like, Cloud, you're embarrassing me. I'm mad at you, and then she goes up and just slaps you in the face, and then the guy that's in the dragon suit, she'll just like go up to him and drop kick him off stage. It's hilarious. But no, the Loveless and like the interactive like love play beforehand was like insanely cool.
It's great.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's following the lines of chapter 9 and the Honeybee Inn stuff of just like taking an area that almost that it's like, we need to do this right, especially with Remake. I feel like they had a line there with the Cloud dress and all that jazz where it's like they could very easily make this bad and offend, but they made it like they somehow managed to perfectly draw that line where it's like the most perfect thing that like, I'm fucking amazed that they managed, especially Square Enix managed to pull that off. I'm very impressed. And same here with Loveless, where it's like it's something where it's like you didn't need to go this hard, but you did, and I appreciate it. Like it's just like you did not need to do a route for for Tifa, Aerith, and Yuffie, and have all the Barret and the hologram stuff in it. You didn't need to do all that, but you did, and I really appreciate it. It's great.
It was awesome. It was like when I first experienced it, I was just like, this is so cool. Like and again, they didn't have to do this, but they did, and it's like they like the stuff, like some things like this, they just nail it out of the park with especially the cinematic aspect of everything, and
just how goofy it is as well. How it's like. Cloud's not a great actor, and it's just like stuff like that where it's like I love that because it is like it's as if the characters are, it's not just it's the voice actors pretending to be different characters. It's like, no, this is the characters pretending to be these characters. And you've got some people like Cloud and Yuffie who aren't fantastic, and then you've got other people like Barret who's properly hamming it up and really into it for some reason. You know, I love it. It's great. I know, I do like the song
version of the scene. The preamble to the part where you're actually like playing it or whatever with Jesse, you get to see him get all emotional.
Oh, do you? I would like to see that at some point. I'll probably go back and watch it, or when I do my hard playthrough, I'll set it to the homies.
Shout outs to Sid also falling asleep and then Yuffie waking him up. That was funny too.
Vincent at the back is not amused. He's just like, just like stuff like that. I just love the whole idea of Vincent just following them and not being amused about anything. But he's like, he could stay at the hotel, but he goes there anyway to be not amused. Like, I love the commitment to the just being pissy about everything.
I'm gonna sit here and loom and tell you you're stupid.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm here to do.
I can't wait to play as him in the final game. He's gonna be
It's gonna be great.
Dude, I'm so excited for him.
Hey, if they do it, this is what I've been hoping for. I've been saying, if they were to do an intermission kind of DLC, you'd assume it'd be Vincent instead of Yuffie, and I'm like, I'd be down with that. If just for Queen's Blood, he had the Emerald Witch. Give me more Queen's Blood. Give me a Queen's Blood prequel. Thank you. Don't even make him playable. Just give me Vincent playing Queen's Blood for 2 hours. I'll take that.
I'll take it too.
But yeah, like I love Chapter 12. The date scenes again, having the the Tifa and Cloud one be, very personal, very romantic, having the Aerith one again feel that sense of ominous dread in the air, which I'm like, oh, that's not the safe way to go about that. I respect it. I really do. I love the Yuffie one. The Yuffie one is fantastic. It's very adorable. It is, yeah. And you just get the lore behind, she knows Zack in the past and stuff like that. She had a crush on Zack because everyone has a crush on Zack.
I also didn't
it's
expect
true. Even Cloud has a crush
along.
on Zack. He just doesn't know it. He's forgotten.
I didn't expect.
As soon as he remembers who Zack is, he'll acknowledge his feelings.
Yeah, you were saying, Dill?
I was saying I didn't expect Cloud to like play along when like Yuffie's like pretending to beat him up. He's
it's so adorable, and he's like,
funny.
It's really good. I love that. It's like,
and then the bear.
That's a
I think
bit in Crisis Core with when she meets Zack.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. It's nice.
It's cute.
And while I love the Tifa date the best, I think the second best is the Barret date, because the Barret date is just like a very like intimate moment between like two friends, and like I don't know. I watched it back. I was just like, because in the original game, Cloud is just like sitting with like his arms crossed, and Barret's just like, I don't know why I'm like hanging out
Barret
with
just
you
like
now.
no bitches, and then like, that's it. That's basically like the you're alone.
But getting the Barret date naturally here, I'm pleased with the result I got. I thought it was a good scene.
Yeah, they definitely did a better job, because it actually shows that Barret deep down, he actually does care for Cloud, and like he's like, in the end of the day, no matter what, he's there for him, and like they have like this really good friendship. And I really, if I didn't get Tifa date, I would have been what I hoped for, was getting Barret date, because
I will go back and watch it. I feel like I have missed essential reading, and I will go back and fix my my mistake.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
But no, I love that section. I think chapter 12 is great, and then obviously you have the Don Corneo versus Dio clash down of the century, which was
conceptually, I think this is hilarious.
I do too. It's very funny.
Yes,
I thought it was alright.
I thought that the number of fights was a bit much, but
it was too much. Yeah, it was too much.
Yeah, the idea of Corneo trying to co-opt the golden saucer because he got kicked out of Wall Market is hilarious.
I think my favorite part is his two fucking voiceover guys, the two hype men.
Oh yeah,
They're just the
Scotch
funniest
and
part.
Koch.
Yeah, Scotch and Koch just funny because they just turn on the Don so quickly in their commentary, and then they're just straight back to being his best bud again. It's just like every time they get a chance to berate him and say that he's failing again, they're all game for it. And it's just
the cactuars
it's just little things.
With
it's little thing
Corneo's
like
hair.
The cat the cactuars with his hair. The fact that the monster he was riding was the sewer monster from part 1.
Yeah, honestly,
it's still missing his tail and stuff. Is like I'm like that's fun.
I feel like the sewer monster is called, in the original game, it's called Apps. But in remake it's called Apsu. I'll just say Apps though. I feel like fighting Apps was kind of not necessary. Same thing with refighting Rude and then Elena, because you fight him again in the temple anyway. I feel like those two fights were kind of just thrown in, and I was just like, we didn't really need these. Like,
this is the part of the game where I was mentioning earlier, where I wish they toned the boss fights down. Where I'm like, I don't need this many boss fights now. We're near the end game. I don't need 5 rounds of Corneo Cup thing, then a fight with the Dawn, then a fight with Rude and Elena, then a fight with just keep
Rufus
going.
and his dog.
Like
Rufus and his dog,
and then Kate Sith hide and seek,
and then Sith hide and seek. Like, I didn't need all that.
Yeah, I think honestly that was probably my least favorite part of the game. Was just I like the Rufus fight, but like all 3 of those fights didn't need to be in the game at all. I feel like all those fights were just kind of thrown in there. And it's funny because the differences with the original and the remake is Kate Sith still betrays you in the original, but you find Kate Sith sneaking around the golden saucer while you're on the date, and then you chase him down, and then he throws the keystone to Sang, who's on a helicopter, and then they fly away with the keystone, and then you confront Kate Sith, but Kate Sith stays with you in the original. Kate Sith's like, I can help you get to the temple, and you still need me, and then Cloud's just like, whatever, like you're the worst, but like you can come with us. I thought it was really funny how they kicked him out of the party in the Rebirth. I honestly thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I think what is his name? The guy that is controlling Kate Sith. What's his name? I can never remember his name. Reeve. That's it.
Yeah, Reeve.
I think Reeve is a really interesting character. I think that it'll be more interesting in part 3 than it will be here, because it's still like the dynamics are a bit, but it's like I like this, like obviously with the Sector 7 plate falling and all that jazz, it's like he's obviously got ulterior motives now, but it is like the bouncing between sides and then coming back to the Temple of the Ancients to actually help them out again and stuff like that. I'm like, it's an interesting, it's an interesting situation because again, he's been a dick. He did betray them, but he's also willing to help. It's like it's an interesting relationship that I hope is expanding a bit more in part 3.
Yeah.
But, that boss rush in chapter 12 was not a good time for
It was
me. I was like,
unnecessary.
ugh.
It wasn't bad. It was just unnecessary. They didn't need to have that in there.
And then after that, it's off to the Temple of the Ancients. There was a load of side quests. It gives you a side quest dump right at the end, and you're like, oh, thank God for that. Just what I needed.
The last stretch.
More side quests, thank you. Which most of them were fine. I think most of the side quests were fine. Ultimate Party Animal was bugged for me when I tried to play it. So
I still have to finish it. I still have to finish the fucking arena challenge.
Was it bugged for you?
No, I just need better equipment setups for the fights because like I don't know what.
For the Coliseum bit.
Yeah, the Coliseum. Yeah.
Because the G-bike section's bugged.
Oh no, I was able to do that.
You got through it. Good, lucky you.
Yeah.
I had to. I have a physical copy of the game. I just opened it because I wanted to look at the art book after. I was like, I'm gonna look at the art book anyway. So I just down patched it. But I was like, it's annoying anyway.
Oh, so what's the bug? I didn't even know there was a bug.
If we don't know what causes it, but if you've already done G-Bike before, there's a percentage chance that when the Ultimate Party Animal asks you to play it, it doesn't matter how many times you beat his score, you just never get the cutscene that moves him on, and you're just stuck there forever until they patch it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because
no one knows what causes it because some people it happens to, some people it doesn't. It's just
because I played it before and it didn't happen to me. I beat a score like first try and I was able to do it.
Yeah, it's we don't know what causes it. Some people thought it was playing in performance or graphics mode. It's not that. No one knows.
That's weird. Jeez.
But yeah, we'll see if it ever gets patched. It's still not patched as of this going up, I assume, which is fun.
I want to say one more thing before we get to chapter 13. When you actually get the tiny Bronco as boat form, when you realize that it's just one big open world, it's just crazy. Because like you think that like because the game's so big, it's like loaded in chunks, but it's literally just one big world, like the original game, like the world map. So when you finally get, because in the original game, after Nibelheim, you go to Rocket Town, you meet Sid, and then the tiny Bronco actually gets shot down by Shinra as you're trying to escape with your party and Sid, and then it turns into the boat form, and then that's what you use to go back to the gold saucer and go to the temple and stuff. But yeah, when you get the tiny Bronco in Rebirth, and then you have like the world map, like the full ocean and stuff, it's just holy crap, it's crazy. And then you obviously it unlocks fast travel anywhere, which is beneficial. So
I think the most impressive, here's the thing, right, is with the performance mode and everything being blurry and all that jazz, and it's like there's been issues with the visuals of this game, and I think it looks fantastic most of the time. But I was like, it is weird though that Part 1 remake, it doesn't look that drastically that much different, but they're having so many issues. I was like, it's weird that that's a thing. And then as soon as I realized when we got the boat that the whole world is basically an open world, and I'm like, that's why this game runs so fucking weird, because it's like Unreal Engine is shit for open world games. No one uses it for open world games. So as soon as I was like, of course that's why it's running as hit and miss as it is. I'm like, that makes sense now. And now I'm actually more impressed. I'm like, oh, you're managing to actually get this to run. That's quite impressive, because Unreal Engine for open world games is terrible. So I'm like, fair play. But yeah. Temple of the Ancients. I really, really hated the Temple of the Ancients.
This was certainly a dungeon.
Really? This was my favorite.
Really? That's it, bro.
Nah.
Well, positivity first. Positivity first. What did you like about the dungeon?
Everything. I liked because in the original game, it's not, you can call it a fairly small dungeon, but it's very cryptic, like the Rebirth. Like with the original game, you have the original like. You actually put the keystone in because the Turks actually get Sang. So in the original game, when you get into the Temple of the Ancients, you find Sang's on the floor and he's like nearly killed, and he tells you that he's run into Sephiroth, and that the other Turks are there too, and they're going to potentially run into Sephiroth as well. You put the keystone in, you float down into the main temple area, which is just this giant cryptic maze. Your goal is to just try to get from point A to point B so you can get to the next part of the temple. In Rebirth, it's kind of similar, where it's a very like, the whole gravity puzzles and stuff. I didn't mind that. I thought like entering the temple and getting ambushed by Shinra was really cool. Obviously, I'm happy that they kept Red Dragon and Demon's Gate because those are both two significant fights in the original game. Demon's Gate being one of the hardest bosses in the original, but he's not that bad in remake. And I actually liked his boss fight.
Demon's Gate did feel like a boss where I was like, again, it was one of those moments where I'm like, this is definitely like Hell House. This is definitely in the original. This does not feel like it should be at the end of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but I was like, this feels like it was on the PS1. You know what I mean? Because I was like,
Yeah,
Demonic walls are something that the series just likes. I remember specifically a boss fight in 12 that was
12, 4. I think it started in 4. I think that's
Yeah.
where that tradition started.
beating it in 12 gets you this sweet little rainbow DNA sword. It looks sweet.
fair enough.
but yeah, I liked it overall, and the Turks fights too. I thought it was a pretty cool dungeon overall.
I feel like it just lasted too long. Like for me, it was like I understand for a final dungeon you want something of substance, but for me, as someone who was like, I'm ready to wrap this up, it was like you've got the whole first section with Cloud and the switching of the gravity stuff. I could do without that. Like there was nothing there that I thought was. I liked the fight with the dragon. That was cool, but the stuff in the stuff before it, I was like, I could probably do without the gravity switching stuff. I thought the two sections with the Cloud and the Aerith team and sorting stuff out, those were fine. I think they went on a tiny bit too long, but I was fine with those kind of.
I think when they did it
two
a second
parties.
time for both groups, I was like, oh. If it
Yeah.
would have been they each linked up after you do one apiece, I think it would have been better.
I didn't like having to find every single last drop of life stream energy to move the puzzle forward with Aerith.
It was a bit, yeah, it was a bit annoying.
It was just
but-
a bit excessive.
And again, at that point with the Turks, I was like, I feel like I'm turked
We
out.
just did this.
At least
was
Reno
like-
was there.
No,
He's turked
because
out.
you know how you've got Elena and whatever his name is. I can't remember the leader of
Sung.
the Turks' name.
Sung.
Sang,
You
or
got
Sung,
Sung.
whatever I say.
You
Sang.
got Sung and Elena, and you've got obviously
and
you've got
Reno.
Rude and Reno. And I was like, the two people that we haven't really fought in this game are Sung and Reno. I would have much preferred a fight with them two paired together and just have that as the. You haven't fought these two really, so have that instead of fighting the fucking same two people again. But just like, oh look, it's Eleanor in one and Rude in another again, and I'm like, I don't need you guys anymore. Like, come on, like, I'm like, I'm fine.
It wouldn't have been as bad if we didn't have it in chapter 12. It wouldn't have been as
Yeah.
bad.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Don't disagree with you there. But it was like, it was all fine. I liked it. I liked the stuff that they were doing with the Citra and the temple and stuff like that. Again, I like how not everything is black and white, right? It's like, they've given this kind of backstory to the Gi and stuff like that now, and with the Citra you still get the idea that their primary goal was to protect the planet, but they were willing to do shitty things to keep that possible. It was like they weren't the best people. They were protecting the planet, but they were also not the greatest.
Yeah.
I like, again, keeping the lines a bit more grey instead of just having these are the very good people and these are the evil like spirits that made the black
Yeah.
materia. I like that. I think it's all good. I think it doesn't help that this place is so long and Cloud is such an arsehole for the entirety of this fucking section.
Could not stand Cloud in this
Which
section.
here's the thing, right? It's supposed to happen. From a story perspective, this is supposed to happen. But also, God, he's a prick. Like, I genuinely just like, I feel like my homie Barret would be the kind of person that if Cloud was acting like this in front of Aerith, especially after that fucking moving speech, that Barret would punch him in the fucking face. Like, I feel like someone would be like everyone just seems to be like, just accepting that he's being an arsehole at the moment instead of questioning it or doing anything about it. And I'm just like,
There's part of this that, with the way he's characterized here, where I almost, and I know it wouldn't work out because of the way that the whole story is, but like imagine an alternate version of this where the He Who Sephiroth mind control element of the degradation wasn't there, and it was just him slowly becoming worse and worse because he's worried about that. And Sephiroth can still show up as like a PTSD flash, but like the whole the whole gaslighting element. I feel like
I just think it's like, yeah, all
if
6
it
of
was
them have
downplayed.
just been into a room that has just shown them their biggest trauma, essentially. And then they come
Mm.
out. Aerith has this really nice speech, which, if you listen to the speech, is actually, she basically just says one for one what's about to happen at the end of the game, which is kind of like, oh, missed that the first time round. But of course I would, because the ending was batshit like crazy. But then it's just like to have this moment where everyone has just gone through their worst fucking nightmare that they've had in their life, and then to have Aerith have this really moving speech again. She has this doom in her voice the entirety of the time, basically since the Golden Saucer. She has this feeling that something bad is about to happen, and then to just have Cloud be like, "Shut up" and move on. It's like,
Are you done?
Yeah.
I just not necessarily. They want you to hate Cloud at this moment, and I'm 100% on board with hating Cloud. I just wish somebody else in the party would also fucking hate him. You know, I just want to feel
Yeah.
vindication of Barret or someone going, "You're being a dick." Like,
Yeah.
I just need that vindication, because I'm like, it feels like when you've got somebody who's being extremely toxic, extremely negative, and everyone's just kind of just like, yeah, but I don't want to say anything, because what if he's going to be negative to me? Like, I was like, no, it's fate of the world here. Sephiroth is looming over this. If he's acting weird, Sephiroth's probably involved. It's time to step up, and no one steps up. Which
Then
is
there's
weird,
the
because, yeah.
I was
go
gonna say, then there's the inverse when he has the black materia taken away from him and he just starts acting like a whiny child.
on. That was weird. I thought
Like,
that was
no,
really
give
weird.
that
That
back,
was
it's
really...
mine.
Yeah. When he starts giggling and stuff, when he's chasing Aerith, I was like, that's just a bit weird. I like...
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like because in the original game, both before Red Dragon fight and then also after the temple collapses, Cloud is like getting possessed by Sephiroth, and he's like, in the first cutscene, especially before Red Dragon, like he's like black materia, and then like Aerith and whoever you're with, they're like, Cloud, are you okay? And he's just like, what? Did you say something? And he's just kind of acting, like unaware of what happened. Like,
where
and
he's not
I kind
acting
of honestly,
unaware here. He's just acting like a dick 24/7, and no one's calling him out on it, which I'm like,
yeah.
it's weird.
I would have much probably preferred the how the original did it, where he's like during the temple, he's unaware of literally getting controlled, and then like in the end of the temple in the original, he's actually is forced to give Sephiroth the black materia. Like Sephiroth's like, that's right, Cloud, like come here, give me the black materia, and then he gives him the black materia, and then Aerith then disappears off into the forest, or I forgot.
Forgotten
We'll
capital.
get to that.
Yeah, Forgotten Capital. Yeah,
I had to look that up earlier too.
Well, no, the forest, like I forget the hollow forest or whatever. But But then like I thought it was kind of dumb in Rebirth, like when Barret has the black materia and Cloud's like, give it back. He's just like, here, fetch, and he just throws it, and then Sephiroth's like right there, and I'm just like, wait, what? Like, why would you do that? Like,
Dude, some of the end of this game and Sephiroth just being able to turn on cheat codes becomes a little tedious.
I thought it was kind of funny, but yeah.
It was bizarre to me, and it's just like, it's stuff like, again, it's trying to figure out, especially for me, the ending was very confusing, because as someone, again, who hasn't played the original, it's like, what parts of this were there? What parts of this isn't? Was Cloud always a dick? Did Cloud have that fucking weird laughing fit in the original?
He did, yeah.
Was this whole idea of the black materia being a fake, was this in the original? Was that new, or was that in the original? Like, because,
I think that's new.
I think it's new.
Yeah, I think in the original, the black materia, like after you fight Red Dragon, you find the black materia on like a pedestal, and then you can either take it, leave it, or shake it, and then you end up actually like having to take it because Kate tells you like, hey, yeah, that's the black materia, get it, grab it, and then leave the Temple of the Ancients, and then you go to Demon's Gate, and then all that stuff. But yeah, in this game was definitely
Aerith says it's a fake, and it comes out of nowhere, and it's not really mentioned again. Like, it's all...
Yeah. I was confused about that too, because I was like, wait, it's a fake. I was like, no, it's not, because Sephiroth still wants it. What?
But then you've got that last cutscene, like at the very end of the game, where Cloud puts the black materia in his Buster Sword.
We'll get to that.
Nano technology over it.
I forgot. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah. So,
But again, has he put a fake materia in his fucking bust? Like that's like.
I feel like a fake materia wouldn't do that though.
Yeah, I think that's the reason.
So why was she saying it was a fake? Like, this is we'll get to later with the fucking with Cloud now being loony and can see Aerith like in his fucking.
Before we get too far away from it, I liked the scenes with the party having to face down their trauma there. I thought.
Those were
good.
cool.
Eris's was really moving.
Mm.
Oh, Eric, I was just like the whole time. I was like, oh, like honestly, like I was just
Yeah,
like.
it was.
But
Especially when you were going around
I
asking.
usually hate sections where you play as a child in a video game because they usually really.
Yeah,
I was
me
like,
too. And like, I really liked
that was
that one.
that
So they did
section. I was
something
like,
right.
oh, that's like I like seeing the origins of how she met her, like I can't remember her name, but her adopted
Elmira.
mother and stuff like
Elmira.
that. Amira, yeah.
It's
So, like,
sad
I like
also
that.
when you go around asking people for help and everyone's just like, leave me alone,
Yeah.
go away. I'm just like, what? Like, what kind of people are you?
What's really funny
Jeez.
is I didn't even realize there was a button for asking people for help until I got to the end of the section where it wanted me to be. So I didn't even know that you could ask any other bugger. I was just like, oh, oops. I was just walking. But no, that one, Nanaki's one was also. I was like, oh god, like
Yeah, that one was.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that one was messed up.
We've already seen Tifa's like twice
But
already.
yeah,
so,
Tifa. I was like,
yeah.
I literally my quote unquote head, my thought
I think
in
that's
my
why
head.
that's why she went first. I think.
She wasn't
It was
first. Was
because
she?
No, she wasn't first.
Red
Nanaki was
13
first,
was
I think.
first. It was
Yeah,
she was
Nanaki, then
second.
Tifa.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was in my head, my intrusive thought was saying, yeah, I'd rather be Tifa out of all these. Like that would be the one that I'd be like, yeah, I'd rather go watch see my dad's dead body again than be tortured by Hojo or have to watch my mum die in front of my eyes while running away from the Turks. Or Barret having to having to find his whole village has been burnt.
That
to the
was
ground
also
and-
sad, seeing
Yeah.
Barrett's wife and stuff. Because that was actually you don't even see Barrett's wife in the original too, which I was like, damn, they actually brought that in. That's really cool.
It's good stuff, and then to have Cloud just be like, yeah, whatever, next, off we go.
Cloud was just like the odd. Well, he had like a moment, but not
Yeah.
the same. Yeah.
So yeah, we got the Black Materia. Kate Sith comes back. He does the fucking biggest run of his life all the way to the temple to give him the self-sacrifice or
I
whatever.
like how Sid is like, what's he doing?
The thing is, what I don't like about Rebirth is they don't even explain that there is a new Kate Sith, because in the original one, Kate Sith does sacrifice himself to conceal it into the temple being destructed, and then after Cloud has his manic moment and gives Sephiroth the Black Materia, the new Kate Sith comes. He's like, pleased to meet you. I'm Kate Sith number 2. They don't say that in Rebirth. He just kind of comes back, and they don't.
No, Kate Sith
explain
comes.
that.
Kate Sith
I
comes
don't
back,
think
and
it
then Cloud's
matters.
like, yeah, Cloud was one of the party members was like, wait, we just saw you die, and then Kate Sith's just like, nah, there's hundreds of me. I'm a fucking robot. Like that's literally.
Oh really? I guess I must
Yeah.
have missed that.
It's
Okay.
pretty clear
Yeah.
that also
He does.
Like,
He basically
he's a
just goes.
robot
He
being
basically just
piloted,
goes.
you
Yeah,
know,
he goes.
so-
There's multiple of me. Is basically what he says. So
Oh,
it's
okay,
like he
okay.
does say that there is multiple of him.
Okay, I must have missed that then. Never mind.
But he doesn't go out of his way to like go like, oh, he doesn't. It's just like a passing line where they're like, we thought
That's
you were
probably
dead.
yeah.
He's
That's
like,
probably why. Yeah.
He was like,
Okay.
I'm a robot. There's multiple of me. It's like you're stupid. Like basically is what
Okay.
he was going for. But
I gotta go back and watch that then. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, the whole Black Materia, the chase around the fucking vines thing, I was like, whatever, right?
I liked it.
And then as they fall, this is where we get into Shit's Creek, as I'm gonna call it. To be honest, like this is where
Yeah.
shit hits the fan.
The Mach 5 train to Wacky Town.
The wacky town, dude. The wacky town.
Uh,
I'm not gonna lie. There's so much to this that it's just like I can't tell what I dislike because I'm confused and what I dislike because I don't like it. If that's what like half of this, like I say, I feel like part 3 might come out and a lot of my questions will be answered. And I'm like, in retrospect, it's not as bad. I know
Yeah.
some people really didn't like the original ending to remake, whereas I was completely fine with it. So it's like I understand now both sides of the coin
yeah.
for all this stuff. And I think the main crutch that there's two main problems I have with this, which I'm interested in your opinion, Dill, because you're a lot more positive than we are on the ending. The first is the whole multiverse and the confusion shit that's going on with that. And then the second one is the scene and Aerith herself. We'll get into both of them, I guess. First of all, the whole multiverse thing. This is the bit where I was like, you're doing that. You have this date with Aerith in this universe where I'm like, I don't know. Is that our Cloud? Is that our Aerith? Who's the Aerith? Who's the blah blah blah? What's going on? There's a load of kind of, is that Aerith that's in that date scene the one that comes to help you in the Sephiroth fight at the end? Like, who is, like,
It's so
who?
silly.
What are the like yeah? It's like
'Cause,
trying
like,
to figure out who are the Aeriths.
At the end
like,
of Remake, my impression for the way that I was under the impression that Eris knew what was happening, and Sephiroth did too, and like the whole crux of what the late game was going to be here would be some kind of chess match between them trying to move things
and
around.
there still is. There still
And
is
that's kind of what
of
they're doing, except none of it makes sense.
yet question mark asterisk if ever.
'Cause-
But yeah, it's like I think my main crux is like it goes straight into that scene, and you're in the world in Sector 5 with the big streak in the sky, the big like slash in the sky, the cut open of the world or whatever that is. And it's like, okay, so we're in the Zack timeline. Is Cloud now is that the Cloud? That's our Cloud because he takes the materia with him back into our world.
Yeah, the way it reads to me is like it's.
But did he
our
possess the
Cloud,
other Cloud
and
that was in that universe?
That's
to
how
get
it
there?
feels. Yes, it's like him and Eris woke up in the bodies of the comatose versions of themselves that Zack was watching over. Is the way it reads to me.
So is that our Aerith? So why is she giving a different
Do you see, that's the nebulous thing, because who knows? That's the confusing thing. I'm pretty confident that it's the Cloud we've been with, and Eris is a question mark because.
But here's the
I
thing:
don't know.
is during these whole sequences, which is this is the bizarre thing to me, especially after watching the ending with the Eris scene and the way that Cloud's reacting afterwards, is it very much seems to me that during this whole dream sequence, blah blah blah, over reality stuff, our Cloud is being Cloud. He is not being controlled he's not being controlled by Sephiroth during these moments. He's very much acting like Cloud again. But then as soon as he goes back
doesn't
to
know where they are yet, is what it seems like.
But Cloud's
So
acting
he's-
insane at the end, but it
Yeah.
feels like part of that isn't under Genova's control. You know what I mean?
He's also
Like
just a
Sephiroth-
very broken individual.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's bizarre. What's your read on it, Dale? What's your read?
Well, there's a few things going on. First of all, there are multiple timelines because if you go back, I actually watched videos on this after because I was still confused.
I tried. Maximilian Dude tried to explain it to me for 2 hours. It didn't go very well, but he tried.
2 hours?
Oh my god.
There was 2 more hours of the podcast. I just was like, I'm going to take a break. My brain is. What, you're saying that we're 4 hours into ours, right? Someone else is going to have their Maximilian moment here, right? We need to buckle in, okay?
Oh my god. So from
Some psychopath will listen to all of this. I know it.
So from what I can gather, for one thing, there's multiple timelines. They're not just 2. Because I originally thought there was only 2. There's multiple. Because if
Yeah,
you go back
100%.
and watch some of Zack's scenes, because there's that one moment where he can go, he can go stop Biggs from
Mhm.
blowing up the reactor, or he can go to Hojo to try and find a cure for Cloud to wake up. And then there's the third one where he doesn't know what to do and he's outside of the church and he's just like, which one do I do? So there's like multiple different universes. From what I can gather, the Aerith and the Cloud. So the Aerith, I don't think this is just my interpretation. The Aerith that Cloud goes on a date with, I think that's another timeline Aerith because that knows of events. Because again, we get that other scene where they're in the church and that same Aerith gives Cloud the holy materia with it's not hollow. It actually has the magic inside of it, and he takes that back to his timeline. And then when he wakes up in the sleeping forest, I think that's what it's called, he sees then Aerith in the normal timeline. Because in the original FF7, after Cloud gives the black materia to Sephiroth, Aerith basically takes him to the sleeping forest in a dream. And then Aerith basically says, like, I have to go stop Sephiroth. I have to stop Meteor. I have to do what I have to do. And then she runs off, and then Cloud tries to stop her, but he can't because he's in a dream. And then he wakes up in Gongaga to Barret and Tifa surrounding him. And he's like, we got to go find Aerith. Like, she's going to try and stop Sephiroth on her own. We don't know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
And, you know, in Rebirth, it's funny because you're in that sleeping forest dream state. But then when you actually wake up, you're in the sleeping forest with the party. And then you're walking with the party to the Forgotten Capital. And so, I mean, to be honest, I mean, the thing is, obviously, I'm going to always prefer the original source material over the remake series. 100%. But I think I can dig where it's going. I think it's very interesting. Before we get to the next part,
I think this is the stuff where it's like, I know that this will have answers, where it's like, this will make the Zack stuff, this stuff will make sense by part 3. This is the stuff that I'm like, this is just stuff that annoys me now because we don't have answers to this for probably 4 years, and people are going to be, it's stuff like, okay, why is there the clear materia that has no fucking magic in it? Why does Cloud have that? Why has he been given a materia that's empty? It's obviously going to be filled with something, but why is it empty?
And it's funny because I read an article today. The Final Fantasy 17 and Nomura, they were, before the game was released, they even said they were worried of what people would think of the final moments of the game. Which, to me, though, to be honest, I kind of like how polarizing it is because
I'd much prefer this than giving us all the answers to everything and then just us sitting here going, well, I guess we're just going to wait for 4 years and there's nothing to talk about.
If you knew what was going to happen at that moment, because again, most people that play the remake series, they know what happens in the original. If you go in knowing what's going to happen, I feel like it takes away the moment of shock. And then if you think the opposite's going to happen, it also takes it away. So I honestly, and we'll get to it in a little bit, but I feel like where they're going with it and where they went with it in the ending, I thought it was kind of genius. Because again, me personally, I thought like it was either going to happen one way or another. That was it. And the way it happened was just like, okay, kind of, but like also no. Like
yes and no.
And I think it's worse for that.
I can't agree with that.
We'll get to it. I do think though. I think you're right. I think the Aerith that was in the dreams that gives the extra, that gives the other materia that's passed between worlds. I don't think that is our Aerith. I think that is a different Aerith. I also feel that Aerith is the Aerith that's in that Sephiroth fight.
Yeah, that would make
sure
a lot
that
of
they're
sense.
the same
like,
Aerith.
If we're following on from,
I'd also put the logic on
notion.
that is the Aerith that the White Whispers respond to. I think these are all the same Aerith. I think this is like Aerith out, whatever, like Aerith Prime or whatever, like the Aerith that knows what's happening and is trying to change
still
destiny.
Original Sephiroth, then I think it would stand to reason to think that perhaps this Aerith is original Aerith. You know?
Yeah. It's a bit confusing. Then obviously you get the story, which for the most part, up until you've got the Whispers stopping them from every fucking whisper under the sun is like, nah, no, you can't pass. So you got to shove Cloud through the hole, whatever. You get to the scene, you get to the room. You're like, okay, here we go. Something is going down. Yeah. And this is the part to me where it's like, we can. Do you know what? Let's not talk about this. Let's get the boss out of the way. Shall we talk about the actual fight itself, just so we get that out of the way? What was everyone's opinion on the final actual fights of the game?
I thought most of them were fine except for the final boss.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I thought it was cool that they brought Bizarro Sephiroth in. I wasn't expecting that, but also, like Hunter said, too many damn faces.
I'm of the opinion that Remake shouldn't have ended with a fight with Sephiroth. I wanted this game to not end with a fight with Sephiroth. I knew this was futile. I knew that I knew that expecting them to have self-control was unreasonable, but I believe it would have been better for that.
I 100% agree. I also think
I did like the part with Zack and Cloud, though.
And compared to Remake's Sephiroth fight, I also thought every phase of this Sephiroth fight, except for the final phase, was easier than what we had to do in Remake. I didn't think it was
Remake was difficult.
Remake's final fight was really hard, whereas this one didn't feel hard until the final phase. Like
the final phase was bullshit.
The final phase
was.
Get ready.
Two hits away, and then he's like, haha, Octoslash, go burr.
Excuse me. Okay, I hope you're ready for the biggest fucking joke that you'll ever hear about this video game. You ready for this one? I very stupidly put a bet on Aerith being dead, so before the final fight, I gave all the good materia to everybody else and left zero materia on Aerith. No. I had to do the entirety of that final section with nothing on Aerith. Absolutely nothing. Sucks. And I was like, I was gonna message it to you guys, but I was like, it'd be funnier if I mentioned it in the spoiler cast. It was like, I was genuinely banging my head on the fucking like wall, like, 'cause I was like, I cannot do shit with Aerith. Aerith's just sitting there, like she's
I
useless
think
to
she
me.
still had like a thunder, like a level 3 thunder for me. She
Yeah,
didn't have
I
she
don't think
didn't
I
have
had
the
much on
healing
her either.
materia because
I just went out of the way. I went to the way of the assumption. I was like, whether she lives or not, I highly doubt that she'll be in the
Yeah,
final fight.
regardless, I
I thought it
didn't
was
think
going
she
to
was
pause.
going to
Like
be-
I thought reality was going to pause or something, and we just had to do the fight. That's what I thought was going to happen. So I
Yeah.
thought Aerith was not going to be involved. So I made the foolish error of taking not even just giving her shit materia. I just took every materia off of her and went, not going to be used. Might as well make Kate Sif at least playable for the 2 seconds I'll probably have to use him, which was true. I did need that.
The problem with that fight is Sephiroth is so fast and Aerith is so slow. So like you
Oh,
have to
100%.
use her as a support character because
Mhm.
Cloud is the only one that can actually keep up with Sephiroth. Because Aerith, if you try to attack Sephiroth with Aerith, you'll get maybe like 2 or 3 seconds before he just comes up and just like it's just like, bro, like what were they? That was like, I feel like it would have just been done way better if it was like, because in remake it was you. I think it was you in Tifa and Barret or I think you had it like.
So the way it worked
Yeah.
was there were splits. So there were sections where you played as all of them when you were fighting
Yeah,
the
that's
stupid
right, that's
spirit versions, which was the shit part. But then when you got to the actual Sephiroth bit, it randomly selected your party based on your relationship status with each of them. So
Okay.
it just picked the 2 favorites. So for me, I got Tifa and Barret.
Yeah, I got Teeth and Barret as well. Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah. So I feel like if it had that composition, if it had similar where you had those the 2 characters with the highest relationship, it wouldn't have been as bad. But because Aerith's so slow, and then Sephiroth, like you're trying to do so many things with Cloud and then Aerith and stuff. I think I was like on that fight for like 40 minutes or something because like again there was
It took me an hour. It took me an
the
hour.
final
that final
phase-
it takes an eternity because you can't skip the transitions either.
And then
Yeah.
God forbid you die, and then you have to solve the game over screen riddles.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my god, that's the most, like, that is honestly, I thought that was like a dyslexia test, because I was literally reading it and I was going, I don't know what the correct answer is here.
Same.
Like, it was
I died to
ridiculous,
him
because they all
3 times.
Yeah.
I think I
Because
did the same.
two
like
of
3
them,
times.
two of
Yep.
them on the nonsense.
Googled it.
You don't
I
get
didn't
to
wanna
win
fuck it up. I
Octo
Googled it.
Slash at the end, and then another
Yeah.
time because of the horrible balancing choice of giving him his stupid Kingdom Hearts 1 HP move
Oh yeah.
in a
Oh,
scenario
yeah.
where
Darkest Angel.
healing is dependent upon having ATB.
Mhm.
How
Yep.
I
Yeah.
actually
So,
cheesed
I
that, how I
got-
cheesed that was I threw a potion right when he would do the move, and then right after you get down to 1 HP, the potion would come into effect. I'm just like, all right, perfect.
This is the problem here because that was never an issue because when I saw him charging it, if I had the ATB, I just waited for him to do it and then I'd throw the
Yeah.
potion. The problem would be that I just got done smacking him and he was like, haha, and now I can't heal. It was annoying.
No. Yeah, and the Octo Slash at the end. The amount I died 4 times to that Octo Slash at the end because I literally had like a minuscule amount of HP left
And
before
that
the
smirk
stagger
he
bar
does.
ended. And
The
that's what
smirk he does after he kills you, too.
Yeah,
I'm just
I was
like, bro,
like,
fuck
I was
you.
like, I was screaming, and it was like 2 a.m. and I was like, "This is bad. I'm gonna get a complaint." But I was screaming. 'Cause I was like, I want out of this fight so badly. I just want to see the ending. Thank you very much. The rest of it, I thought it was better. I thought, yeah, too many phases, but they were better than the remake. It was better than the remake. Sephiroth
I liked it
fight.
better than remake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
by
Because the
far.
ghost, the thing where you had to fight all 3 colored spirits or whatever in the Sephiroth fight the first time around, and
Yeah,
all that was
silly.
garbage. It was awful. I did not like it. This one was much better. Just fuck
Yeah.
that final phase.
I liked how it also brought everybody together too, with like this final like conclusion of the game. I liked it personally, like with like the final boss rush, like it brings everybody together. 'Cause you have to
And also, it gave you them
Re-
in pairs, and it wasn't shit
Yeah.
pairs. Like, it didn't give you, like, if it had given me, like,
Solo
Kate
Kate.
Sif and Aerith together, I would have shot myself. But it was like, because it was like Barret and
Like
Tifa,
Barret
and
and
Yuffie and
Red.
Cloud, and
Yeah.
Red and...
I got Kate and
uh,
Tifa. And yeah.
Yeah, it was Red and Kate Sith for me, and then Cloud and Yuffie and Barret and Tifa.
So it must be based on relationships again. It must just all be
Yeah,
based on that
probably.
stuff.
Yeah.
But because you've got enough party members, it's enough where you don't get stuck with 2 where you like feel like you've got no options here, which is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
There's also such there's some really cool like little meta stuff, like I don't know if you noticed, but everybody's limit gauges are full except for Cloud.
Yeah.
Because everybody's
Yeah,
mad that
because
Tifa's
it's-
dead except for Cloud, who thinks she's
I
still
like
alive.
that.
So it's like
Yeah.
there's little stuff like that where I'm like, ooh, You're
It was
teasing stuff.
nice.
If someone hadn't reminded me of that actually being a thing after I played it, I would have been like, oh, there's little subtle bits where I'm like, oh, you see, that makes me respect the ending a little bit more, because it's like it's getting more juice out of like Cloud's delusion and stuff like that. But again, you have to go reading. This is the problem, is I've got to go and do some homework to get some sort of satisfaction out of the ending, because I think that's my main thing going to the ending itself, is I didn't feel satisfied. That's like the main problem I had with it. Was here's the thing, right, is whether Aerith lived or died was irrelevant. It was, I think, what they did, and let's be real here, that scene was never going to hit the same as the original, because the weight is kind of gone, because people know it's coming. You are in suspense of it.
The thing is, I feel like for people who don't know, because they do exist, I feel like it still wouldn't.
Oh, I have a friend that doesn't know, that intends to play
Me
these
too.
games,
And I'm
like,
sitting here like beside myself, trying to be like, okay, do I show them the original version first now because it was better, or do I let them deal with this?
Let me show you how we did it in 1997.
Or do I let them deal with this hour-and-a-half headache and then show them the good one?
I think my issue is it takes a scene that's very emotionally weighted and has a very like specific.
There's so much
It's
artistry.
definitive. That's
to it.
No, it has such a presence, and because they piss about with it, its presence is evaporated, and there's nothing after it that replaces it. There's no weighted, like, all of the stuff after it just gives you more questions and no answers, really.
They broke themselves in half trying to find a third answer to a binary choice.
But here's the thing: is it a third answer though? Because there's so many ways you can.
Inconclusive.
There's so many ways you can spin it. Like, some people think that Aerith is still alive. Some people think that Aerith is dead. I am leaning on the side that I think Aerith is dead. I do think that Aerith died, because everybody else saw her die. I think it's part of Cloud's delusion. I think that there was a split, and for a moment, Cloud did see a multiversal occurrence where he did save Aerith. But that's not his universe, because the rest of the characters acknowledge that she is dead. And I think that the Aerith, currently, the Aerith that Cloud is seeing in these visions, do not trust that fucker whatsoever. I do not trust her.
Are you thinking that's like the Genova influence or something?
No, I think that part of part 3 will be Cloud not being able, in a similar way that he's not able to accept that other people have died, that he is not able to accept that Aerith is gone. In his head, there's still a part of him that thinks that he saved her somehow. And that he can't, and that is part of his delusions. I think this Aerith is almost kind of, in the same way that Sephiroth has broken his mind, in a way, Aerith dying has also broken his mind, and this is kind of this version of Aerith that he has created in his psyche that is keeping him clung on to like this idea that he saved her, he can do something, not all hope is lost. I think he is fucking broken, because he is broken.
Yes, quite. But,
now there are questions where it's like, how come Nanaki can sense that she was there and stuff like that, and all that jazz. Those are other questions. But I do not believe Aerith is alive. There might be an Aerith out there that's alive. There might be the Aerith in the live stream might be able to change course, so it's like Nanaki can sense her and stuff like that, because she still is a part of the planet, right? But it's like, I don't think Aerith is alive. I really don't. I think she's dead. And I think it's partially Cloud's madness that is causing him to see it, especially because I know, one, you've got him in that post-credit scene doing all that weird shit with the fucking black materia and all that jazz. He's acting like a psychopath. And two, I don't know if you've noticed this, but just the facial animations on Aerith in the end just give me unease. They don't feel right. Like, when I look at Aerith in those final scenes, like, she does a smirk, and it's like, it kind of gives me Sephiroth kind of vibes, where it's like, Sephiroth's just constantly smirking and doing that weird shit. She her facial movements don't seem the same as what she used to be, where it's like, I don't think Aerith is alive. I really don't. Is there a multiverse? In the same way that, you see Zack take all the paths, you see him go and try and save Cloud, you see him go and try and save Biggs. You see that split of, there was a timeline where Cloud did save Aerith. It's not this one, though. Maybe that's the Aerith that we've been seeing in all those visions. Is
maybe
the one that's alive in that other reality that Cloud did manage to see, but it's not this one. she's dead.
Yeah.
Is what I've gathered. I don't
And
know.
like and the problem with that, in my opinion, is that that's a whole lot of extra nonsense to be piled onto an hour of headaches.
And it's a massive
And
assumption that could be proven
it
wrong.
makes
It could
the
be proven wrong,
emotional,
right?
yeah,
That's
that
the
too.
thing.
It makes the emotional weight evaporate because, like, I didn't like Eris in the original game. I thought she was tantamount to a living plot device. So, but I still really liked that scene. I thought that scene was artistically done in a manner like the same as like the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, where I hate most of the people on screen, but
Yeah,
I still really
even
liked
as someone,
I still really liked the ending of that game. You know,
even as
I
someone who
think-
played FF7 like years, decades removed from when it came out, I still like understand the impact of that scene in the
Here's
original.
the thing: is
I still
think
felt the
they
weight
could've
on
done it
my
better.
playthrough.
They could have done it better. Like, I
Yeah,
think
like,
that's.
you could have.
I think there's ways you could
have.
have I think there's ways you could have done it better. I think it would have been great if I am right that he's just fucking delusional and he thinks that he saved Aerith and he hasn't. I think it would have been a much better scene to have it play out like they did. But you know how they do that weird cut where they show her bleeding and stuff like that?
Yeah,
I would have rather have them played it as if it's saving it. We're in Cloud's head where he thinks he saved it, and then you get everybody else's reaction and she's dead. And then they
Yeah.
fade back to it, and she is dead. And that's the way they do it, instead of doing this weird half house where you've got that weird scene where Cloud's like, wake up, and she's like,
'Cause,
okay,
like-
I'm awake, Lamau. Like, you know, you just got like, there's so much weird shit to it.
I think, and the hour of boss fights doesn't help either.
No,
because-
my brain was
you know,
frazzled. My brain was frazzled from that final Sephiroth, right? Like, yeah, genuinely.
because like
doesn't help.
the Genova life fight in the original version wasn't very hard, and like it was more there to just make you sit with the emotion of the scene. You know,
Yeah.
like Eris's theme plays over top of the fight. You don't get like boss music, and I know they had the
That was a
light
really cool fight.
and they
in
had the light.
OG.
I know they had the light motif and stuff in the Genova life clinger hoopla
Yeah.
this time too, but like that also went away by the time you start fighting Bizarro Sephiroth.
I don't know. Dale, what are your thoughts? You're being pretty quiet. How are you feeling on the ending?
I mean, I feel like I mentioned before. I feel like because again, there was a lot of anticipation, especially when Nomura and all of them confirmed that the end of Rebirth would be at the Forgotten Capital. So because people knew, like, okay, that means we're gonna get to the end of Disc 1, which is the
We're
moment.
getting the Aerith scene. Everyone knew
Yeah,
going
it's
into this
been
game,
in the
we're getting that
marketing.
scene.
They've been
Yeah.
like being like, "Oh, what's gonna happen?"
Yeah,
Showing the screenshot.
yeah, and like I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I like personally how it played out because again, you had people. In my opinion, I thought she was still gonna die, but I thought it was gonna be different than what happened. I thought it was just gonna be like she would like
Oh.
have to sacrifice herself for like
It
the sake of the
surprised
planet.
me.
See,
Yeah,
I
it
would have been all
surprised
right
me.
with that.
Like,
Yeah, but-
don't get me wrong. When the scene plays out and Sephiroth's coming down with his fucking big villain glare as the fucking camera's panning up as he's fucking floating down, right? And you do get the moment where he does get the sword up in time. I was like, oh shit, they're doing it. They're
Yeah, at
keeping
that
her
point, I
alive. And
was
then
like,
they just
so that's
they
how
just
it
start
is.
doing weird bizarro shit. So the
And then
surprise then
it's
just turned
not
into
how it
confusion
is.
to detest was what happened, really.
I was just more like I remember what I said. I said word for word. I said, "Damn, they actually still did it." Because originally, when Cloud does like, he deflects Sephiroth's Masamune. You're like, "Oh my god!" Like, they're actually like, "What? They're actually like she's alive? Like, what is gonna happen?" And then you get like that vision, and then it like does the little like migraine transition into like the blood, and then Sephiroth like lifts his sword up and he smiles, and you see Aerith like start to fall over, and then you get that moment of like, oh, we didn't actually prevent the thing from happening, because that's the thing. Also, it was touched up in like those Zack universes, because with Biggs dying, and then also when Aerith pushes Cloud out back to his universe, and Sephiroth comes in the church, it's kind of the message of no matter what in terms of the FF7 universe, even if you change things, even if you have a different universe, things will still play out how they're supposed to. That's
there's
the
the
way
whole-
that I.
There's a
Go ahead.
bittersweet irony in all the endings when he goes to Shinra Tower, when he goes to save Biggs, that he's always ends up with an army of Shinra soldiers in front of him
Yeah.
that shoot him.
My favorite
Like,
is
that's
the big
every single
one,
time.
because
Yeah.
first of all
Yeah.
they use a Crisis Core song and the See Ya Never, and he jumps off the railing. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, so that's the way I depict it. In terms of, do I think Aerith's alive? I definitely in the in the FF7 Rebirth universe that we played in the game, I think she's dead. I think she's
100%.
still alive in another universe, and I think in terms of how they're going to depict it, it's going to be probably part of the live stream, because they sort of do it that way in the original. I'm not going to go into too many details. I think in terms of Cloud is able to probably see her because of, I watched the video on it and I looked up some information, but when Cloud deflects Sephiroth's sword, there's that like glow in the background, that like white
yeah.
whisper glow. From what I saw and what I believe personally, that's like the transition to a different timeline where Cloud did save Aerith, but then you transition back into the normal timeline where it's a cop out and she's still dead. I feel like in another timeline she's alive, but in the current timeline, no, she's dead, because again,
that's that I'm 100% the same thing.
Yeah.
I think she's dead. I think she is dead. The
Yeah.
real question to me is, who the fuck is Cloud? Who's this vision of Aerith? Who is Cloud?
Yeah.
Why is Cloud seeing her?
Yeah.
Is
that's
it delusion? Is it this other Aerith? Like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Was it
but
just a
then
was
again-
it just a bet? Was it just a Nomura way of giving Cloud the opportunity to say goodbye to her, and we never see that version of Aerith again because they do leave her behind there? Was that just a
but the
nice
thing
way for them to go, bye Aerith, instead of just
but the thing
stabbing her
is
and
also-
being done with it?
when Red is comforting Tifa, he does sense her because he's like, Aerith, like when she puts her hand on him. So like I feel like she's still with them in terms of, and this is just my theory, I'm probably wrong, but she's probably like part of like the life stream. Because again, in the normal universe, when Aerith gets stabbed and she's like, Cloud, it's okay, you can see her body start to slowly like degrade into like the green life stream energy. So I
Life
feel
stream
like
energy,
so in the real universe, I feel like she's dead, but obviously she can still be part of that live stream experience where Cloud's able to see her. How is he able to see her? I don't know. And then obviously, again, I still like how it was played out, but again, in the original game, like it was mentioned, even if you know what's going to happen, you still, when it happens, you're like, holy shit, like, because at the end of the game, and by the way, this is fun fact, it was Nomura, in the original game, it was Nomura's idea to kill Aerith. Fun fact. Because he actually,
Funner fact, originally they were going to kill Barret.
they were actually originally going to kill almost everybody in the whole party, but Nomura actually said, we should only do one, but we should still have it early on so the weight carries into the rest of the game. Which in the original game it works because again, Aerith dies, and then Sephiroth, which is Jenova at the time, Sephiroth's taunting you and saying like, I'm gonna go head north. We're gonna the reunion's happening, and like there I'll become a god and blah 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 blah. And you fight Jenova life. It's an emotional moment, and then you get that moment of like when Aerith's dead, Cloud carries her and then dumps her in the lake in the Forgotten Capital, and even like, again, and like watching
even happen.
When you speed on FF7,
this is the stuff that gets me. Is if it was just the version that Cloud's seen at the end of the story with when they're by the plane is just that's like the live stream equivalent of it. He can sense her more because of what's happening with the timelines and shit like that. Red 13 senses it. It's the fact that he's acting like she isn't dead. That's the thing that's getting me. Is you don't see that scene where he puts the body in, like, and you don't like. There's that scene with Tifa, and that whole scene infuriates me. Is they're all sitting by the lake, whatever. Barret's like, it's about time we go, and Cloud's acting as if he's just said, as if they were on break, as if to go, let's go. And Tifa looks at him as if to go, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. But
that's why I don't trust this Aerith, is because she's also acting like, oh yeah, Cloud, what you're seeing is completely normal.
Yeah. But I like that because again, it's Cloud's slow descent into madness because again, well, I'm not gonna say too much in the original, but in the original game, you do get in the start of Disc 2, you do get Sephiroth trying to take control of Cloud again and trying to manipulate him again, and trying to make him his puppet. Because at the end of, they did it way better in the original, like because before you fight Jenova life, like Jenova, aka Sephiroth, is like, why do you have emotion? Like you're not even like human. And it says the truth is you are, and then it leaves you on a cliffhanger. You fight Jenova, and then it ends with because you are a puppet. And Cloud's like, I'm a puppet. And then the end of Disc 1 in the original, Cloud's like, I know who I am. I'm not a puppet. I'm Cloud from Nibelheim. We need to fight Sephiroth. We need to stop him. We need to head up north, and we need to go do this now. Like we need to like
Mhm.
pursue Sephiroth, kill him in Aerith's name, and stop him from taking over the planet and destroying everything. But yeah, in the Rebirth, it's like, again, he's like, yeah, whatever, like, let's go, guys. But I feel like it works better for him descending into madness in this case, because again, like, he's slowly going to just become a psychopath, and who knows. I know it. I don't want to say what happens in the original, because just for the sake of, you haven't played the original, but does he become like Sephiroth's puppet and become like evil? That's a possibility. Does he just descend into this really energy depraved state where he's just completely useless? That's a possibility too. So I feel like with Rebirths, the way they went around with Rebirth's ending, again, the original played it out way better, especially when he takes Aerith and drops her body into the water, because it's just such a more emotional moment.
You just don't
but
get it. That's the thing, is you don't
Yeah,
get the
you just don't- you
emotional
don't-
weight of it. That's the only.
yeah, you don't get it in Rebirth, but I do like where it's heading. I did like the ending. I didn't hate the ending at all. I was like, damn, that was actually a really good ending. Like, again, it's not. I will always love the original more, but I liked it. I like where they're heading with it. It leaves you with a lot of mystery, and with that, I feel like they did that on purpose, because you have 4 years to conjure up your
Yeah.
because people did it with Rebirth too. Because at the end of Rebirth, a remake,
Yeah.
you,
We were
you
there.
destroyed the
Yeah, we
Arbiter.
did it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you destroyed the Arbiter's fate, and you're like, Destiny's ours. Like, we can take control of Destiny. And then Rebirth goes, well, yes and no. And then at the end of Rebirth, it's like, well, not really. And then so now you're left with all these crazy questions, and I think that's why the ending is so good.
I think the only difference is, between the ending
Remake
of
did
remake
a
and the
better
difference.
job at closing the book on that.
That's the thing, is it feels
story.
like
This
you've done something.
doesn't
we
have
beat
that.
Sephiroth, we've set our own fate. We're going into the unknown. Whereas this is
Right.
just Aerith's dead, but is she? Cloud's going crazy. He's keeping the black materia to himself. He's put it in the Buster Sword, and he's seeing visions of Aerith that don't seem right, and everybody else knows that she's dead.
And,
what the
like,
fuck's going on? There's no real conclusion, kind of. Even because you beat Sephiroth, there isn't that kind of, hey, at least we beat that Sephiroth fight. Like, we've done something. It is just, Aerith's dead. Is she? She's dead. Yeah,
and,
maybe.
And
like,
because of all of the emotional weight for me was gone, so now I just have questions that I don't really care about as much, because Remake did a good job at keeping the emotional weight. Like, I still, like, the last minute of the Remake, a very vivid scene for me. And this one's like, oh, they're fixing the plane. Bye.
I don't hate it. It's like, here's the thing, was when I watched it originally, I really did not like the ending. Like, I really didn't like it. It made me angry. Not in like an angry, like, this is stupid, I fucking hate them,
just
like,
kind
for
of
doing this.
annoyed
It was
me.
just like, I was like, I feel no satisfaction. I just feel like I played a 93-hour game and it didn't end. It just rolled the credits and just let me loose. And I'm like, that didn't feel great. Whereas now, with reflection and looking at it and, making these questions for myself, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Aerith is dead and Cloud's going fucking mental, is what that's my assumption right here, is I don't think that Aerith's real. I just don't. Now, because here's the thing, right? With the Nanaki thing going, he sees her or whatever, I assume even Aerith being dead with the live stream is watching over them. She's probably there with them in spirit, regardless of what Cloud is seeing.
I agree with that.
Yeah, regardless.
So for all
I agree
that
with
could have
that.
just been a bait of, oh, maybe Nomura's wanting us to trust this Aerith that Cloud is seeing because of that, when in reality it's just Aerith's spirit is watching over them, because she's always going to be watching over them going forward. And it's like, who is that? That's my big questions are, how deranged is Cloud going to get? Is this Aerith thing just a sign of his delusion, or is it a grander plan from Sephiroth and Jenova? And what is the ultimate plan here now? Is Meteor really the final thing, or is there something bigger at stake? Which I think there is something bigger at stake.
I mean, in the original game, I'm not gonna go into too much details, but he does get pretty crazy. I'd say, like, in the start of Disc 2, like, you can start to see him, like, slowly just
I think he's gonna
lose
get
his
crazier.
sanity.
Yeah,
but I
he's
think
gonna get crazier. Yeah,
I think that's what's gonna be a cool thing about the final game, is because we'll actually get that, the raw character emotions of him, and who knows what bar they're gonna push for his, like, if he becomes like a total psychopath like he was in the Gongaga reactor and the temple, and just a heartless human being, or like, what are they gonna do? That's why I like, again, that's why I like the ending so much. And it still has a bit of emotional weight. Obviously, it's more in the original, but again, leaving you with all the different questions unanswered. For me personally, I think that was pretty genius, because again, it's just, you think, as again, people went in expecting things, and it was either it's sort of expected of how it's the things play out sort of how they expected, but also not really, because it leaves you questions. And I feel like when it leaves you questions like that and leaves you with that what the fuck moment, I feel like that's pretty solid. I liked Rebirth's ending better than Remakes. Remakes was just kind of like, okay, whatever, like who knows what's gonna happen for the next game. And I was just, I don't know, with Remakes ending, I was just kind of like, whatever. Like, it was cool and all, but like, I'm not like, oh my god, they're gonna change so many things. I was like, kind of expecting that we're gonna kind of, because at the end of the day, they do say at the end of the day, at its core, it is the FF7 story at its core. So I was like,
I'm sure it still will be. That's the thing.
Yeah,
is again,
for sure.
I'm sure this Black Materia stuff and these Aerith visions and all that shite will come into fruition in some way, shape,
Yeah,
or form. But
for sure.
there's also a part of me that thinks that's also going to again happen in the final 25% of the next video game, and it's like, okay, what are we going to
also
do?
the other problem
with
here? I think the way they pace out them getting crazy with things is both of these, both in the series so far, is mostly the same, and then the last hour gets stupid.
I really do hope, and I think there is room here for them to do more than the final hour next time. I think there is space there.
I would actually be interested to see them start getting stupid early on. Like, maybe not open silly, but
I have a
stupid and,
feeling
like,
that,
really-
again, with Cloud going crazy and all that stuff, again, start of Disc 2 stuff, I have a feeling that the start of the next game is going to be slightly more linear, and then it'll, instead of having, in this one where within 4 hours you're in the open world, I think you're going to have a good chunk that's similar to Remake Part 1, where you're on the rails for a good 8 to 10 hours first, and then it opens up again. And it's more a welcome back tour around the world, is what my assumption will be.
I will say at the start of Disc 2, it's very linear. Like, you don't really have as much freedom at the start of Disc 2. So I can definitely expect that. And I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Like, because again, the start of Disc 2, the only town you really have is the Icicle Inn until like a long time. Like, you have the Icicle Inn, and then you have 2 dungeons, like back to back.
Yeah.
And then you have a big meeting, that's all I'll say. But yeah, I do think in terms of the next game, you definitely won't get freedom, which that's fine, like as long as you still have it. But I definitely think the first few chapters will be very Remake structured in terms of linearity, because you only literally, like, unless you take a detour to freaking Rocket Town or Wutai, which I don't see that happening because you're all the way far up north. Wutai's west, and then Rocket Town's near Nibelheim if they make it that way in the final game. But I do think that they're gonna keep it. I agree with that. I think they're gonna probably keep it in a linear structure for the first probably like 25% of the game, and then give you that open world, which I wouldn't mind that at all, honestly.
I think it makes more sense, to be honest, as well. I feel like you're going to have that Tears of the Kingdom syndrome where a lot of that map that you go and explore again, we'll have already done it. They're not going to drastically change the map for the sake of it. I think when we get back to open territory, it'll be more continuing side quests and doing stuff like that instead of being like, Cloud, Chadley's towers have all gone offline. Can you turn them all back on again? I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh my god. Chadley asked me to do that. I'm telling him to suck it.
Yeah, because you do in
taking his batteries out.
You do revisit several parts of the game in Disc 2, including you do revisit Cosmo Canyon for like a major part of the game. I don't expect to go back into the Cave of Gi, but I do expect that they will.
Maybe we do have to, because with all the promises and shit. Maybe
we
do have to go back.
That's true. I mean, who knows? Yeah, but I agree. I think with Part 3, and that's it sucks that I'll be 30 plus. I'll be 30 or 31.
We'll all be 30, which is depressing.
Yeah,
we'll all be 30, I think, by the time it comes out. That's depressing.
That is really depressing. But hey, I mean,
we'll all be as old as Rude.
Seriously.
Oh God, I'll be as old as Pitbull. God,
we'll be all old and decrepit.
I might be bald. We'll never know. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out.
I'm excited though. I'm excited for the final game.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited. I feel like, again, I had a very potent reaction when it came out, but now that I've had time to simmer and reflect and have people who are way too into the lore kind of reassure me, basically, I went on a self-help podcast journey of trying to come to terms with the ending. I feel a lot more optimistic about it. I think it's interesting. I think for fans like us who are willing to do the dirty work, willing to do the kind of research and the rumors and the speculation, I think it's interesting. I wonder what it is like for a casual audience. That's my main gripe. Like, there's a part of me.
Oh,
I've said to my
God.
casual friends, we're gonna wait this one out. We're gonna take a little bit of time, and you're gonna have a. We'll wait till at least there's a date on the third part or whatever. Because I would like to see what a casual person who hasn't played the originals, who played Remake and played this and does not go on the internet, is thinking right now after they've reached that conclusion. Like, I genuinely am like, it's an interesting one, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Well, with that, I think we've done enough. I feel like we've met the quota
Yeah,
somewhat.
that's a new record.
I think we've met like 3 quotas.
If it makes you feel any better, this is like 45 minutes longer than Maximilian Dude's spoiler cast thing that you did. So
suck it, Max.
Suck it, Max. This is the ultimate spoiler cast for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth now.
Just kidding, man. I love your work.
Yeah.
If you somehow ended up here.
But thanks, Dill, for hanging out with us. Sorry for taking so much of your time. I don't think any of us expected to be here this long.
Oh no, I love talking about FF7, especially with the Rebirth being so fresh in all of our minds. I'm glad I actually have people to talk to like about this with, because I haven't really had too many people like to actually directly talk about this with, like within my like close friend group, because I think I'm like the only one that's played it, because some of my friends are just hesitant to play Remake and Rebirth. Others have vocally said, I'm never playing that piece of garbage cash grab. I'm just like, okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
But no,
So
it's been nice. Yeah, it's been nice to have you on. We definitely should have you on our actual podcast that isn't 4.5 hours long at some point.
Yeah.
But no, if you're down for it, we'd love to have you on at some point. And also, whenever Final Fantasy VII Part 3 stuff starts appearing into the
See you in
ether,
4
Final
years.
Fantasy VII Rehab.
yeah, we can. But no, it's been a pleasure to have you on. It's been really fun. But yeah. I'm just going to wrap it up because I think we're all tired. It's
Yeah.
6 a.m. for me, so I'm really tired. I'm glad I have work tomorrow, or else I'll just be getting up and going.
I've got work in like 4 hours.
Oh God!
shoot.
Please pray for Kyle, ladies and gentlemen. Please pray for Kyle. But yeah, thanks, Dill, for joining us. Thank you ever so much if you've made it this far. Thank you very much. I assume most of you that are listening right now are on podcast services, because most of our podcast listeners are demons that will listen to all this stuff. So if you have been here for that long, thank you very much. We do appreciate you. But yeah, that's it for our spoilercast. Thanks ever so much for listening and watching. And yeah, we'll see you at some point in the future, I guess. But until then, have an awesome week. Yeah, see you in a bit. Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Toodaloo.